Yeah, go get it. Checkmate.
Shout out to my
Because you're not
brother.
gonna go get the DNA evidence.
Here come.
Checkmate.
Here come. Hold up.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Hold
yeah.
up. I'm
Let's see
about
it.
to
Let's
mute
see it.
out. I'm about to
Yeah,
pull
mute
up the
out.
clip number 2. Let's
Yeah, pull
watch
it
him
up.
fall down again.
Yeah, pull up.
Then I
Yeah, pull
want
up
him
the
to
clip.
sign paperwork.
Yeah, pull up
One
the clip.
mic, gentlemen. One mic, man. Why y'all yelling like that?
Yes, please go get the clip.
Hey,
And
so let
why?
me say this
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
because here's the thing. He already showed you the evidence. He said that he's Congolese. All right, and he already showed you the evidence that Congolese people have DNA from Kemet. And also, I gave you the book by Dr. Gwendolyn Gwynhall they show you that they did a research that people in Louisiana, enslaved people come from Central Africa, come from the Congo. So we have so we talk about DNA evidence. You do have people here who have DNA that you could trace back. I don't know.
Let me respond to you. It'll be brief.
I don't know who, but some people do.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the second part.
All right, go ahead.
You did say we are not connected to the people in Africa. You did say.
Well, play the clip then. Let's see the clip then. I would like to see the clip. But back to your first point though. If what you say is true about the Congolese, then it should not be hard for you all to show DNA evidence that you have Kemetic ancestry. So let's see it. Really?
Is that Pam
Could we
Mulatto?
see
Shut
it?
up, Pam Mulatto.
Could
Where
we
you
see
been at, Pam Mulatto?
it? Peace, fam. I've been cooking these niggas. I took a break. I was in the Philippines for a little bit, but I had to come back and cook a couple of
He
pseudos up, man.
losing. He losing bad.
Welcome back, brother. It's
And
always
now
good
he
to hear
just
your
want to
voice.
overtalk
Salute.
everybody
I'll
because
be looking
he
for
done
you,
got
brother.
exposed on two. Yeah, he got
I'll be
exposed
looking
on
for you,
2
Hold on,
Pam.
times. He just
where's
want to
the clip?
overtalk.
I thought you was going to get a clip.
Mr. Mike for a second.
Yeah, play the clip. Let's hear it. I can't hear the clip. Is he playing the clip?
No, it's coming up. I'm lining it up for you right now. Hold up.
All right, well, just let us
It's
know
the
when you got it.
third time he getting his feet to the fire.
Well, let's see it. Because we know you're not going to have no DNA evidence of Kemetic ancestry. So let's see the clip.
Man, you keep saying that. You need to
Well,
stop.
we're gonna
Checkmate.
show the Congolese DNA
Yeah,
evidence for
you see
sure.
he ain't
The
going to get no
question for
DNA, though.
you is after
You
we
see he ain't
show,
going to get no DNA
brother,
evidence,
we
though.
already showed
Checkmate.
the Yoruba
Yeah,
DNA.
you didn't
We
go get
showed
no
the West
DNA evidence. So
African
let's see the
DNA.
clip. Let's hear the clip.
Now, when I go show this
Checkmate.
Congolese DNA, which
Let's
says
hear
it
the clip.
directly, what you gonna do?
Let's
What
hear
you
the clip.
gonna
Well, let's see
do,
the DNA and the clip. Let's see the DNA and
brother?
the clip.
Let somebody
Checkmate.
grab the mic while I
Hey,
pull up
so
your clip
Yeah,
and
yeah,
show
go
you
ahead.
error
Go
number
go
2
get the clip,
before I
brother. Go get the clip.
finally cook you.
Yeah, go get
so
the clip, brother.
so because I don't have DNA evidence going back to ancient Kemet, that means I can't study it.
No, that means that you cannot emphatically say that they are your ancestors, brother. Checkmate.
We didn't.
You
We
would
He's
be
don't know.
wrong.
you would be
He claimed
speculating.
all of Africa
Listen,
except
You would be
Egypt. That
speculating.
makes no sense.
And you would be
no sense.
speculating.
And then
No
he
sense.
And you see
just
Asada,
told
where's
us
the clip? Asada,
being
where's
an
the clip?
African American. He about
Where's
to
the
get
clip,
cooked
Asada?
again.
Where's the clip? Checkmate. Where's the clip, Asada? Checkmate. Yeah, he's cooked. Mute up.
You can stop doing that, brother.
Exactly.
Silence.
Yeah, exactly. He's silence. Silence. Yeah,
He
that's
said,
the point.
so you got to calm down, yo. He's getting it. You acting like
Yeah, let's see him come back with the clip. But the point is this.
I'm
For
about to come
the
back
he
with it. It's gonna be the second time you
yeah,
got
go
clipped
just
up
go get it
today.
and come back with it, brother.
It
Just
ain't
go
no
get it and come
listen.
back with
We
it.
all heard you
You don't
say
gotta tell us
it.
what you about to do.
You
Just
good?
do it. Yeah, you don't
I
gotta tell
know,
us what
but
you
you
about
ain't
to
got to
do.
keep
Just do
overthrowing
it.
the other guests. Let
all
the other
right,
guests get a
calm
pass.
down,
Look, he in
nigga.
his
Oh,
feelings,
but you
man. He in
talking
his
because you
feelings.
done
Calm
got you and your
He ain't
feelings
get
about the
so
situation.
just so I'm clear.
But we need you
He
to
ain't come
step
back with
off
a
for
clip or
2 seconds.
any
Let
DNA
the mic
evidence.
breathe, brother.
He ain't come back with a clip or DNA evidence. Checkmate.
Not only did we
Yeah,
come back
Asar
with
is
the clip
cooked.
saying
Yeah,
showing that
Asar
it
is
clearly
cooked.
said Kemetic DNA,
Asar is cooked. Asar
checking
is
him
cooked.
in on it,
Yeah, Asar is
trying to
cooked.
change the question.
It's the same exact question
My brother
verbatim.
Hoodoo. You taking this L, brother Hoodoo. Hold up. We about to play the other one. Hold up.
All right, brother. Let's hear the clip.
Hold up.
Yeah, find the clip, brother, and just let us know when you got it. Goddamn.
Look at him change it.
We can't even hear it, brother. Can y'all hear it?
That's we about to get to it. Y'all heard the first one though, right?
All right, so mute up till you got it, brother. Please, mute
Yeah,
up
we
till you
all heard
got it.
that first one.
Yeah,
Simple as that, right?
mute up till you
Yeah.
got it, brother.
So here come number 2. Like I said, I'm finding it. Sit
Well,
back, brother.
all right, so mute up till you got it, brother. Just mute up till you got it. But the point is, This brother has not come back with any DNA evidence of Kemetic ancestry. Checkmate. My point still stands. Additionally, he don't have no clips, and we're waiting for him to play the clip. But to the Hebrews on the panel, do you all have any DNA evidence of Hebrew ancestry, brothers?
You got to show us some scholarly work that goes by what you're saying, because you just
I'm standing on DNA, brother. I'm standing on DNA.
We need to go by what any historian backs up what you say.
And to the brother talking, you say I'm being peaceful with you, brother. If you say a man is your father and you take a DNA test and you have no DNA relationship, is he really your father? Be honest.
Bro, that's not what I asked you. I said, do you have any?
Brother, are you able to answer that, bro? I'm not trying to cook you. I'm just asking.
That's the question that I asked you, and then you come back with another question. That's not how you.
Brother, I'm standing on DNA. That's what I'm standing on. So I'm asking if your son take it.
That's not what I asked you.
All right, ask your question again so you can run from mine. Go ahead.
I said, do you have any scholarly, historical, any sources that say?
Yes, my source is. Let me tell you my source. My source is AfricanAncestryDNA.com and AncestryDNA.com. Those are my sources. All right, so let me ask you the same.
What do they
brother,
say?
I answered your question. Don't run from mine. I'm asking.
That's not a scholar. I said scholarly.
Brother,
do you know what
I'm standing on DNA, brother, not scholars. I'm standing on DNA. So
okay,
I'm asking you, brother.
So this is your own point of view that you're trying to put forth, correct?
This is definitely my stance. So I'm asking you your stance. Brother, I'm answering your questions. Don't run from mine. If you take a DNA test on your son or someone you believe your son, and you have no genetic relationship, is he really your son?
Is it DNA wise? No, he's not my son.
Checkmate. So that's all I'm saying about the Kemetics. Those are not your ancestors. The Hebrews are not your ancestors, brother.
Just because
you have
to let people speak.
Bro, y'all been talking over me. It's all right, though. Go ahead.
Nigga, just because you hear one answer, one part to a question, you automatically jump on and say.
But you see, I'm not angry. Let's not be angry with each other. Go ahead, brother. It's peaceful.
There's many black men who raise children that are not their children, but they're still considered their son. So
that's
again,
checkmate.
You're not making sense. You don't have any.
That's checkmate, brother. You just said it.
You're still yelling checkmate. You're still yelling checkmate.
Brother, y'all was hear me out. Y'all was raised on. Y'all was raised,
and I haven't even finished talking.
All right, go ahead, brother.
You don't have no.
You see, Asar ain't got that clip though. Checkmate. Asar ain't got that clip, but go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
You don't have one historical African scholar that would agree with anything that you're saying. So you sitting here developing your own opinion and your own look at it. That's fine. Everybody can develop their own opinion and their own stance and how they see things. I don't have a problem with that. But I think you have to. You just yelling out DNA and you don't have the DNA. That does not agree with the consensus of black people and black historians and black psychologists, or what we talk about on African history and African.
And let me respond to you briefly, brother. Let me respond briefly. Because brother, let's have a dialogue. I'm trying to respond briefly.
Okay,
it'll be so brief. Yes, my brief response is, brother, you just conceded, brother. Yes, a man can raise a child that's not his, but genetically that is not his child. Kemetics, the Hebrews, yes, you may have been raised on their doctrines, but genetically they are not your fathers. Checkmate.
Well, can I say something real quick? Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. Hold on. Let me say something real quick, Hurt. I don't even think that you're looking for the father because you're trying to find out if you that mother's DNA. Now, if I was Congolese, I would just say that we the ones that created the civilization of Kemet, because Kemet, like he said, is not like people sprang out of the ground. They had to come from somewhere to start it. So if he can show his DNA evidence to the Congolese, then he got you right there, Hoodoo. I'm gonna stop arguing.
Really fast. Let me respond to you. It'll be brief. It'll be one sentence.
And then I'm after you, Hoodoo.
Yeah, yes, sir. And it'll be brief. Actually, he does not have me anywhere, respectfully, because even if you say that the Congolese built Kemet, what you're actually saying is saludo. No. What you're saying is that you're admitting that the Congolese are not indigenous to Kemet. Checkmate.
Kim,
So when I say,
there
that
could
you
be,
don't have,
there can
no, hold on.
only
It's
be,
another
there
brother
can
after
only
me.
be.
It's another brother after me. But let me go first.
Let me
Though.
respond. No,
Let me
respond to
complete
that
my
point.
sentence.
Hold
Oh,
on,
Let me
Stop
brother.
complete my
saying
sentence,
didn't,
please.
because that wasn't in
yeah, I
the
thought you was finished.
original
My bad. Go
statement.
ahead.
Let me
You said,
complete
do
my
you have
sentence,
Kemetic
please.
lineage?
Hold on, where the
Stick to
clip
your
at,
guns.
Asar?
We already
Asar,
caught
where the
you in
clip
that
at?
lie, brother.
Asar, where the clip at? Checkmate. Where the clip
All
at?
right.
Checkmate.
Because
But let me
hold
complete
on,
my
hold
sentence
on, 'cause
though.
I want to get it in, bro. I
Yeah,
don't want
because
to
I want the
cut a
brother to go after
conversation.
me. But
Clip
let me
coming.
complete my
Clip
sentence,
coming.
and I'm
We
gonna
ain't
pass the
come.
mic.
Go Hoodoo. No, it's Hoodoo turn, y'all. Go Hoodoo.
And I'm gonna pass the mic. I'm gonna pass the mic. I promise. It'll be so
But
brief.
still, but still.
Once again, even if you claim that Congolese people contributed to building Kemet, the Congolese are not indigenous to Kemet. So pay homage to your actual ancestors. Stop booty clapping for people that you do not descend from. Checkmate.
Okay. So now the brother Hoodoo asked a question earlier to the Hebrews, and he asked one to the ancient Cometians, or the people who study the Kemetic science or information, right? He asked, do y'all, or can y'all show me any DNA evidence that we have any relation to these people? And the answer is absolutely yes, right? You can track it by
I
way
said
of the Y.
descendant, but go ahead.
I got you. You can track it by way of the Y chromosome if you want to take that route, or you can track it by way of E1B1A. Now, why do I say this, right? E1B1A, right, can be found in Egyptians such as Ramses III, right? His son, Ramses II, right? So we can't sit up here and say we can't find certain chromosomes and DNA in these people. Now, why is that so important? Let's just talk about why E1B1A is so important. E1B1A haplogroup is found in the largest percentage of African Americans. 65 to 70% of African Americans carry this chromosome. So when we up here talking about Kemet, and people want to know if we can trace ourselves back to Kemet, we surely can. We surely can.
Checkmate.
And humble myth. Really, you could shut me down. Just show me DNA evidence that you have Kemetic ancestry.
I just did.
Checkmate, brother.
I
Show
have
me. Have you
E1B1A. I am an African American. I
exactly?
carry the E1B1A gene.
Do you
That
know what that
gene can
means?
also be found in Kemet.
Exactly. Do you know what that
Yeah,
means?
humble. We
Hold on. Let me
showed him
respond
that
to the. I'm
already,
trying to have
and
a dialogue with the brother.
he's still
Brother,
trying to say
go ahead.
checkmate like he didn't lose. And then we just
I saw
exposed
where
the
that clip
fact that
at.
he said
I saw where the
Kemetic
clip at.
lineage
Checkmate.
instead of lineage.
Where's the clip, Asar?
What? This is
Asar,
gonna be
where's
the
the clip at?
second clip.
Wait, all right,
Where's your
let's hear it.
answer at? You ain't
Yeah,
answered
and let
none of
me
my
respond. I
questions.
was trying to
We
answer.
didn't
You cut
answer
me off.
all of your
I was
questions,
trying to answer.
and we clipped you
I'm
out
trying to
once.
answer.
Here
You
come the
cut me
second
off.
clip.
I'm trying to answer.
Here
You
come the
cut me
second
off.
clip, brother.
Humble.
I
All right, play the clip. Play the clip.
answer. He said he's trying to answer. This is the third time he said he's trying to answer. He ain't answered one of my questions yet. This is me talking about the
I'm trying to
subclass
answer.
DNA.
I thought you was playing the clip. Are you playing the clip? If not, let me answer humble. Let me respond to humble.
We
It'll be so brief. Brother, when
go
you
ahead.
speak about
Go ahead.
E1B1A, humble, can you hear me, brother? I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. When you speak about E1B1A and many African Americans having E1B1A and E1B1A being found in Ramesses, that's indication of a common ancestor, but that does not mean that you descend from Kemet. Checkmate, brother. Everyone with E1B1A, for instance, Yoruba and Igbo, both of them, a lot of them have E1B1A, but that doesn't mean that a Yoruba automatically has Igbo ancestry. So back to the focal point, and I answered your question. Please answer mine.
No,
Are you able to show me,
dumb.
brother? Allow me to speak, brother.
You
Yeah.
cannot.
So back to the focal point,
This brother,
brother.
this
Allow me to
brother
complete this.
Omar,
Don't be
this
scared.
brother Omar,
Hold on, y'all.
after
Listen.
Hercules and
Listen,
Humble go back.
goddamn.
Can I respectfully go
Yeah, we
after
can calm it
Hercules and
down. It's
Humble?
all right, brother.
You cannot
Now,
comprehend
humble,
anything that he said.
brother. It's all right, brother. You don't got a booty clap for humble. You
Stop.
don't got a
Stop.
booty clap for him, brother. Now,
Stop.
humble.
Stop.
Let me
You
ask you,
stop. No, because you did not comprehend anything
brother.
he said.
Goddamn, brother. Can I respond to humble? Can I respond to humble?
No, you cannot.
He
No,
don't
you
need
cannot.
your
Because
help.
I'm talking. No,
He
because
don't
I'm
need
talking.
your help,
No, I'm
brother.
talking. I'm
He
talking.
don't need
Hold on,
your
one
help.
mic.
He
One
don't
mic.
need your help.
I'm talking to you.
He don't need your help.
I'm talking to
He
you.
don't need your help, brother. He don't need
This
your help,
Omar.
brother.
I've
He
been
don't need
muted
your
out for
help,
over
brother.
20 minutes.
He don't
You've
need
been running
your
your
help, brother.
goddamn mouth. You
So the
gotta
point is,
let Hercules talk,
all right,
brother.
fuck it, Hercules, go ahead, because I know you want
Yeah,
booty
you
clap
gotta
for
let
Humble, so go ahead.
Hercules talk, brother.
Go ahead, booty clap
And
for
then I
Humble.
should
Go
go
ahead.
after
Herc was here
Hercules because
first.
I
Herc
waited.
was here first.
I waited.
Herc was here
All right, now
first.
you silent. All right, so the point is this, Humble, with all due respect, you could literally shut me down. Oh, you still going?
You
All right, go ahead,
keep doing
Hercules.
it,
Booty clap
man.
for Humble.
Yo,
We're not doing this. We're not doing
this
this.
nigga keep cutting Hercules off, man.
Are you booty
Shut
clapping
that
for Humble?
shut
We're
that
not
mouth
doing
up. Shut that mouth up and let
Come on,
Hercules
man.
cook,
All right,
brother.
brother, you're holding up the panel. The point is, any one of y'all, y'all could.
You keep doing the stupidity.
All right, brother, goddamn.
Everybody on the
Hercules,
panel,
cut this
it's
nigga off.
obvious to,
This
wait,
nigga
Omar,
off.
stop, Omar. It's obvious to all of us on the panel that you did not comprehend one thing that Humble
I actually
said.
responded. I'm trying to show you I comprehend. I'm trying to show you I comprehend.
No,
The point is this, brother.
What he had said.
All of y'all, cause
your comprehension.
every single one of you. Hold on, just listen. Every single one of you.
You do not comprehend what he said.
All right.
I
heard exactly what he said. I'm trying to respond to what he said.
You don't have.
I'm trying to respond to what he said.
I'm gonna let you go, Humble. I'll let you respond, but this brother, he don't have no
thank you.
resources on what.
And Humble.
He
And
has
Humble,
no
you said
resources on what he's talking about.
All right,
he
brother.
can't comprehend anything that you just said. It went over his head.
All right, and Humble, watch how. All right, but watch how brief my response is. Humble, you could literally shut me down in this argument. Just post DNA test results that you have Kemetic ancestry. Anyone on the panel could do it. Just shut me down. Checkmate.
So,
Checkmate.
let me ask
Just
y'all
shut me down.
Before y'all get in there, hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
Humble,
I can't hear you. Hold on, I can't hear you. I'm a drop down and come right back. I can't hear you. I'll stream y'all when I'll be right back. I promise.
So, Brother Mansa, you was making a great point, my elder. And he don't understand the difference between genetic relationship and direct ancestry. Just because, and he made a statement that was false. The Igbo and the Yoruba share a genetic link, which literally indicates to us that they were in the same region.
I'm here, brother. Go ahead.
Share genetic links.
But that doesn't. Humble, I'm gonna respond to you.
So listen.
All right, go ahead.
To show you my genetic link is not the same as showing you a direct ancestor. So I can show you my genetic links back to Kemet through the E1B1A gene. I can't go me and Ramsey shared the E1B1A gene. Do that mean he's my direct descendant? No. But
checkmate, brother.
DNA links, which means, hold on 1 second, which means we're the same type of human being.
Now, Humble, let me respond to you. And you see what I'm saying is very peaceful. Essentially, when you speak about these haplogroups, what you're saying is, and I would never deny this, yes, those are our cousins, but those are not our ancestors, brother. Do you understand?
If those
checkmate, brother.
How are those our cousins and they're not our ancestors, bro? That don't make
sense. That's my point, because you do not descend from them, brother.
If they were here thousands of years before we were, and without them, we wouldn't be here, how do we not descend from them?
Brother, you have cousins that are older than you today. That don't make them your ancestor. Checkmate. That's checkmate. So just anyone on the panel, y'all can shut me down. Just show me DNA evidence of Kemetic ancestry. Really. I'm not even trying to argue with y'all. Really. And I'll stand corrected. Let me complete the sentence. I'll pass the mic, I promise.
Yo, Hoodoo, check the source.
I'll pass the mic. Let me say one sentence.
No, check.
Let me say one second. Goddamn.
The ancient Egyptian DNA genome. It might help. It might help your argument.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, does anyone on the panel have DNA evidence of Kemetic ancestry? Checkmate. Just show it to me. I'll stand corrected. Checkmate. You see the silence? Y'all see the silence?
Yeah, listen,
God damn.
Some things some things are evidence. When you ask,
that's checkmate, brother. Does any one of y'all have DNA evidence of Kemetic ancestry that you can show?
Are you a geneticist? Hold on, time out. Are you a geneticist?
No, brother. Are you
Well, if you're not a geneticist, even if we did have it, how would you evaluate it?
show the DNA test results, brother? That's all you had to
would
do.
you evaluate it?
I would acknowledge it as true, brother. Just show it.
So I can show you anything and you acknowledge it as true?
If you show me your DNA test results and you had Kemetic ancestry, I would not argue with you.
You can't even argue with having a simple
Brother,
conversation.
do you have the
You can't
DNA evidence?
understand- Hold on one second.
Look how mad y'all are because y'all don't have the evidence.
Differentiation,
Brother, y'all mad because
then
y'all
how
don't
would
have the
you be
DNA
able to
evidence.
understand me showing you that
Uh-huh.
I'm Kemet?
Let me respond to you. Y'all mad because y'all don't have the DNA evidence. Checkmate. I'm not even mad. Look at me. Checkmate. Really, y'all don't have DNA evidence of Kemet. Checkmate.
Okay, fine.
My point still stands.
Hey, Hoodoo, you're right. You're
Yeah,
correct.
peace, brother. I'm listening.
You
Peace,
won,
King.
you won. Checkmate. Let's move the fuck on.
Yeah, let's move on because I cooked the whole panel. God damn. Y'all pseudo.
Yeah,
Let's
No, you
move
didn't
on.
cook the whole panel.
Enough of that
I'm
pseudo
not-
judo.
you didn't- hold
And you
on.
see Asar ain't come back with no clip. Asar ain't come back with a clip or DNA evidence. Checkmate.
I'm gonna say
Asar on mute right now. Asar ain't come back
I'm
with a
only
clip or
muted because
DNA
I'm looking
evidence.
for the
Yeah,
clip.
I'm
He had a
looking
lot
for
of
it.
talk
Keep
in
looking.
there.
Keep looking.
I'm trying to
Keep
get to
looking.
that part where you was talking about being
Yeah,
an
yeah,
African
try to get
American
to
with
it.
no
Try to get to it.
African lineage.
Yeah,
So we
all right, so
about
go
to
get it.
get to
Go
you.
get
As
it.
you can hear us
Yeah, go
talking
get
in the
it.
back.
Go get it, brother.
You about to get this
Go
work.
get it.
I'm just looking for.
You
Hold
talking
tight.
too much instead of looking. You talking instead of looking. Checkmate.
Well,
Hey,
can
All
I
right, but
say
we can move
something?
forward though.
Go
Can I
ahead,
say
man.
something?
Go
What's
ahead.
up, biggest
Peace,
Titan?
King. Peace.
Biggest Titan to the. What's up, biggest
Yeah,
Titan?
peace, man. To the panel, peace, A1, peace, Assault, peace, Humble Mystic, Omar, peace, Gideon, peace, Mansour, peace, Hoodoo, man. I know you're ready. We got smoke.
Peace. Peace.
Bro, come on, peace. What peace?
Peace. Peace, King.
Come on. Obviously, I hear you cooking. You're asking questions
check
about
one out.
DNA, getting onto the panel. So obviously, I didn't hear no one bring up the maternal DNA.
Exactly.
So that's where we
I
could
brought up
find
the maternal
Egyptian.
DNA. I brought up the maternal DNA.
Well, let's see it then.
I just came.
Hold on.
Let's see it.
How long you been watching this?
Listening. I just came in. So sorry about
Because
that.
you're not about to
Brother,
sit
let's see it. Let's see the DNA evidence. God damn.
when I
All right, look, I
read
got
about the
5 more minutes with y'all.
C1B1AJ.
I got 5 more minutes with
Hold on,
y'all.
let's let
So,
biggest Titan finish. Let's let biggest Titan.
all right, but I got
finish
5 more minutes with y'all. So when I leave, I'm gone. Peace.
Let's let biggest Titan finish. My bad, I didn't mean to interrupt biggest Titan.
Yeah.
You
I'll
might
give you a
leave.
second.
So obviously,
He's still gonna hit you in the
you've
head
got
when it's over. I just gotta dig up where you said it. I'm trying to find where you was talking about you was African American,
Yeah, keep
but you
looking,
didn't
brother.
have any African
Keep
lineage.
looking, brother. We don't want to hear your
I can't
excuses.
remember
Come
where
back
it's
with the
at,
clip.
but I'm looking for
Come
it right
back with the
now.
clip, brother. Come back with the clip. We
Oh,
don't
we
want to hear
coming?
your
We
excuses.
already clipped. You already
Yeah,
won.
we don't want to hear your
You
excuses,
still,
brother. Checkmate.
still got
Checkmate.
no.
Checkmate. What are
You
DNA
got
results?
punished earlier.
What are DNA
Remember
results?
we
Can I
caught you in
land?
the
Come on
lie
now.
earlier?
Come on
No,
now.
I can
Let's
answer.
let biggest
I
Titan.
said, "Are
Come
you
on.
Can I
agreeing with?"
land?
Hey,
No,
one mic.
you
Now,
said
He
right
panicking.
here. Are you
He panicking.
Kemetic?
one mic. Let's let biggest Titan.
Are you
Can I land?
Kemetic? Do you have any Kemetic lineage? So you already got cooked in your lie. Now I'm just pulling up second
Brother, where's the DNA
to cook
evidence?
you in your second lie.
Where's the DNA evidence?
Let's let
Checkmate.
biggest Titan
You
finish,
would
man.
you keep
We being
Where's the
clapping for
DNA?
yourself, but you
Let's have
already
some
got
decorum.
checked in. You just want to be your second checking
Checkmate.
in.
All right, but let the other brother go because you're
We
cooked. So go
supposed to
ahead.
be brothers. Come
And how
on, man, we
we
supposed to
cooked
be
if we just showed
brothers.
you lying?
Come on, man, we supposed to be
Did you say
brothers.
You ain't
Kemetic
never show me
lineage?
lying. Checkmate. You ain't never show me lying.
Come on, man. Let's let biggest
Yo,
Titan
Hoodoo.
finish now.
There is connections via the maternal DNA. So like L3E,
Well, I
L3E.
just want to see the DNA
Like,
test results. That's all I want to see.
you know what I'm
I hear
saying?
the claims, but I
The
just want to hear the
DNA test
DNA. I
results
want to
show
see the
that
DNA test
Congo were
results.
in ancient Egypt. It's
Go
over.
on
What they
Google.
talking about?
Brother, I
Now.
just want to see the DNA
No,
test results.
that
Do you want to have them?
the other DNA
Brother, where's the
results
clip? Hold
showed
on,
that
where's the clip?
the
Where's the
other
clip, brother?
DNA results.
Where's the clip?
We
Where's
showed
the
you
clip,
one.
Asar?
We showed you one.
Where's the
You shouldn't
clip?
be so eager
Where's the clip?
see that second one because the
Where's
second
the
one gonna
clip,
put you in
brother?
the dirt.
Where's the clip?
Second one gonna
Checkmate.
put you in the dirt.
Where's the
Now
clip?
ain't no checkmate.
Yo,
No,
Checkmate.
Asar,
just
yo,
listen.
Go
Asar,
find that
Asar,
clip.
can I
Niggas
get
be
him?
Yeah,
love.
go find
Yo,
that
it's
clip.
Omar. Yo, Asar, it's
Go
Omar.
find
Can I
that
get
clip.
this nigga right quick? Can I get him right
Pause.
quick?
Pause.
Yeah,
Can I
I'm
get
Pause.
him
just
right
Go
quick?
ahead.
listening.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just
Pause.
muting out so y'all
Can I
don't
get him
hear me
right
go
quick?
on over the word.
I
Pause.
did mute
Pause.
out
But you
for a
was
long
cooked
time. It's
already.
I
Omar.
got
Can I
3
can I
minutes
get
left,
this
so
nigga
get
right
it
quick?
in. I got 3
Can I
minutes
get
left,
this
so
You
nigga
go
don't
right
ahead.
quick?
even
I
need to
got
be
3
on. You
minutes
can
left, so go
rewind
ahead.
the tape and watch us cook
I
you
got 3
again.
minutes left,
When
so
I'm
go
Yo,
ahead.
watching.
yo, Asar, I got the
It's just be
Go
the
ahead.
answers.
second
Yeah.
time you
Asar,
got
Go ahead, Omar.
Asar, I got the answers. I
Yeah,
got
go
the
ahead.
answers.
Let's say the answers.
I got the answers.
Oh,
So
we covered the answers.
Let's hear the answers, bro. Go
listen,
ahead.
listen.
Well, the first one was you said
Listen.
there was
Brother,
no
I got
Kemetic
2 minutes
lineage.
left. I got 2 minutes left. Let him go. I got 2
You're
minutes
not
left. Let him go.
important. Yeah, you ain't said nothing
Listen,
Yeah,
yet.
because you're cooked, so let him go.
Times, and
Let
you
him
ain't
go.
answered none of our questions. So yeah, whether you on or off,
God damn.
all I need is
Y'all fighting over me. Pause.
1 minute.
Y'all
All I
fighting
need is
over me. Pause.
all I need is 1
All right,
minute
go
to
ahead.
20 seconds to 1 minute and 30
All right, go
seconds
ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
uninterrupted. Don't cut me off. Let's cook.
All right, go ahead.
Let's cook right quick. So this is how we gonna tie it in. The movement of populations from the Nile Valley in Northeast Africa into the borders of African continent is documented historically phenomenally.
Yeah, let's just see the DNA results. I want to see the DNA results.
Bro,
Do y'all have any
God
DNA results
damn,
that y'all got
man.
Hebrew
Yo, I
ancestry?
see what you're
Kemetic
doing,
ancestry?
man. Hey, yo,
All right, bro.
somebody gonna
I
have to
gotta
mute
go at
this
11.
nigga out, man.
I gotta go in 1 minute.
Nigga,
I gotta go in 1 minute. Do y'all have any
wasting
DNA evidence?
time. You doing that on, man,
Do
you
y'all
know what,
have any
man?
DNA evidence, brother?
Hey, let this nigga leave. Let this nigga
Yeah, I
leave,
just want to see the
and then
DNA
I'm gonna
evidence,
talk.
brother.
I'm gonna mute back out.
Yeah, I want to see the
because
DNA evidence, bro.
listen, nigga, I was
Where's the
finna go into
DNA
the
evidence,
DNA.
brother? Where's
Brother,
the
can I
DNA
go into the
evidence?
DNA? Can I please go
Show
into
me
the
that y'all got Hebrew
Yo,
or
this
Kemetic
nigga's fucking
ancestry, brother.
annoying as shit, bro.
Where's the DNA
Straight
test
up,
results?
man.
Hoodoo, let's go through this slowly. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
came
let's
up,
go.
so
Post
let's
the DNA test results,
chill with
man.
me at least. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta go in 1 minute, so go ahead.
Cool. So you've got the
Come on, man.
L3
This nigga just made me
haplogroup.
hit this
Hold on,
fucking
hold up,
Are you
man.
hold
hearing?
up, hold up.
Yo, this dude, man. Yo, this dude's fucking.
Bro, just show your ancestry.
Don't worry about it, Omar.
Hoodoo,
You gonna get the
Y'all can
short
shut me
cut.
down. Just show your ancestry.
hoodoo.
We
Go on
didn't take no
Google.
course.
Oh
Type
my
in
Yo, can I
God.
Macan
please I
I
women
gotta
just
Google.
listen?
LTD
Okay,
DNA.
All right, man. I
Hoodoo.
gotta
Go on
go.
Google.
But much
Hoodoo.
love to y'all. I
I
cooked
knew
the
this
whole
nigga was
showing
panel.
you
gonna
my
run.
Hopefully
thing. I'm
next time
showing
y'all
you
Yeah,
got
this
my
some
thing.
DNA
nigga,
test results.
Hoodoo.
I already knew.
Don't
I already
go.
knew he was
Hoodoo.
gonna.
Hoodoo. You listening? Go onto Google. Oh, you cut out.
Let me tell Poodoo, keep listening because I'm about to pull up that clip. So it's gonna be your second time on the stage, my brother. Let me tell
No, I see. So I see. This is my first time actually talking to him, and I saw him on another channel, and the one with Ashay, and Ashay immediately kicked him off and said he was banned from the channel, and I was laughing because I was like, damn, like what's up with the brother? Now I see why.
Nah, I'm not new to him still. I've known him from a couple years ago, man. He used to come onto one of my guys' platforms in the UK and he'll kind of troll. But as time goes by, I just try to avoid him and just try to not speak to him. But I ain't really got a personal issue with him because at the end of the day, it's all on the internet, you know what I'm saying? But he has no decorum. Like, he has no decorum at
That's the
all.
thing. No
Like,
decorum,
yeah,
and he has no.
I was kind of shocked you lot was talking to him. I'm like, bro, what? These guys entertaining him? Like, bro, this gonna go left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny because I mean we presented information to him that went over his head. He didn't understand it, and his whole thing was like, "Show me the evidence. Show me your DNA." I never took a DNA test. Why would I take?
I heard him claim indigenous American stuff. I thought he was on this No. He was always actually. He used to be called Mulatto. That's it. He used to be called Mulatto. So he's kind of been on this indigenous African voodoo. He's on this voodoo thing.
Show respect to King King Hercules, and I'll mute back out. Shut your damn mouth up. I already missed it, but did you?
I don't think Hercules was on when he was talking about the African.
No, that's it. No. That's it. That's it.
What?
That's it. Play that. That's it. That's it right there. Play it. That's it.
That was it.
Yeah, play that. That's it right there.
Hold up, I gotta go back over to it. I didn't know.
Cuts out at the end. I already found it. It cuts off at the end because
you
remember,
found it. Play it real quick.
No. It cuts off at the end because I don't know if y'all noticed. The actual stream ended and it's a new stream. So right when Asar, actually right when Hercules asked him that question, when that nigga said African American, it cut it off. So it's not on there because it started a new stream. Let brother Omar talk. Let Omar talk for a second. Let Omar talk. Because guess what? I've been in the background, and you know why this nigga ran? because he know I had all the answers. So let's first go back to what Asar said. Hercules, can you go back to the question that you asked him? Now, we all heard, this is the thing, we all heard this nigga say, oh, it's African American. So how in the hell can we have these origins? And he specifically said African American. Now, listen carefully. Now, because I don't know if y'all noticed, this is a whole brand new stream that started over. So the Hercules question that he asked him is not recorded. It didn't get recorded. I went back and I looked at all of it. It's the one I asked. Listen, I got it. Now, who I can't remember. Was it you, Asar, or was it Hercules that talked about the E1B1 trade? Because guess what? I'm finna bring out a cut. Hercules.
I mean, I got the whole DNA map right here that showed that it's African.
I got it, Asar. I got it. Hold on, Asar. I got it. Asar. Yeah, I got it. Brother Omar got it. Hold on. Brother Omar has it. Let's read verbatim. Genetic affinities and migration. While ancient Kemetic itself clusters mostly in northeastern Africa and in some other populations dealing with the green fertile populations. Scientists mapping deep genetic history have found broad continental ties for instances of certain Y DNA haplogroup O, such as E1B1A, exist both in West Africa and amongst the ancient and modern Nile Valley / Kemetic populations, indicating deep historical gain, flow, and migration across the Sahara over millennium. Ooh, that's the cut. Hold on. I got two more. I'll be quick. I just need one more minute. I'll be quick.
What was this? Was that from an Afrocentric?
Number one. Hold on. That's cut number one. Let's go to cut number two. Hold on.
I heard Kemetic. I'm with you though.
Let's go to cut number two. Listen, the connection between the Congolese people and ancient Kemet primarily stems from historical. It was a migration. Now, was the migration in mass? No, it was a remnant. So with Asar and Brother Hercules is not saying it wasn't no mass exodus into West Africa. It was a remnant. Which means it was a few, but there were some from Kemet to the Congo. Directly created the modern Congolese population. They are well documented historical threads that connect the two regions. Let's cook some more. Let's get this nigga the fuck out of here, man. See, these niggas had me side with African niggas, and it kind of pissed me off, but that nigga pissed me off even more. Let's cook some more. The movement of populations from the Nile Valley into East Africa and border and continental documented history phenomenon, often driven by climate change and successful foreign invasions. Notable scholars, prominently the Senegalese historian Sheikh Ati Diop, pioneered research suggesting that the migrations of ancient Kemites and related to Nubian populations formerly the ancestors and moved into the interiors of West Africa. You see how easy that was? That's why that nigga ran. Now, what I just said, I read fucking verbatim. This ain't Brother Omar's private interpretation. I'm not even saying that I agree with this. I read the E1B, I read the E1BA, the E1B1A DNA research that Brother Humble brought up. And then I brought up Sheikh Ati Diop, and then there's another historian, Samuel Johnson. Confirms what Sheikh Ati Diop said. So this nigga's cut. He cooked, and he ran. And what that nigga kept saying, game time, a game over. Whatever the fuck he kept saying, this nigga is cooked, yo. This nigga's a piece of garbage. And you know why he's a piece of garbage? That nigga who ran off the panel, he has no integrity to stand on what he said.
Brother Omar.
Listen, I just looked up. Hold on. I'm almost done, and I'll let y'all cook. I'm almost done. Brother Omar just looked up the fucking research that validated the point. So guess what? Asar MK was correct. Brother Hercules was correct, and motherfucking Brother Humble Mystic was correct. That's why that nigga fucking ran. I'm gonna mute out. That nigga's cooked. I bought out the motherfucking research and I read that shit verbatim. Get that nigga the fuck up out of here. Salaki.
This was part of my man's mechanism, his methodology. Like he'll come, talk over you, no decorum, cut out, and hope you lot still talk about him. The whole art of it is to not talk about him. You know what I'm saying? So when he's gone, forget about him. He's nothing. You know what I mean?
As I said,
no. Biggest site.
I know him. I don't know him directly.
Hey, Omar, stop cussing on my channel like that, bro. No, it ain't no Salaki. Fuck that Salaki, nigga. Stop cussing on my channel like you goddamn crazy. You niggas is so goddamn tough for no fucking reason. Chill the fuck out, nigga.
I
had to come up here on the panel just to tell you that you fucking tripping, nigga. I'm over here listening to YouTube.
Spooky time. My bad, nigga.
No, it ain't no spooky. It ain't never a spooky time. Stop doing that stuff on my stuff,
that nigga,
bro.
yo, he was.
And that's look. You asked for the keys this morning. That's why I just laughed. Like, why would I give you the keys? You don't even act right when I'm here.
I take the A1. I take the responsibility. I apologize. I digress
nigga,
from the
your apology, nigga. Because you're going to do it again. Because you're going to do it again. So you apologizing about some behavior you're not going to change. You're apologizing about behavior you're not going to change.
Listen. The good thing about Brother Omar, when A1 to listen, I'm not full of myself. If A1 give a solidified solid order, guess what? Omar shut his MF mouth up and regress from the profanity. My bad, bruv. I won't do it again moving forward, and I apologize. But the thing was, I wanted to bring out this information that I just brought out, and I read it verbatim. This dude who came up here, who argued with me, who argued with Hercules, who argue with evolutionists, who argue with Humble and the other brothers up here. The thing why he ran, because he knew from earlier, a little bit earlier. Listen what I'm gonna do. Everything that he said, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mute out. I muted out for 25, 30 minutes. And guess what? Guess what I did? I rewounded the TV. Went on there, muted out on my phone. I rewound on my TV, and everything he said, I just pulled it up. I just pulled it up. In fact, searched it. I just pulled it up. What Brother Humble said about the E1B1 trait, moving from the fertile green, the southern regions of Kemet, even up into the northern regions of Kemet. I just pulled it up and read the research of the E1B1 trade. So actually the thing was, the brother kept cutting Humble off. Humble was absolutely correct when he said about that E1B1 trade. And I just brought out the information. This ain't Brother Omar private interpretation. This ain't what, I'm not even saying that I believe in it. I'm just saying, based upon what Brother Asar MK, evolutionists, and what Humble Mystic said, they were absolutely correct with this information. The thing is, that dude kept talking so much. And listen. The next time this knucklehead come back up here, this is what we should be able to do. Because I noticed his tactic. This nigga wanted to ask us 10 million questions. And you know what? We had our backs against the wall answering all his questions. So guess what? A1, the next time this guy comes up on his panel, we should be able to put him on a hot seat. We need to ask him 10,000 questions, and now he's going to have to defend. and I think that's only right. I'll mute out.
He's a fan of
He's
mine,
dead
man.
in the
Every
water.
time when I'm on the panel, he loves to come on and chat to me, man. He's a
What's
fan
up,
of
real
mine.
quick? We got Heru the Guru in the building. How you doing this
I got a
day,
question
man?
for A1. He done left. A1, are you the only one allowed to curse on your channel? Because I don't know the rules. I'm just asking.
No.
I'm asking A1. I ain't asked you Omar. I ain't asked you Omar at A1.
Omar, mute up, Omar. Mute up.
Salaki, I'll mute out.
A1 just joined. A1, did you hear me?
No, he probably stepped away. The only reason I asked because he told the man not to cuss. He dropped like 4 F-bombs. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, damn, okay.
No, so Heru the Guru. Now, this is why I still respect and I love A1, because this is the thing here. This ain't Brother Omar channel. I don't come over here to push my narrative. I come over here to challenge the information. So guess what? This is A1's channel that he built from the ground up with hard work and dedication. So guess what? Because he owns this is his thing. Guess what? If A1 corrects me and tell me not to curse, I gotta say Salaki just means my fault or I'm sorry in the Paleo Hebrew. So I have to abide by that.
Ain't nobody say that. I asked you, was he the only one allowed to cuss? Omar.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's all I want to know the rule.
It's his channel.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. Let me correct that. Hold on. Before anybody say anything. Before anybody say anything else. Hold on, Omar.
I asked because I cussed a lot. That's just my mouth.
Before anybody say anything else, let me correct that notion. Not even A1 is able to come up here and act out on his channel. Hold on, sir.
Shit, he just dropped 4 F-bombs on the nigga.
A1 is not able to come up here and act out of character on his channel. He know, Brother Humble, attack him in the back chat. He come up here and he act. Hold on one second, Omar. Hold on one second. Even if A1 come up here and he act any out of spite or if he's tripping, he know Brother Humble will hold him accountable. He know he getting some type of message or call in that back chat. So no, not even A1 himself can come up here and act diabolical.
So
I just asked about cursing. I ain't asked about acting diabolical. I just asked about cursing.
I want to respond to Heru the Guru. Listen,
that's what I'm saying. A1 is right there to answer his own
I'm
question.
almost about to be
I know he ain't
about to be
done.
done. I want to respond to Heru the Guru real quick. Brother Omar, be quick. Brother Omar, be quick. I know. Here's the thing real quick, Heru the Guru. Sometimes we have a thing which is called spooky hours. So spooky hours is like 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, to where A1 allows us to use profanity. I forgot that because I'm in Arizona. I'm 3 hours behind. I'm in Arizona, so I'm 3 hours behind West Coast time. So that's why I was using it, forgetting I'm 3 hours behind. That's why I used profanity. But sometimes A1 allows the profanity, and sometimes he don't. So that's why I had to correct myself. So Heru the Guru, sometimes he does allow it. Sometimes he don't.
Fly, brother.
Let me say something.
Brother, that explanation don't fly with me.
Let me say something now. I've been a part of this, and in the past, it wasn't no decorum. A1 have always been trying to preach decorum on this channel. That's what we've been trying to move to. When he just reacted like he acted, it's because he was upset. He don't come on here just cussing and stuff. So if you ask him a question, if you asking the Christian Heru like, ain't nobody else gonna be cussing, but A1 gonna be cussing. No, A1 just had a episode because we've been trying to push that people not cussing stuff. And so when he see it, and then I was asking Omar earlier, and Omar actually know what we doing. Omar just getting in his emotions. So A1 is getting in his emotions to show to show Omar that no matter your emotions, we trying to hold to a decorum. That's why he reacted like that.
And you know it. Hold on, real quick. And you know what, Oli? And you know what, Oli? I respect everything you just said, Oli. And that's why Brother Omar had to humble himself down. And like I said, It's Salakia. My apologies, and I stand corrected for my brother A1 because I love him and I respect him. And I come on here knowing that that's his Jones, so I stand corrected. I'm gonna mute out. I just want to let my brother A1 know I stand corrected.
Go ahead, John.
A1, I don't know if you're mic, but go ahead. Everybody gonna be quiet. Everybody mute up. Let A1 talk, man.
Hey, A1, you there?
Y'all already know what A1 do. He probably gonna let us cook. He probably handling this business.
No, because his mic coming on and off. I don't know. He at work. Maybe he just can't. Maybe we just can't.
Yeah, he probably got a customer. He probably doing something in his store or something. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I'm gonna go ahead and mute out because I want to hear everybody else thing. But I want to say something to Asar MK. I provided those facts about the E1B1A that Brother Humble was talking about. I read the source. So that dude said provide DNA evidence. What did Brother Omar do? I brought it out to validate what Humble Mystic said in the question that he asked Brother Asar MK. But at the end of the day, Brother Asar MK cooked him. The other brother Evolution cooked him. I cooked him. The thing was, this brother was highly disrespectful. And I don't know if you noticed, Oli, and I don't know, A1 was listening. This brother, he continued to cut us off multiple times. And that's the only reason why I got rude. Y'all know how I do. Y'all know how I do. I greet the energy with the energy. Well, and that's the only thing I did.
Telling everyone,
that's right.
forget
brother Asar MK cooked that dude.
Everybody,
and guess what? He didn't want to answer the question.
New topic. This guy's in the background.
That's what I'm
listening,
saying.
and he's happy that you lot are still talking about him. Like if you don't know who Mulatto, Hoodoo Man, whatever his new name is.
All right, if I can really fast, I just want to say this really fast.
What's his name? Mulatto before that?
Yeah, his old name's Mulatto, but now
I remember that. Oh, okay, I remember him now.
Yeah, man.
So we have to remember, family, when we are having these conversations, right? There's a lot of general information, and then there's a lot of specified information. Me personally, Brother Humble Mystic, I don't feel as though I need to get into a specified conversation with a person if they can't even understand the generalized conversation that we're having. When we bring up like generalized conversation, gene pools, right? We can absolutely tell y'all who the quote unquote Israelites are today. We can tell y'all who the Greeks and the Phoenicians and the Egyptians and that there's something called genetics. That's general information. If you don't understand the link between genetics and us evolving as people, as culture, then we can't have no full-blown. We don't gotta go to the pyramids of Saqqara and the temple of Bat. We don't gotta go all the way there because you don't even understand the basis of anything first. So this is why we push scholarship, research. If you're gonna come up here and have these conversations, you gotta at least be able to or have just a general knowledge of what you're talking about. Don't just come up here talking out the side of your neck because you're gonna get checked every time you do it. This is why I appreciate the brothers like Massa Hercules, the brothers like Brother Quantum, the brothers, you know what I'm saying? Because these brothers are astute enough and they're not only just studied in the lanes that they know, but they also after each panel they go and refresh their information on other things. So now when we had these conversations, now we're not coming blind. We're like, oh well, we heard these arguments before, so I know a little bit about blah 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 blah. This is my opinion on it. We can't just keep coming from left field with these arguments. It sounds ridiculous and unscholarly, unsophisticated. I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak. Go ahead, y'all. I
got a question on what you just did. You just say that they have the Israelites genetics?
Yes. The Jews, the J haplogroup J goes right back there. That's if you take 100 Jews today, right, and take their DNA, they will go right back there to that land in which we call the Levant region.
Yeah, I know the Levant region, but what I'm trying to figure out though, because I did some little study on these Jews, I was like, damn, who is these Jews? Like, who the fuck are they for real? And it's real obscure. Like, they claim there's a bloodline Jew. They claim there's Jews that just decide to worship the religion and become a Jew.
Right.
And but I'm just trying to figure out who did they claim was this first Jew or Israelite that they could say, all right, let's take the DNA of them, so we'll know, okay, these are the main group of Jews or Israelites, and that's the DNA we gonna categorize as these people. I don't know. I would like to see that.
Humble Mystic.
I got you really fast. Let me respond to the brother. So when
Can I answer Guru question after you, Humble?
Yes, sir.
I just or I don't mind going after biggest Humble, biggest Titan, and then I don't mind going after biggest Titan because I want to answer Heru the Guru question. But okay. I'll mute back out.
So when we take Heru, when we take the ontology, the mythology away from these people, right, and we treat them just like another group of people in history, like the Greeks, the Romans, the Cometians, the Nubians, when we treat these group of people like that, then we have a whole geographic mapping of this people. I'm looking for another word that's escaping me right now. But when you look, then you can tell, okay, back in the day there were different little mini tribes. And then something happened. And then these little mini tribes came and formed an identity. And then this identity came and they took on the race of, occupying space in the known world. And then these people right here, they formed a quote unquote, what we call today a religion. And then this religion took shape into another whole religion. And then later, it was the birth of a whole nother religion, forming the Abrahamic religion.
Can I stop you right there, though?
That's what. And I'm gonna land my plane with this. I ain't gonna be too long. I'm gonna land my plane with this. And so, even with that, we can see a tracing of a people and who they are, and we know this group of people is not the same as the Central Northeast Africans.
Okay, this is what I want to add to that, because me and Humble was kind of like going back and forth with something I wanted him to explain to me. I know y'all want to get into this because it's a good topic, but let us at least get our initial. Because I want him to explain it to me. I listened to his little truth thing. I liked that. I wanted to ask
anthropology is the word I was looking for earlier too, though, y'all.
All right. The only problem,
anthropology of these people. Go ahead.
Okay, the anthropology. I'm glad you brought that word up, because there's a time where we could look at these tribes and it's really more of us trying to trace who they are on historical written documents, wherever we can find them. They weren't really doing DNA tests back then, as we know, to say, all right, we got a mapping of these group who said they were these people at this time. We just really not start doing DNA. So I'm pretty sure they dug up a few, people in those regions.
Right.
But the problem with that is, the deeper you go, the older you get into the history. So how deep are they actually digging? Who are these people they're digging? And we already know they got a narrative.
Right. And what we see is that narrative is an amalgamation of people. See, we have to separate the narrative from the anthropology, right? When you just take the anthropology, you see the anthropology shows that these people are an amalgamation of events. You see what I'm saying?
The Jews, when you say these people.
Yeah. The Jews.
Okay.
They are an amalgamation of a series of events that took place in history. How do we know this? Well, we can track the migration from Sierra down to Kemet Then we can map the inland migration, right, from the inland Canaan up to the highlands of Canaan, right? We can map these cultures, the Amorites, the Hittites, right? We can map all of these cultures. We know what they were doing. We know what gods they were worshiping. We know what they were writing on pottery. A lot of people like to say, what y'all call it, Proto-Canaanite? I mean, Proto-Hebrew. When the real language for it, or the real script for it, is Phoenician Canaanite, because there was no such thing as a Hebrew during the time as Phoenician Canaanite. That language came, or that script.
Wait,
came
so humble mystic. What I want to know is, are you trying to say that there's no DNA that can connect a West African to the Levant region? Is this what you're saying?
No.
No, we're not really saying that. I'm more saying that than he is. And to be honest.
Yeah. What I'm saying is we can tell that, because a lot of Hebrew Israelites today, they're confusing, because on one hand they say we are African people because we can go to Africa, we were people from this land, and the people from Africa because we can go there and we can find certain traditions. Some people will say, well, Africans are the cursed children of Ham. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is these people dwelt in a certain region. When we get to Israel, this was a certain demographic of people who emerged at a certain time.
That's the problem I'm having, the demographic.
From the accumulation of other tribes, the Shashu of Yahweh and the inland Canaanites. This is why we can't, when people try to find an origin of the Israelites, there's no one definite origin.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Why? Different tribes and different cultures.
Okay, then. So if that's the case, what event will stamp them officially as an Israelite? Then, if they all different tribes coming from different places.
The Bronze Age collapse.
The who?
The Bronze Age collapse.
In 1177 BC.
No, at 1208. From 11
to
12.
Yeah, that's basically yeah.
So the Bronze Age collapse was a whole event, right? And what happened during the Bronze Age collapse, just a general overview, was the Egyptians was losing power and trying to mitigate, or they were losing power, but they were trying to keep control of the Shashu and them. They were trying to keep them out of their borders, but they were losing power. And so what happened was the climate got so bad they had to move. They had to move to the inward lands or the highlands of Canaan. Now, this same event affected the inland Canaanites as well, right? And so with this event, they had to deal with a whole other group of things that was going on. And so they moved to the inland of Canaan. Now, these two groups brought their own two cultures. The Shashu had their own culture, and the inland Canaanites had their own culture. But what started happening over time, right, is they started merging their cultures together. This is why I always tell people the Bible is the birth certificate of this. How? Because in the Bible, you can see remnants of the Shashu people, Yahweh. But you can also see remnants of the Canaanite people, El. These are both started off two distinct separate deities, El and Yahweh, right? A Canaanite deity, right? And the Shashu deity. And they came together and merged and became one deity. This is how y'all got monotheism. This is why Asherah got kicked out. Moloch got kicked out. They all got kicked out. And y'all settled on Yahweh. And y'all use El because of the political power. This is what their story tells. But they don't want to deal with that because they want to keep the narrative. When you keep the narrative, now you got to add Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Ishtar, and Eber, and ain't none of that.
But you know what, humble mystic?
I ain't gonna lie.
Can I talk? Yeah? Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so cool. I believe, humble mystic, that you're definitely onto something. You're making a point, but there is Egyptian roots as well. They have got Egyptian connections, heritage as well. As much as they've got Shasu and the Canaanite, they've got Egyptian heritage because there's certain things and traits about Jacob that connects him to the Heru cult. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, that's a motif. Jacob wasn't a real person.
yeah. So if we're not gonna get so if we're talking on the scripture, based on the scripture, even down to any scripture that deals with mentioning this individual, he knew the Horus way.
But that even though all that shows is one culture adopting the motifs of another culture. That's what we see.
Even the story of Elder Heru and him versus Set, this like they're twins in this one, because you've got different versions of the Heru story. You've got one version where he's a nephew of Set, and you've got another version where he's a twin, where they're dueling.
Note that these are stories, family. These are
stories.
I know that these are not real things.
Where I'm trying to land with, definitely I hear you. Where I'm trying to land with is that they took something that was familiar to their culture. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
So with the Egyptian elements, it was familiar to them. You know what I'm saying? Even down to the Phoenicians that you're talking of. They're drowned in Egyptian elements. So as much as we're saying Phoenician, like who are the Phoenicians? You know what I'm saying?
No. So the reason we can find the Kemetic influence in a lot of cultures is because they were once one of the greatest superpowers on the planet Earth at one point. And so they did trade with a lot of people. So you can see a lot of Egyptian like hieroglyphs or symbols on a lot of, like, if we want to say the Canaanite coins or with the Phoenician codes, we can see a lot of that because we know they interacted. But that don't mean they were the same people. Now,
no, I'm not saying they're the exact same people. What I'm saying is that the Israelites was birthed out of Egypt. So they would have had Egyptian ancestry, not to say that they would.
There is some stories that the Israelites are the Kemets that got pushed out by the Muslims, eventually go to Timbuktu, to eventually start all that shit.
Those stories are false.
I don't know why you can say it's so false and yours so true. This is history now. This is history.
I'm gonna explain to you why. The reason I say those stories are so false is because, number one, there's no large migration ever can be reported out of Egypt.
There is.
No, it's not. We can find a small. Hold on 1 second. We can find a small migration, but the small migration out of Egypt, right, that we can find by a foreign group of people are called the Hyksos, and they were moved out of the land, and they were small. This was no large, but even on those terms.
Humble Mystic, have you seen the source before? You know about this source, Humble?
All I'm saying is, I don't know which.
Bro, that comes later in history.
Yeah, I know. No. You don't even know what I'm gonna say. But do you know about that source, though?
Yes.
Okay,
but the Ptolemaic period comes later in history.
Yeah. That's not no issue.
But when we're talking about Ramses, now when you were talking about their connection with the Kemetic people, right?
No.
There's no dispute that Ramses and them had land or had territories in the Levant area. There's no dispute about that. We know that. But that doesn't make
I don't think you know where I'm going, you know. I don't think you have a clue what I'm about to do. All right. So cool. Do you have knowledge of the Garamantes?
Yes.
Do the Garamantes have Egyptian heritage? Or Kushite, Nile Valley, do they have Nile Valley heritage or influence?
Yeah.
Oh, so then you do that. We're in agreement somehow then. So, you know what I mean? They did, like, you could say in hypothetically speaking that the Egyptians did migrate to West Africa then. I'm not saying the Garamantes are Egyptian, but they 1,000,000% got Egyptian heritage and culture. You know what I'm saying? Especially the way they bury their folks.
Migrate, because we know the Egyptians migrated out of it. We know that. But let's use the word
Ptolemy's account. He documents one of these peoples. Then
driven out.
They've documented.
That's what I'm saying.
Because here's the thing: whenever Egypt or whenever the Kemetic people have seemed to be driven out, and Master Hercules, if you're there, please.
I'm not saying anyone was driven out. I'm not going on by that driven out, ran out talk. According to the Greek sources, they went on a campaign. They followed one of the Garamanti kings into the Niger, into the sub-Sahara Africa, to put them people back on manners, because certain people weren't on manners. What the Roman author's saying is that the Garamantes are black, but they're not as black as the Kushites. The Kushites, them, are jet black. The Garamantes, they're cute black, they're beautiful black, but they're definitely Ethiopians. So
wait a minute. Whose literature described these people so elegantly?
This is why I showed the source.
I'm just asking.
It's in Claudius Ptolemy's works. He's in the 2nd century when he's basically all the maps.
Up here. This the brother right here who need to be up here. What's up, brother Samkar?
My brother Humble, and shout out to the whole chat. My brother from England, I hear you. This is this is some of the stuff I wasn't going to show. I just try to bait my brother Hoodoo to get in. This is the DNA chart right here, right? So you can see Thuya, Yuya, Amenhotep III, King Tut. All of them have the South African.
We ain't saying nothing to South.
Yeah, pull it up some. Pull it up some. You had it down too low.
Hey, you got to make my bubble bigger because I'm in my truck. I can't share. But I can show from my screen.
Okay.
If you put me on the main screen. Show me on the main screen, Humble, then I can show it real quick. Because this is the yeah, there we go. So this is the DNA chart right here. As you can see, this is what we find. We're finding Southern African, we're finding African Great Lakes, we're finding tropical West African, Horn of Africa, and Sahelian is 39. When you talk Levantine, it's only 0.40%, Arabian 0.12. So you can see the greater DNA samples in these people from King Tut to Amenhotep III to even Yuya and Thuya are African. Now, these are the types of things I would start to get into if we were doing a debate. But I want my brother Hoodoo to come get on the stage and let's do a debate, because you know you my brother, but you kind of pot shot a lot. And I want to get you on the stage so that you can see where your information really stands. We got all of that right here. My brother Humble knows already. My brother O pointed it out for you as he read the rest of his information. But come get on the stage so we can really get busy. The second thing, when we look at the Israelite, you notice that it's E1B1. When you look at the ancient Egyptian, you notice it's E1B1. So when they go to Mount Gilgal, and I point the fact out, the only thing that makes you an Israelite is a second circumcision. That should tell you something. You're really from ancient Egyptian origins, because the Fulasha and the Fulani are the Ethiopians that convert to being Israelites. Those are some of the bodies you find over there. Plus, in later times, even when Ptolemy took over, ancient Egypt had Heliopolis in the same place you currently have Israel. They pushed it that far out. So there should be no question who's who and what's what and how it got there. And let me stop because I got to drop.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Elder, because that goes to what you was just talking about, Big Titan, when you pulled up your source and you were asking me, did I know about the source and the black people there? And I was telling you that they were Ethiopians, just like Brother Samkar.
No, the Garamantes.
Yes, they were the Ethiopian people. And they were the ones that went, but see, they don't know this information. See, we can't talk to this stuff about the Hebrew Israel. They don't know this. They're going by the book and all. They don't know this.
No, you know, listen. In that source I just showed you.
Let's shut up one more part. There go the North African and Mesopotamian portion right there. It's little.
Wait. Let me talk to Humble quickly. In that source I showed you, the author calls the Garamantes are not recognized as the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians are the Kushites. Like, let me read it out to you, man. You know what I mean? So when when you're talking of the guy like West Africans, they're not really. They're like false Ethiopians, shall I say? They're not the Ethiopians. So hold on, let me.
So they didn't come from Ethiopian heritage.
This is why it's kind of
like Assam Khan. Do you hear this?
Actually, Assam
like a
Khan is
debate.
wrong. Assam Khan is wrong and humble. I don't know what you on today, bro. Peace to you anyway. But man, you what's good, fam? You in the lower thirds with this today, bro. And
humble mystic.
And I'm glad Assam Khan see him today, because you know what I would ask Assam Khan why he's showing us all that DNA and haplogroup breakdown. What groups is he specifically talking about? Because he said, and here's where he's wrong. He said the Israelites are E1B1. No, they're E1B1A. That
would be Egyptian. That would be Egyptian.
No, it's not. Listen,
yes, it is.
Listen, E1B1A is Semitic.
That's
Don't
also
play with
Egyptian too, brother.
Hold on. Listen.
Conversation we had a long time ago.
E1B1. Hey, listen, bro. E1B1A is different than E1B1. E1B1A is Semitic. Listen to me, man. Hey, listen to me, bro. I know you caught right now, but let me finish. Let me get this out. E1B1A is Semitic origin. This is why when you look at the Ramesside dynasty, although they're considered to be Egyptians, they are of Semitic origin. Y'all gotta stop playing with us and humble. Don't you dare fix your lips. Don't you dare fix your lips to say Israelites don't know about that. We've been on this for 2-3 decades, bro. Y'all just not listening and understanding it because y'all only listening to the cats that be screaming on the street corners. They may not know about it, but there are those of us who've been doing this work, bro. So, Asar M. Khan, when you show us those breakdown, haplogroups are based on what? Asar M. Khan.
What you mean? Like what?
What do they base the haplogroups on?
Like the RNA you talking about?
Regardless, when they talk about haplogroups, right, and they break them down, they're following migration patterns in languages. Am I correct?
The subclade. Well, not just that, they're also talking about the RNA inside of the haplogroup, which traces it to a certain people. So this is why we can trace it to Southern Africa.
See, this is what I'm saying. Nobody looks up haplogroups and understand what the determining factors are when they are looking at haplogroups. But y'all keep always showing us haplogroups. They're based on languages and groupings of languages in certain areas. So when we see Bantu speakers, we know typically what haplogroups we're going to find among the Bantu speakers.
See, you're gonna make me do it to you, Yara. I did it to him.
I'm gonna make you tell the truth.
Yo, Yara. Yo,
before
Yara, this Omar.
Yes, sir.
Yo, Yara.
Shalom,
Yara. Shalom. Hey, you kind of cut me off, and the thing is, I agree with everything you saying. I was just finna bring that out.
Oh,
but
I didn't even hear you. My bad.
I was yo. Can y'all please give Brother Omar 2 minutes?
Wait. Before anyone,
let me respond.
No. Let me just respond real quick. I agree. I wait. I'll mute out.
Yeah, we're gonna let Asar answer.
Wait. Asar and big up Elder Yara. You man just came and like taking over. Like I wanted to like get kind of build.
Hold up, bro, because
we're gonna get back to you.
Yo,
we're gonna hold on, y'all. We're gonna get back to
Black Sage is an elder. He is an elder. He is an elder. And even though we believe in Bible,
hold on, everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on.
I agree with a lot of that brother saying. I don't mind waiting. Listen, I don't mind waiting extra time.
Hold on.
All
Yeah.
I was
So
going,
let me
all I
let me
was,
Hold on.
all I,
Everybody,
listen,
hold on.
listen.
Everybody, hold
All,
on. No,
all I
listen,
wanted to
listen,
say
y'all.
is I
Listen.
don't mind waiting extra
I know
time,
it.
and I'm a
That's
mute
what I
out.
was about to
I
say.
don't mind
That's what
waiting.
I was about to
What can
say.
I read something and
If
just
y'all
mute my
listen,
mic
if
so
y'all
Humble
listen
Mystic
real
can
quick,
hear
if
what's
y'all
going on?
listen real quick, if y'all listen real quick, please. Okay, there's confusion for no reason. In the chat, Omar asked, could he speak after Hugh
Me.
was speaking?
Me. He said,
Or
can he speak after
After
me? I
me,
didn't
because
even
I
get
was
to
after
about to
Titan,
finish.
respond to
after
Yara.
Titan,
Asar came in,
after
back,
Titan. He did. He
everybody
said
struck
after
off.
Titan. I told Omar, I said, yes, as soon as Elder Yara say something, because Elder Yara had just came up.
Oh,
Elder
let him go.
Yara then directed it to Asar Akim. So did nobody step over you, Big Titan, or nothing? That's just the way that the direction went, because Elder Yara
No, I
didn't
don't
know
mind
about the
even
inside.
muting my mic and being quiet. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
you gonna
see the
get your.
source I showed. I wanted to read it to Humble Mystic, so it's not like I'm just saying things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oli,
we got you.
Hey, yo, Oli, this Omar, hey, yo, Oli, this Omar. I don't mind waiting even more longer. I'll wait.
Got you.
I
So
don't mind. I'll wait.
we're gonna let what we're gonna do is we're gonna let Biggest Titan. If you remember Elder Yara's question, sorry, can you keep that on your hat? We'll let Biggest Titan finish with
Yes, sir.
then we'll step
Yes,
right
sir.
in.
So this is what I wanted to read to Humble Mystic, because he's saying that the Garamantes are Ethiopians. So the source says, in the summer solstice, they do not have the color of the Ethiopians. This is talking about like the Niger and West Africa, yeah? Nor is the rhinoceros and elephant to be found yet. In places not far south of us, the inhabitants are moderately black, such as from the same cause are the Garamantes, whom Marinus himself describes and whom he places neither under the summer solstice nor north of it, but too far to the south, in the regions around Meroe, the inhabitants are very black and closely resemble the Ethiopians. So what in other places as well in this source, when it's talking about Ethiopians is regarding the East Africa, like Kush, Sudan. But when it's generalizing on Ethiopians, sometimes it will even show you that it's kind of generalizing. It's not talking about these Ethiopians, another type of Ethiopians. So I'm not negating there's Kushite heritage link or whatever, but I'm saying what they're documented and known as. They're not really known as the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians were the people of Kush and Sudan. Garamantes were loosely known as Ethiopians. Loosely.
Can I ask you a question?
Basically means you would
Do
agree with
you
what
know?
he said
Do you
initially.
know that Ethiopia used to be a locale region instead of a place?
Yeah, I think in Central and East Africa is this. It's Kush. It's that region.
So when a person back then was known as an Ethiopian, they wasn't speaking of the place. Oh, this is an Ethiopian person. It was saying they was coming from that region. So we know they wasn't called Ethiopian, but they were coming from that region in which that time period was called Ethiopia.
Where was East Africa? But they weren't solely. That's not their sole genealogy though. Like they've got there's so much different documentations about the Garamantes and their heritage.
Migration don't determine genetics. Movement.
No, but regarding the Garamantes, scholars today they say they're Afro-Semitic.
That's what?
That just means their language is Semitic. That don't got nothing to do with the locality.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Your source just said they're from the south. So yeah,
that's our old source.
That's going to take us off brand.
Scholars. I'm not talking about first century, second century
information.
Modern scholars are saying that the Garamantes are of an Afro-Negro Semitic stock. We're not talking culture.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Why
you think the Garamantes are so significant? They're very blimp on the radar.
Why the Garamantes are so significant? Because these are the pre-ancient Ghanaians who everybody talks about and gaggers over.
The who? The Ghanaians.
I like this guy. Bring it out.
Those are very they're like blips on the radar. I don't
Well,
even think
Yeah, we
I'll
don't
they.
win
leave
no
that
South
convo
Africa,
for
but
another day. But this is where we all should study Africa, innit? We all love Africa, right? I think we should
Absolutely.
all study it properly, thoroughly,
All right.
meticulously,
Let's get back
I
diligently.
Yeah,
think you
let's get back
You
found a
know what I'm
little
saying?
different research angle and you just clinging
So,
on it. Like it's
so
a little
look,
bit. Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
everybody
something you
talks about
Let's get back
found
things
to the
and
out
grind.
there.
Yeah.
no one
They
else
don't
found.
really
It's
If
think
I
they really
can,
know
really
who they are.
fast,
You know
if
what I
I
mean?
can. So oftentimes what people do is people take history and they condense it into very large,
Hey, I'm not
very
telling you
small
my opinion.
portions,
I'm not
and they
telling you
try
my
to make
opinion.
it seem like
Oh, no,
everything was happening at one point, right? This is why when we're speaking about these things, we're all over the place because we're speaking about different times in history. You do realize that, Titan. So if you're going to come from this angle that you're coming from, you have to get your timelines in order. You have to understand.
That's 2nd century, bro. The ancient Ghana Empire has been ruling
Okay,
from the
2nd
1st
century.
century, according to tradition.
2nd century what?
According to
Is 2nd century
tradition?
what?
Yeah, but I'm
Hold up,
African,
Walter.
so
We
we
gonna get
take
into
honor in tradition. I get you though, but
Oh, okay.
we take honor in tradition, so it's not a laughter thing.
Okay, but your
Tradition
tradition
very
is 2nd century
important.
what?
Pardon?
2nd century what? BCE?
So
CE?
so Ptolemy's map, which the Arabs translated, this is where they get the knowledge of Ghana from.
Okay.
This map goes back to 150 AD.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's
when the
the one I
Arabs are
pulled up
documenting
before.
locations, they're translating it from the Greek sources. Within the Greek sources, it talks about the land of Ghana. I'm not telling you my opinion. I'm telling you what's in academia. Probably old academia, not today, but this is part of the reasons why Ghana
Use
was
bathroom.
called Ghana.
But you
They
so
didn't
far in the
just
future though.
randomly wait. They
Hold
didn't
up,
just
y'all, because
randomly
y'all
name
took the
themselves Ghana.
conversation somewhere
It
else.
was
That's why I
something
wanted to just
discussed,
go first.
talked about. They had to provide evidence. They had pushback from
What does
European
that have to
scholars.
do?
Don't
You
even
get me?
ask
So
me,
there's a
because
whole
we gonna
debate.
we go
I've
into
got
the
He's so
whole
far in
other
the
I've got a
future,
source
bro.
where it talks about this whole
Yeah,
debate
Am I
regarding the
tripping or is
people
he
trying
like
to name
far in the
themselves
future
Ghana.
from the
You know
yeah,
what
he
I'm
conversation?
like
saying?
I
fine. He
told,
done
what did
took
I
the
just tell you,
conversation
Guru?
somewhere
They
totally
like
different.
to smash.
This nigga way in the future.
Yeah, that's
My
why I
man
wanted
say
to just get it in
170
real quick
AD.
so we can be done with. So let's go back to the original
I'm
format
telling you
real
the
quick.
opinions of the ones who founded Ghana. Then that this is their
We're not even
sources. This is their
disputing you
info.
because we're not even in your
So
Yeah,
time
before you
right
start
now,
saying
brother.
what you did was
let me show you
basically
this.
prove Humble right when he
Salakia,
told you that they
Hold
come
on,
Salakia for
from the
don't
cutting y'all
south
shoot
and
the
brothers
from the
off
west.
messenger.
again.
Do not
Salakia for
shoot the
cutting y'all brothers
messenger.
off again. This Omar.
Do not shoot the
Y'all are
messenger.
digressing.
Yeah?
Y'all are
Don't shoot the
digressing from the
messenger.
original question. Y'all
Exactly. That's
Do
what
not
I'm
shoot
trying
I
the
to
know
tell
messenger.
it.
him.
And that's
Listen,
what I started with humble.
Yeah?
no. Listen.
Don't shoot the messenger.
This was the
Just
brother's
telling you
original
what's
question.
documented.
Listen. This was the brother's original question. And here's the thing. Hey, yo, humble and Oli, control the panel because this is what we got to do. When somebody asks a question, everybody should get a chance to go around before we move the bar. Because now what y'all didn't move 2-3 questions ahead. Listen, this was the brother's original question. Listen.
We can look at these tribes, and it's really more of us trying to trace who they are. Historical written documents where they weren't really doing DNA tests back then, as we know. That say, all right, we got a map of these groups who said they were these people at this time. We just really not started doing DNA. So I'm pretty sure they dug up a few, you know, people in those regions.
Heru the Guru was talking about the Israelites. Listen.
Oh,
right.
How deep are they actually digging? Who?
So this is the thing. Brother Omar wanted to stick to the question. What y'all did, I muted out for 25 minutes. Y'all brothers answered the question. I never had a chance to answer Heru's question. And then what y'all did, y'all pushed the conversation forward, but before other brothers had a chance to answer the question. Go around the panel. When a question is asked, give everybody their due diligence to speak and answer each question before we move on and forget about other brothers that didn't even have the answer to the question. And then we got other people asking 10 more questions. So now what Brother Omar got to do, guess what? I'ma still mute out and let y'all talk. But now what I got to do, what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to go back 20 minutes to answer Brother Heru question, and I never had the chance to answer.
Right.
I'm gonna mute out again.
Exactly.
I remember Omar was meant to be after me. That's why.
Hold up, because you going no, because you gonna go elsewhere, and we could get into that conversation after. But let's finish this.
All I remember is that Omar was meant to be after me. That's all I remember.
Hold on 1 second, Big Titan.
No, it was supposed to be me after you.
A little bit of
So let me.
It was.
So number one, I'm gonna point out something really important. Number one, when Heru asked that question, he asked that question to me. And I think I'm pretty sure I answered that question. I brought up the language. We can go into the anthropology, the culture. These are some other things. Humble. Hold on 1 second. Omar, I got you. Hold on. I'm taking control of the panel. I'm coming to you next, Omar. Listen, I'm taking some control of the panel, and I'm coming to you next. I promise you, Brody. I got you. So I answered, with the anthropology question. I ain't gonna be too long, but I answered with the anthropology, with the scripts and the culture and the building of the houses. These are some other ways outside of genetics that we could tell who these people are and how we can trace them in history, right? Number two, my man Omar feel like, hey, listen, we ain't getting enough. We hopping in round robin. So let's get some structure in here. Let's get some round robin. And so I'm gonna open it on up. Go ahead, Brother Omar. It's on you. Go ahead. You got your time, Brody.
I appreciate that, Humble, and that's why I respect you. You always give a brother to stand. So I want to go back to the Brother Heru's original question. Mm-hmm. We know that these people have an agenda. So when they're doing these DNA tests, what do they go off of? So Humble, and this ain't no shot. You know what? I'm not gonna take a shot at nobody. I'm just gonna stand on business. Here's a direct answer to that brother's question, who I just played. Here's the answer to your question. Guess what? They do have an agenda. You know why they have an agenda? So here's the thing. When you ask the question about DNA, who do the people that they take these samples from to compare the DNA to the ancient Israelites? And you know what the answer is? They take the white boys' DNA samples that are in Israel now.
I agree with a little bit of that too.
Yeah, thank you. And
they are whitewashing some of that shit. They are they are stealing cultures. They are replacing motherfuckers. I do agree with that a little bit.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Now, all I need is 1 minute to cook. This is why they doing it. Now, when they do archaeological digs, do they pull DNA from archaeological digs to compare them to the Paleo Hebrew people that was there around these times of antiquity? No. And hold on, and then to add on to it, do you know what Netanyahu recently did? He banned DNA from me, I, and you, DNA, all those. He banned it. Why would this dude Netanyahu, which real name ain't Netanyahu, he has a straight freaking some upper European name. I got the information, but I don't want to dive into that because I want to be quick. So the thing is, they're using it as a weapon to suppress the true children of Israel. Second point, when you go to the Bible and Paul, what did the dude say? Ye thou speaketh Greek, but looks like an Egyptian. So if somebody gonna tell me that Egyptian people at that time look like some goddamn European. No,
some
they were high.
Muslim motherfuckers.
You
Excuse my
you,
friend.
brother.
Oh yeah, I
Thank
forgot.
you. No, and that's why.
Let me get 20 seconds, and I'm gonna let y'all have. Let me. I gotta add 20 seconds to that, Omar, and then I'm letting everybody
go ahead.
go.
You got 20 seconds. You got 20
All right,
seconds.
because I looked up. I wanted to see how much DNA they actually found in mummies, because y'all was talking. And I looked. I said they only got 100 published DNA samples of these mummies. They found M1, U6, U5, U3H, HV, ROR2, J, TK, N1, IWA, all these different ones. North Africa, Levant, North Africa, some Europe, some Southwest Asia. So it says only 100 basic mummies. But then I looked at the kings, Tutankhamun, Ramses II, Ramses III. They did not publish them. So I said, why they ain't publishing the kings, the real heroes back then? They don't want us to know what they DNA represent, but they gonna publish a bunch of little dust ass so-called 100 mummies they found. Man, it sounds to me cherry picking.
Off of that. Yeah, good thing, and I appreciate that, brother. Let Omar cook. You know why they doing that, brother? Because they're trying to suppress a narrative, and that's why right now, Netanyahu pushed that narrative and made it Jewish, not Israelite. Because guess what? Can't none of them white boys say I come from the tribe of Judah. I come from this tribe. I come from this tribe. I come from the tribe of Ephraim. I come from the tribe of Zebulon. They never say that. They use a specific term. So the thing is, they're trying to suppress information. And guess what? Well, guess what? Whenever they do archaeological digs right now, that's going on. Guess what they do? They shut that shit down. They shut it. Salaki, my bad. They shut it. They shut it down. I know. My bad. I'll watch it. They shut it. They shut it. Listen. They shut the archaeological digs down, and then what they say is ongoing. They say it's ongoing. So let's take a couple of steps back. Why did the Israelites always flee? Why did the Israelites always flee into Kemet? Why did the Israelites always flee into Kemet? You flee into the Kemet to hide. Now, if I'm a so-called Caucasian-looking person, am I going to flee into Kemet to hide, to blend in? Absolutely not. They fled into Kemet because they resemble, like I gave the one example when they talked about Paul. They mistaken Paul for an Egyptian, but he said no. He said no. I am a Grecian, directly from Grecian, but he said also though. An Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin. Let's push this information forward. But hold on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm just gonna make a connection. I'm almost done because I'm trying to make a correlation and a connection. So the thing is, when we look at people like the Fulani and the Tuareg people, they were herders. What did they herd? Cows. Now, when you look at this Tuareg people that pushed all through the green fertile, what did they do? Was they hold on? They were nomads. Were they isolated to one region? Were they isolated to one region? No. They had clemency. They had clemency to push through multiple different regions because they're herding their flock. Do what did Brother Yara said? No. Due to migrational patterns. It's the same thing what Yara said. Migrational patterns. That's something y'all gotta understand.
Hey, Biggest Titan, I want to ask you real quick. Was that a golden goose in your hand?
I'm almost done.
Yeah, got the pyramid.
And then
you preaching to us, Omar. Now you starting to preach to us.
No. I'm not preaching.
You made great point, but you starting to preach,
brother. I didn't cut y'all off. I waited 25 minutes, damn near 30 minutes, and I didn't cut y'all off. And guess what? When I'm done talking, unless somebody have a question, I'm gonna mute out for another 25 to 30 minutes. until it's my time to go around again to make the panel fair. So what I'm saying is, I'm answering your question directly.
You answered it well, but you done went more on and on to the preacher state. But go ahead. We waiting.
No, I ain't preaching. No, I'm valid. What I'm doing, I'm touching on each brother's point. Like I said, where Yara said a thing about the migrational patterns. So just because somebody take a DNA test, don't mean he's specifically from that region. Because guess what? There's migrational patterns that follow. People could be in that land for a certain part of time, and during what? Drought, famine, they can migrate to a different part of land and have DNA strands in that land too. So DNA don't prove a goddamn thing. And like I said, I always go back to the scriptures. And like I said, this is what the scriptures say. Do not lean on endless genealogy. So as far as Brother Omar, I can track my heritage back three to 4 generations. After that, I don't know. Now, should I lean on understanding on, well, you can only trace it back 3 to 4 generations. What about the generations before that? I don't lean on endless genealogy. And the reason why I don't lean on endless genealogy to validate my point is being a Hebrew, because I can go to the other scripture. It don't speak nothing about DNA on how you identify yourself as an Israelite. It says the Spirit beareth witness that ye are the children of God. And that's a cut. I'm gonna mute out. Let y'all know when Brother Omar can go back in and cook some more. Because guess what? I got loads of information, and I do my thing. I may not be well spoken. Hold on. I may not be well spoken. I use broken English. I may not be the most articulate brother, but I got the damn information to back up what I'm saying. I'm gonna mute out.
So let me get to my brother Yara's statement, because he was talking about me. And we're going to do what Brother Omar said. I'm going to just go right to the text, because we did this earlier. Joshua 5, 2 through 9, right? This answered the question in full. It said, at the time the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the Israelites again. So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the Israelites.
Sorry, read that scripture over one more time. Just read the scripture.
Sir. At that time, the Lord said to Joshua, Joshua 5, 2 through 9. Right.
All right, I'm gonna mute out.
But y'all know what? Y'all not really answering my question.
Slow down, brother.
I think y'all split. I think hold on. I think my question went over you niggas' heads.
Y'all done went all over the country.
My question went over you niggas' heads.
No, it's gonna be very clear when I answer it. Why? At that time, the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the Israelites again. So Joshua made the flint knives and circumcised the Israelites at Gilabeth Haralah. Let's skip up. Now, this is why he did so. He's going to tell you why he did it. All those who came out of Egypt, where are they from? Egypt. All the men of military age died in the wilderness on the way after leaving Egypt once again. There's a reason why I'm harping on that word, which I'm about to fruition back into that DNA talk. All the people that came out and circumcised, all the people born in the wilderness during the journey from Egypt had not. The Israelites had moved about in the wilderness 40 years until all the men who were military age when they left Egypt had died, since they had not obeyed the Lord, whatever. But the Lord had sworn to them all that they would see as the land had solemnly promised their ancestors to give us a land flowing with milk and honey. So he raised up their sons in their place. Joshua was circumcised. They were still uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised on the way. And after the whole nation had been circumcised,
preachers. You niggas are preachers.
No, we need you to be quiet so you can
No, that's not my question. And you're not answering it. I'm about to get disruptive and unruly now.
You had a question, but you cutting up. And you cutting me off.
No, because
So
y'all
like
not answering the question,
no,
nigga.
pay
Well, let him
attention.
finish.
The
You gotta let
question
him
is
finish.
simple.
Man, I'm
Pay
not here to
attention,
be
then we get
preached
to the
to.
question. Then
Not here to
mute
be
out.
preached
Answer
to.
that man
I
You
told
asked the question
Omar
here
the same
for.
thing,
We here
and I'm
for
gonna
the
tell you the
evidence. And
same
you ain't
thing.
produced no evidence yet in your
Brother,
talk.
I
So
asked the
sit back
question.
while we finish. Brother,
Nobody's
I didn't
produced
answer
any
what you asked. We
evidence.
heard what
No
you
one
said.
has shown
I'm
any screen.
answering
And this
Yara.
is not
So
about
sit back.
showing evidence. Me and
It ain't
Humble
about
had a
you talking about
conversation,
your little
and you
question, which we
guys
already answered,
interjected
and you didn't
rudely,
comprehend. We
and you
need you to
don't even
sit
know how
back
to answer the
so you can
question.
pay attention.
So
We
y'all
do.
are
You don't know what
idiots
you're
now to
talking
me.
about. Pay
I'm the
attention to what
one
the
with the
question.
question, and you don't know the
You had a
question
question, but
apparently.
we talking about what Yara said. So it ain't your
Okay,
turn.
well,
Sit
just answer the
back.
man's
Well, why you
question,
keep
though.
telling me you're gonna answer my
Because
question?
Yeah,
you
So
I'm gonna
now
respond
you're
to
interfere
gonna
when
you as
I'm
answer
far
it,
as
talking.
but
easy.
And
now
I'm
you're
trying to
talking
Answer
about
finish,
my
and you
Yara.
question,
keep
though.
talking.
Man,
That's
you're
why.
preaching.
And
That's
you need to
why.
wait till it's your
Listen,
turn.
man.
Ain't no
Lord have
preaching.
Yeah.
We
mercy.
talking about the text.
So
And
is
we
this
said we was
like a
gonna
church
answer it from
channel
what Omar said.
where
No, this ain't
everybody
no.
sit
You was
and have turns
what you
preaching?
thought it was an
I'm
atheist
try-
channel?
Come
It
on,
ain't an
man, we
atheist
supposed to be
channel. Sit
brothers.
back while
Come
we
on, man, we
answer.
supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
I asked that question once before about
Evidence for
that.
nobody on here
I
yet.
did
Sit
ask
back,
that.
brother.
Was
We
this an
got you.
I
atheist
told
We
y'all.
got
question?
That's
you.
why I say.
It
While
don't
ago
matter.
we
We
had a.
got you, family. Just sit
I
back.
told y'all
Man,
what the
All
don't
right.
he
lineup
sit here and
was.
proclaim to be answering my damn question and not be
I don't care about
answering
your
my
question. I
motherfucking
said
question?
I'm answering y'all question, and we've deflected
Okay
from it a
then.
long
So
time.
that's
Now
false
it's time for you to
pretense,
sit
nigga.
back while I
I'm not
finish
on
and
that
answer
though.
his question.
I'm not on
I don't
that.
care what you want. I'm
You
talking to
just had
Yara.
I'm
I'm
answering
on that.
I'm
And I'm
answering
on it
Henry's
like that.
question. He done
It's not
replayed the
your turn.
question.
Sit back.
He done
It
replayed the
don't matter.
question.
It's your
And now
turn.
you
It's my
preaching
turn. Now sit
about
back
Yara.
until we get to you.
Man,
Yeah,
man,
because
you
it's
ain't gonna know
Yara who
till
I'm
I get
speaking
to
with.
me.
So
You
quit
getting to
hopping
me
in
right
on
now,
something I'm
nigga.
talking to
You
Yara
getting to
about.
me right
Quit.
now,
What,
nigga.
boy?
What you talking about?
What, boy?
I'm not one of them hoe ass niggas.
Hey man, listen. I told y'all what the format was a while ago. I said we was gonna let Humble and what's the name? Humble and Biggest Titan talk. And after Humble and Biggest Titan was finished, Asar was gonna answer Yara. That was the format. Humble came in and said that we should go around the room because Omar didn't get to ever finish his thing. So we was going around the room for people to answer the question.
What question? Yara's question?
The question that
Exactly.
Humble.
So that's why I told you, hit the mute
Well,
button
why?
when
Would
they be
y'all
hopping
just
Wait a
in
answer that,
minute.
man? Let him ask his
like
Can I
that.
question
finish?
again,
That way
please,
we
because I
keep an
didn't hear
order.
it.
We don't need all
So
that.
let the
We don't
man
need
answer
cats who
his
ain't got no brain
question.
cells, ain't got no
No,
information or
I
words
don't
for
want to
them to
ask
go
no
No, bro. Like, we
motherfucking
gonna
yeah.
question.
chop it up.
Let me
We
Let
finish.
gonna
him
chop it
answer
up.
your shit.
Let that
Now
man
he
answer
cussing on the
ask his
channel. Put him on
question
mute.
though.
Put
I
him
don't
on
see
mute.
the
He just bumping
problem.
his gums.
Man,
Yeah.
I just listened to
Listen,
A1 drop
Yeah.
5
Well,
F
he
bombs in
acting
a
like he
row.
got a problem, but it
I
hey,
is
just
one.
what it is,
asked,
homie.
I just
So I'm
asked
telling you,
A1
chill till
to
it's
answer
time. Listen,
me why he
I don't care. It
This
wasn't
A1's
A1's
house.
turn.
Cause
Hey,
this
yo, what's
A1's
going
house.
here? What's going
Yeah,
This
on
A1's
here?
A1
What's
just
Man, I
cussing and
ain't
fussing on it.
hypocritical.
Hey, yo,
How
we ain't
come
about
that
to
man can't answer
hold
his
up,
question
hold
though?
on, Yara, hold
Man,
on,
And he's
Yara,
still talking.
hold on, Elder,
Let me,
hold on, Asad Khan, hold on 1 second.
I'm muted, so I
Hey,
ain't talking.
we ain't about one mic. We ain't
we
about to do all
here.
that. Let's get back to the information.
Yeah, no doubt. Please
Back to the information.
let can that man answer his question? Because I didn't hear it. So can y'all let that man
Yeah, I'm
answer his
saying.
question? So I promise you and I can chop it up, bro. I promise. We can get this
I can't because I gotta go. That's why I'm trying to get it off
So
real quick
let
and
him
throw
get
it
it
in.
off to you, brother.
damn, shut the
But
fuck up.
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, that's all I'm trying to do is get it
But
in and
I
get it
understand
in.
Hey Rue
Because
though.
you
I
said
understand what Hey Rue's saying though. When you don't get your question
I don't
answered,
understand
that's
nothing you're
triggering.
saying right now.
So I feel him on
I'm
that though.
trying to get
So
to the
And then they
answer and to the
proclaiming to be answering my question.
Can we get
I
I'm
feel
not
you,
on
bro.
that goofy.
hold up, watch this. Did he talk about DNA? He didn't believe believe that the Israelites who they were. We talking about the Israelites and how they related to Egypt right now. And then we about to get to the E1B1A DNA because you said it wasn't from there, Yara. Oh, we see right here, the only thing that separates an Egyptian is circumcision, which means that you Egyptian coming out of there. Joshua, the son of Nun, had an Egyptian daddy. But he still don't comprehend that fact because he's too busy trying to bump his gum.
Do you hold on? No, I ain't finna let you. No, I ain't finna let you throw shots and let you preach again. Let's have a conversation back and forth. No, let's have a conversation back and forth. All those people you preach in the Bible, do you have a DNA sample for them? Answer my question, brother.
Yeah, we did not just show all the DNA.
Do you have a DNA sample for any of those people you preached to me out of that Bible?
No.
I know
so
you
the
don't.
brother's still going on.
So he's a liar.
No, you're lying.
You can't trace none of those people to no DNA today, brother.
Didn't we just show you E1B1 DNA?
No, you did not.
You're a
no, you did not.
On the thing when
you showed me Africa,
when I
brother.
showed that chart.
None of them are attached to a Bible, brother. None of them on that chart is attached to any anthropology.
Hold on 1 second.
None of that chart
you don't know what you're
is attached to any archaeology.
Hold on 1 second.
That's the archaeology right there from Gunther.
Where?
In case you didn't know.
Show me the site that particular haplo is attached
times on this show today.
1 second, y'all.
Shit.
Hey, number one, Heru, you arguing
there
with
you go,
wrong one.
again with that nonsense.
Assad don't believe in the Bible.
I don't either.
You need to come for the Israelites on the panel. That's
I don't believe in the Bible either. I believe it's the white man's story.
Get back to this.
Right,
but is Kazad on the panel? Hey, let's let Kazad get in here. Kazad drop down. Hey, what's up, Kazad? What you saying right now?
Let me. I'm gonna step out because I gotta roll.
All right, most
I gotta roll.
Appreciate you, Elder. You know we appreciate your song, Car.
Man, I gotta roll another one off that.
So, Sal, we can pick that up, bro.
Hey, Kazad, what you see up here, Brody? What you got for us?
Yeah, I see a Sorry from the Run.
Pick it up.
I see
look,
whole lot
you know I'm gonna bust your head on his behalf. You know, don't do that, cause
I gotta go. Your man wouldn't let me finish. Otherwise, I'd
check you out how many times?
Because you wanted to preach to us about Yara. Nobody want to hear that shit right now.
Go ahead, Kazad.
Yeah. I see it. Sorry from the Run. Humble, don't jump in. I just stumped you out like 20 times, bro. How many times you want to get knocked out, bro? How many times? But no, I didn't really catch the whole convo, man. I really came in when Omar was speaking on the DNA thing, and then I caught Asar making that nonsense up about the scriptures. So all that he pulled that nonsense last night, and when I got back on, he ran again. So it's just coincidental. He always got to get off when I'm jumping off.
I see that pattern too. When you get on, he jump off.
Yeah. Hey,
he gotta go.
Hey, one just played a video like 2 days ago of me embarrassing this man. Like, he know he don't want this. Like, but look, listen. Here, I'm gonna finish share my screen real quick. Let me share these scriptures real quick because he trying to paint a false narrative with going to Joshua 5. Look at this. Can we share screen?
Get him out.
So when we go to Numbers 14, he's not giving you the entire the story of what's going on. So listen to this. This is Numbers 14 and 26. And it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, unto Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil congregation which murmur against me? And I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Notice he keeps talking about some day Egyptians. No. These are the children of Israel, the Israelites, right? Which they murmur against me. Say unto them, as truly as I live, saith the Lord, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. See, the Israelites kept on talking, man. You brought us out here to die, man. You brought us out here to starve and whatever. So the Lord hearing them, and he keeps showing them miracles, but they just not believing, right? So this is what he says. Verse 29. Your carcass shall fall in the wilderness, and all that were numbered of you according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless ye shall not come into the land concerning which I swear to make you dwell in. Therein save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. Notice he mentioned Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun, who, is the later Joshua that we see go in and do the conquering, right? It's a reason that we see that Joshua has to go and circumcise the nation of Israel again. because the nation that the men that were circumcised that came out, they died because they spoke against the Lord, and only their children that were under 20 years old, which is under the age of accountability. It's a reason he picked the age of 20, because these is when you are considered an adult. You go out to war. This is when you can enter your service as a priest and so forth and so on. These people were old enough to know what they were saying and that they should not do this, and they were killed off in the wilderness. And only the generation of under 20 years old was able to go into the except for Caleb and Joshua, that seen the land. They weren't circumcising themselves in the wilderness. It's that simple.
Can I ask you something about this? I just want to give you a alternate story for this.
No, you ain't finna give me no alternate.
I just want you. I want you to tell me what you think of it, though.
I'm gonna wrap it up and then.
So this is the preacher's channel, then? Is this the preacher's channel? You just preached to us a Bible verse, though, brother. You don't want to answer a question. I know.
You can ask me a question, but you're not finna give me an alternate. You say, "Can I give you an alternate?"
Interpretation. These are interpretations.
No, this is what
you're claiming. He talking to God, though.
Anyway. The last thing I want to touch on with that Jewish.
How about if I show you some other scriptures in my Bible that supports my story, brother? You want to run?
Would you stop interrupting?
What if I asked you a question, nigga? I told you I ain't finna let y'all nigga preach to me all fucking day, brother.
I'm talking to someone else.
And you can't even answer a question about your scripture?
You're done? Okay, anyway. So now back to that.
Man, now you scared. You talking about somebody running from you. You're scared.
Can y'all control the panel with this?
Man, wait a minute, man.
I'm tired
what
of that.
Kind of channel? What kind of channel is this, though?
What type of channel this is?
I can't ask a question about this.
Yeah, you can ask a question right after he finished talking. Let him finish talking.
He denied me.
Got nothing to do, nigga. Sit down and let him talk. And then when he finished, you can ask the question. You keep on interrupting.
He said he denied my question. He denied
Your question will be answered when he finished talking his point. Ain't no reason for you to try to
Lord, now I'm drunk or high, nigga. Stop playing. Boy, I'm multitasking right now. Boy, I got 3 computers, 3 AIs running right now. Trading bot running right now. Fuck you talking about too high?
Keep on talking to your AI.
No, I don't like nobody trying to insult intelligent just because he's scared to answer this question.
He ain't scared. He's trying to finish his point like we always do.
This is a preacher's channel, brother. I ain't know that, man.
And then you ask the question.
Y'all keep.
You can't wait. That ain't our point. Yeah, this channel is whatever you say.
I asked politely. Can I ask a question?
What you should do is wait till he finishes and then
I asked politely, brother.
Yeah, but you asked at the wrong time. You didn't ask when you were supposed to.
Man, shut up. What, we raise our hand, ass nigga?
Yeah. I got
shut
you.
up.
I got you. You right. Go ahead, Kasai.
Appreciate you. Yeah, this is the last thing I want to touch on because this is from geneticist Raphael Falk, right? And he says this. And he's an Ashkenazi Jew, right? This is what he says. And then also a professor of genetics at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He says, there is no Jewish genotype to identify. He also goes on to say, there is no agreed upon criteria to identify Jews. In samples examined for the distribution of biological or molecular markers all depend on the preconceived bias of the investigators. So when they keep on coming to you and talking about this Jewish genotype and this DNA stuff, tell them where's this at? Tell them pull up the sources for this. Because even if you go into the research of identifying this Jewish genotype, this J haplo, whatever, you know they went amongst the quote unquote Jewish population that they already perceived that are Jews or the Jewish population, and they just tested their DNA and seen what was common amongst them. That has nothing to do with the ancient people or none of that nature.
Man, I challenge anybody to debate that this whole Bible is white people faking the story on their presence on this earth. Anybody accept that debate? Let me know.
I pass the floor. Whoever want to jump on can go next.
Yeah, if I can grab the floor, I just want to say real quick, man. I echo those same sentiments, and I think the brother Omar said it too.
like when a person asks you what is the Jewish DNA, like you gotta ask them what is it. Like ask them to identify because it don't exist. He made that because I've been listening for like the last hour, and the brother Hoodoo he came on and asked a question that was non sequitur. Like he's presupposing that there's a genetic gene or identifying marker for the Israelites, and it's not. So they did good with that question for a couple of months, but that question don't much make sense. It's actually an absurd question.
Hey, peace and blessings. Shout out to the brother Elder Yara, man. I see you ain't on the panel no more. Damn. Shout out to that brother, man. And shout out Gideon. Shalom, Gideon. Shout out, brother. What's going on?
Brothers, man. Shalom, man. All praises. Yeah, man. Just listening to these guys, man. They be saying some of the most outrageous stuff that they can't even prove, and it just be stuff they saying off the top of their dome. Like they don't know, man. We got sources for this stuff. When we going against what the consensus say, we show you why the consensus say it, and we show you the evidence that contradicts the consensus. So instead of going against the consensus, when you do that, you got to show why and you got to show how. And I mean, I thought people would have been knew that, but these questions, man, it's like getting dumber and dumber. Like for real, I wish the brother wouldn't have left because he said a lot of crazy things. He said we African Americans, but we not African. Like, man, it's just crazy. But yeah, I'm just listening, man. Shalom to everybody else on here, man, and peace.
God, I'm finna jump back down. Hey, shout out to the brother Omar as well. Hey, Omar, man, when you get on, man, just get on and cut heads off, bro. Stop being long-winded. Stop giving shout outs to everybody, because then people start trying to tune you out and shit. Jump on here, man, beat them up, cut them up, and then you can get your shout outs and blessings and pieces, man. Stop. That's all, bro.
You know what, Kassad? No, because like I said, I'm on the West Coast, and I know a lot of y'all brothers is either in the Midwest or on the East Coast. So a lot of the times I'm 2 hours, 3 hours behind. Now, because where I'm at, I thought it was spooky time. So I will admit, I did use a lot of profanity. A1 had to jump on, and I had to stand corrected and say I wouldn't use it because I did forget about our like our timing about the brothers being 2 hours and 3 hours ahead where some of y'all brothers is at. So I did drop the ball on that. So brother Omar I had to stand corrected. But the thing is, you know what? I'm gonna take that advice because you know what? I remember you saying, Kassad, you said, you know what? Kassad said, you know what? Even though you study under the UBK, he said you one of the most nicest Hebrew brothers I know. You know what I'm saying? And I try to do that. But you know what? Sometimes I gotta go into thug mode and just cut heads off. So you know what? I'm a take that advice, but I'm also be very respectful with it. But I appreciate you, Kassad. You always been a good brother to me. And you know what? What I like to do, I like to come on the panel, and I noticed it was another brother on here, Ben Eaton, who tried to tear me, you, GDN Capone, and the other brother, what was his name? Something Pitbull. He tried to say, y'all, because he saw me come on the panel. He was like, yeah, y'all don't even agree with the UPK. So I don't know what Omar is saying. Y'all don't agree. You know what? They try to use that as a tactic because guess what? Whenever we answer their questions and we tear all that BS down, they can only resort to try to make us brothers like Gideon, me, you, Yermi, the other brother Pitbull. They try to put us against us and use that as a strategy because they backed against the wall. Do not ever fall for that crap. Don't bring up. You know what's funny? Don't bring that up. Listen, make these guys stick to the topic. Because they use that as a tool to try to make us argue on the panel, and then they can go back and clip it and then be like, look, Omar, Gideon, Kassad, and Pitbull, they Israelite brothers, and they was up on here arguing one another. Don't give these niggas that time and energy. Listen, always stick to the subject at hand.
But Omar, check this out. I put an APB out on Ben because me and Ben was supposed to have a discussion Thursday night, and all of a sudden it just disappeared. So I don't know if A1 had a change of plans or what. But yeah, man, Ben Eden, he like to, brother's cool, that's my brother, but he like to lay back in the gap and try to
I
catch
love him
some.
too. No, yeah, get in. You are right. But the thing is, I want y'all brothers, like I said, for my Israelite brother, like Kassad, get it, y'all. Don't let these brothers. Don't let these brothers start. Don't let these brothers start. Oh, y'all don't agree with this. Tazariak this and this and that. Listen, we wasn't even talking about nothing to do with no Israelites. We had a specific subject the other night, and because Kassad walked Ben Eaton down. Ben Eaton had his back against the wall. Hold on, brother. The other Israelite brother, Pitbull, who I guess Ben Eaton is supposed to be debating. Pitbull, that Israelite brother walked Ben Eaton down. And guess what? When Ben Eaton back was against the wall, he tried to make us argue with one another. Don't ever fall for that tactic. Don't ever fall for it.
I gotta say, Thursday, Ben Eaton was there. We had to change the background and everything because we was waiting on you. I couldn't get a hold of you. Ben Eaton was there Thursday, brother.
Oh, because I was here. I was waiting. I ain't getting no call, no notification, or anything.
Oh, well, see, that's what it be. If we schedule a time, now, like I said, I'm just managing, but the owner, he usually, most of the time, people usually get in touch with him right before they do it because they know they're going to go on. And if they don't, I don't know if he tries to call like a time or two, but most of the time, people just meet up by going to the back chats and saying where they at, and then we'll end up.
Yeah, I didn't even see y'all like debate. It wasn't the channel. Y'all wasn't even streaming that night. So I went to check the streams here. If a link was in there, I checked my Facebook messages. But yeah, I guess it was just miscommunication because yeah, Ben Eaton, man, he like to sit there.
Salakia, getting real quick to my brother Kassad. I know you just said you had to go, so I gotta shalom and respect to brother Yermi too. 3105. That's a good brother too. I want to tell Kassad, whenever you come on, I got a love for the young brother. He's a young wolf. He's a sniper with the scripture. And Kassad is well learned all through the biblical history. When they try to talk about El this and El that, the Israelites worship multiple God. Listen, don't ever mess with brother Kassad about that. Brother Kassad is a sniper, and I always show my brother Kassad mad love. I don't ever put the brother down. You ain't never heard me argue with brother Kassad, even though we Israelite brothers, and I may come from a different point of view than the other brothers, but I always show my Israelite brothers love. So Kassad, before you go, you always had kind words for me. You respect me. You always show brother Omar love. I have no choice but to show you love because you do the same thing to me. I got a lot of love for you. Like I honestly love my brothers. Kassad is an excellent brother. Shalom to that brother Kassad. That's my brother right there.
What's fire about Kassad, bro, is that I probably seen this brother going to the scriptures maybe like 4 or 5 times. Because see, these pagans, they don't respect the scriptures. You got to get these brothers source materials and documents, and Kassad got that for you. He gonna pull it up and he gonna show you what you think you're talking about. So that's what I appreciate about our Israelite brothers, man. Like we come with the sources. We have our little channels where we get together spiritually and manifest that. But when it comes to spaces like this, that brother Kassad, he be coming with those sources, man. And you definitely got to big that up, man. All our brothers. Omar
Kassad is an excellent brother. Kassad is an excellent brother. I love you too, Gideon.
And easy
I love you too, Gideon. You an excellent brother too, brother Gideon. I got a lot of love for y'all, brothers. Y'all never see, you know what I'm saying? I do my best to try to listen to where we having these dialogues, and then these other guys, they whenever they back against the wall and they don't have no response, they always go back to try to make us argue.
What I hate to
amongst
see,
the
Omar,
brothers.
I hate when they fall for it, when our brothers fall for it. I've never been one to fall for that, bro, because I be peeping it out. Like you said, when we be beating them upside their head, they throw a grenade out there thinking it's going to make the Israelite brothers, contend. But, we have things we don't agree with, but right now, we ain't going to let that get in the midst of what we doing to y'all. So, yeah, bro, they do that a lot.
Exactly.
I hate when I see people fall for it, bro.
Exactly. Hey, I know Kasai gotta go ahead and land your plane, Kasai. But don't nobody talk about my brother Kasai. Because just like how when brothers want to do these comedic dudes and other people, don't run your mouth about my brother Kasai or my brother Gideon. Try to talk about it. Because these are my brothers at the end of the day. And Brother Omar love him with all his heart. And even to the comedic brothers, I recognize y'all too, and I love y'all with all my heart. But let me tell you this: do not mess around with Kassad when it comes to them scriptures or anything as far as outside sources of biblical scripture. Kassad will cut your head off. I apologize, Salakia, brother Kassad. Go ahead and land your thing, man. I love that, brother Kassad.
No, I appreciate both you and Gideon, brother. And let me say this: I wasn't finna let him like drive a wedge and be like, "Oh, y'all ISUPK and y'all." What he said was, he said, "I only respect like the One West," and that's what I was like. Hold on. What you mean you only respect the One West as if like I don't stand on scriptures? I wasn't finna let him go make us disagree. He was saying it as if like the One West stand on scriptures and we don't stand on, like me and Gideon or Gideon Capone don't stand on.
Y'all don't, yeah.
And
that's how he said it. That's how he said it, but he cleared it up, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's why I called him like, hold on, when don't I stand
No, Oli. Because Kassad may been eating clean it up. He forced him to. He forced him to clean it up.
I got you.
But yeah, that's why I called him out on it, because he said it like I didn't stand on scriptures or I didn't stand on, you know what I'm saying, the Israelites. And that's why I was like, when don't I? Like, I don't give a damn. We talking about history or something. I'm standing on the scriptures and I'm standing on Israel. You get what I'm saying? So that's all it was. I was gonna like as if we fugazi or something with the Israelites and they the real. You know, and I'm like, nah, that ain't it. But he cleared it up and he tried to make it go as if y'all less intelligent. And I was like, don't do over like that. You know what I'm saying? And even and Gideon even when Sai called me one time, he's like, yeah, I'm going at Gideon. I was like, you ain't finna use me to go at Gideon. Gideon was like, oh, what's up, bro? And I was like, oh, what's going on? Like,
I knew he would go talk you, but I was about to say something for him, but here he is, none other than your man. The man of the minute, anyway. If it ain't an hour, it's the man of the minute. Can we get an applause for my man, Ben?
Hey, man. You know, I was about to come up here. I heard my name.
I'm finna grab my popcorn and stuff. I'm finna grab the popcorn.
Go ahead, brother Bear. You because guess what, Bear? You ain't
Got him.
Guess what, Bear? Brother Omar said what he said. Brother Omar said what he said because guess what, Ben? I knew you was in that. Listen, I knew you was in the live. You didn't really put nothing in the chat. You was sitting back in the shadows listening. So go ahead, Boogeyman, Ben Eaton. Go ahead.
Because I was just about to say, I bet you Ben Eaton could come up and say something if he was listening. I was going to say that.
So-called Boogeyman. Go ahead, because I'm the Boogeyman.
Hey,
go ahead, the so-called Boogeyman. Hey, Ben Eaton, brother Omar still loves Ben Eaton, but I'm gonna mute out.
It's all love, Omar. Yes, sir. Man, it's all love. It's all love. Hey, I was in and out, man. I was kind of just waking up. But what we talking about, man? We got Yara up on here. We got Gideon. We got Kasai. Peace, y'all. How y'all feeling, man?
Peace, family. Shout out to Gideon Israel. Shout
Shalom.
out to my
What's
family,
good,
man.
y'all? Brothers? Shalom, brother. Y'all,
What's
right? What's good?
good? What's good? Is that A1 talking, man?
No, A1 ain't here right now. He at work.
Who was the other brother? Oli.
That was me
that's
just now.
Yeah, that's Oli. That's me.
What's good, brother?
How you doing? How you doing?
How y'all feeling?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm finna drop down.
Hold on, Kasai. Hold
Hey,
on.
Kasai, good work as usual, bro.
What's going on, Ben?
Hey,
Don't try use me to go against Omar
I
neither.
ain't gonna.
What's
I
up,
ain't
bro?
doing. Listen. I did clear it up because I know how it sounded, but I did clear it up, and you helped. You allowed me to clear it up. So I agree, brother. I ain't fighting y'all. Man. I ain't fighting.
Yeah, you did, and Oli said you cleared it up too. But that's the original. You know what I'm saying? What we thought that's what I originally thought you were saying. That's why I was like, hold on, but we good.
Already.
So
Right,
what's the
I'm
discourse for
finna
this
jump down.
morning? Is it any
I
discourse
might
this
pop
morning?
back up if it get you know what I'm saying, if I'm hearing too much nonsense, but I'm gonna
Well,
jump down.
Heru the Guru just stepped back up. I'm sorry I put you backstage a while ago, Heru the Guru. I was kind of upset because you know what I'm saying, I believe in people actually getting they thoughts out, and then
But he was a little pretty strange, bro. All that cursing, bro. You can't be doing all that, bro.
He don't know how to have a respectful dialogue, so I'm not even interested at this point right now, bro. It's my Sabbath. I'm chilling. I'm off work. I ain't finna be going crazy.
Yes, indeed.
I ain't finna be going crazy with this man.
You want to say I had you pegged for a track star, bro, but Ollie had let me know how it went down, bro. So yeah, I get it, I stand corrected, but I sure thought you had your track shoes on.
Yeah, so it's all good. So BND, what you got to say to me, man? And don't act like you don't hear me.
Let me see. I think I can.
He powered up that damn supercomputer.
Let me see. I think I might can pull it back up. This is where we're supposed to be at. Let's see. Oh, there it go.
Man.
Yeah. Thursday. But how about the fireworks throwdown? The 4th of July throwdown. Just skip, act like Thursday ain't even there. I know y'all got good imaginations. Imagine that Thursday ain't there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, first of all, as you can see, I got armor on. He got cloth on, so you know it ain't really gonna be no battle unless he know magic or something. But yeah, man, I just wanted to dialogue with the brother. I hear Yara said he wanted to ask him something. He seemed like he.
No. I see y'all debate fly. I'm gonna drop back. Y'all get it in.
Where you at?
Oh, this okay. This the joint that Gideon had to skip from. Hey, what happened, Gideon?
Now I was there. I was waiting on the call. I never got it.
Oh,
I thought you was running. That's what I said. I came on here talking bad about. I said you a trash everything. I said I came.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me get my computer set up now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, me, I'm always here to represent for the Israelites that was in West Africa and that what we would call sub-Saharan Negro type. So, we all know that those people from West Africa are what they took and brought them over here. So a lot of the black people that we see in the Americas and diaspora, they're actually Israelites. And that's a fact.
That's a fact. All right. Hey, I got a question before you get in. How did they get to West Africa, and what tribes got to West Africa? Would you know?
Well, it's several migrations into Africa that we see the Israelites make. You see the Israelites first coming into Africa, quote unquote, as a nation around 1000 BC, around the very time that they started their nation in Canaan. From there, from 70 AD, you see the migration into North Africa, East Africa. From East Africa, you see the migration from east to west. Even in Yemen, we have.
I just showed one with the Garamontes.
Yeah.
Slow down. Let's talk about one thing at a time. You said 1000 BC. I think I heard this one already. This is what? You said when Israel settled as a nation?
Correct.
All right, and that's when they migrated. That's the first wave. They migrated to West. I'm gonna try not to do the West Africa thing because that's not really my lane, right? So I allow all the other good brothers to beat y'all up on that. But let's stick to How did they get there? Like, what's the situation? What's the historical situation in 1000 BC that caused these people to migrate all the way to West Africa? And who
Hey,
migrated?
Gideon.
Yeah.
You know about Dinga Cisse, correct? And all of that, correct?
Oh yeah, man. From the east, his son was
Yeah.
Diamond.
So you see when I brought up that Ptolemy source and speaking of the Garamantes.
Yeah. And see,
you are aware that's the stock
biggest Titan, don't muddy the water, bro. Just let
I'm
him
not
answer.
muddying the water, but the
You
questions you're asking him, I technically
listen. My questions
showed
are
something
really
earlier on.
tactical.
Yeah.
you rock.
This kind of like a face-off, biggest Titan. They missed it the other night, so let them two go at it real quick. And then we go open it back up. No, you good. I know you didn't know. This is just like a little face-off. They just finished, and we kind of had miscommunications the other night, and so they just gonna have a little discussion, and then I'm sure.
Okay. My bad.
You good.
yeah. Well, when you look at 1000 BC, we look at the colonies that Solomon and Hiram that they brought to the Red Sea. Not only to the Red Sea, they brought them to Tarshish, which we know is Spain. And if you anthropologically look at the history of the Phoenicians, we see that it mirrors that same sentiment. So yes, my brother, the Israelites been in, Israelites, when I say Israelites, not Hebrews, but Israel been in East Africa since 1000 BC.
Been in East Africa. Now, okay, so we talk. Okay, East Africa, and then that's how they get to West. All right. Let me ask you a question, Gideon. What is an Israelite to you?
Israelite is a descendant of Jacob.
Okay. All right. Now we got some defining terms.
All right.
Now what is Israelite religion to you?
Israelite religion, I mean, it could be a myriad of things, but the covenant that we made a covenant with Yahweh.
Got you. Okay. All right. So you hold to like religion being what we see in the biblical text, right?
Say that again. You kind of broke up.
Oh, hold on. So you hold to Israelite religion being described as how we see in the biblical text, right? That's a historical perspective of Israelite religion and culture.
Again, so when you say what we see in the text, we see a lot of paganism performed by the Israelites in the text. So when we're looking at it anthropologically and we're looking at them in Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, we see them a lot of times, sources I have, we have been practicing pagan rituals. So what I'm saying is the Israelites made a covenant with Yahweh, and that covenant is binding. So we are to practice Yahweh, but a lot of Israelites practice a lot of different things. You can even see, as soon as we came into the land of Canaan, and, even when we divided the northern and southern kingdom, Rehoboam, he made 2 calves. The first king of Israel, he made 2 calves, and that's just how we've been since the beginning.
Gotcha. Okay. Maybe a better question. Maybe a better question is, how much of the biblical text do you adhere to being historically accurate, or a portrait or accurate portrait of ancient Israel and Judah?
How much of the biblical narrative?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I go with 100%.
Okay, so we're going to fundamentally have a disconnect. We're going to have a foundational disconnect.
This what you got to understand about the history of Israel. It's not documented by any other nations at length. We might have mentions here and there, but for the most part, and there's no other nation that has extensive records such as Israel. So when you're looking at our stories, they're going to be told, like, for instance, when Hezekiah was going against Sennacherib, And, you know, we have the story where the angel of the Lord came amongst them and smote them, and they had to leave. Whereas when we hear Sennacherib's account, he doesn't mention it as such. So a lot of these stories, a lot of this history is from the perspective of the Israelite. So, you know, two people can see the same thing and they describe it differently. So we're coming from the Israelite account. So that's why I say it's 100%.
Okay, so the Israelite account. All right. Let me see. Okay, no, I mean, I just feel like we just have two different perspectives. I think.
Do you think the original Israelites are what we call sub-Saharan Negro?
No, I don't think so. That's just my opinion. I don't think Israelites really have any relationship to West Africa, but I don't really tackle those arguments. My point is, what does Israelites look like, not physically, but as far as their culture, their social dynamics? That's more what I'm interested in. And how does that look like historically? Archaeology.
Yeah.
That's my concern. Now, that's why I have fundamental disagreements with you, because I personally, and this is not a shot at the text, this is just understanding the nature of our textual material. I do not hold it as, one, a history book, because it's not really what it's meant to be. And two, I don't think it represents an accurate portrait of ancient Israelite and Judite culture. What I think it does, it attempts to describe history in a way that works for the communities that produced it. That's my opinion, and that's the opinion of a multitude of scholars at this point in our modern methodological framework. I can demonstrate this quite easily.
Yeah. So you said a lot of stuff, and I kind of wanted to stop you when you made that first point. I can't remember what you said, but it's basically that you're saying that the culture is not to be seen. I don't know if that's what you mean or not, but when you look at Africa, some of the most quote unquote African things that they ascribe to Africans, and they even try to say it's primitive Africans. A lot of the culture that we see from that comes from Torah. I can show you several laws in Torah, like, you know, I don't want to say, you know, because they're not insignificant, but just random laws I can just show you that's in Torah that's being practiced in Africa, and it is looked at as an ancient Africa practice. That's why I say the law of the Most High.
What is it? Is it possible if I could interact in this convo as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we don't have to comment. We don't have to be in the chat. We right up here.
Yeah. So yeah. Let me piggyback off what Gideon's saying. So basically, and I'm technically answering your question regarding the Israelite culture. So when you're talking about the Israelites of West Africa, you first have to go to the Arab documents and like the Saharan documents. And within them documents, it speaks of Al-Idrisi in the 11th century. He speaks of Jews living around the Niger River who are Kafir. This is according to the Jews. I think he was in North Africa. So around the people he was with, the inhabitants of that land, who were the Berbers, the Muslims, Jews as well. But according to their accounts, there's Jews that live around the Niger River who have apostated. The word that's been used is kafir. So with this understanding, you can't really think that they would have been practicing pure Torah or pure like biblical, like whatever, like Judaism. It wouldn't have been that. It would have been like Yahwehism mixed in with some form of paganism. Because if we're talking historically, and we check the Elephantine papyri and documents of them Jews over there, they was not practicing monotheism. They were worshipping Anat, the queen of the heaven, who in Libya, is called Tanit, who in Ghana, there's two. There's the female version and the male version. Both have the name Tano. What I'm trying to say is that the Elephantine Jews, they was not what you're looking for, and they are documented as Jews. So the question you're asking is like, you're looking for something else. You're not really like, because there's different types of Israelites. There's the ones that had the religion like Judaism, and there's the ones that weren't practicing Judaism but a form of it. You know what I'm saying? And this form of it would be deemed paganism or whatever you want to call it. And that was one of the things. What did your Gideon say before? God, you said something, man. I wanted to piggy bank off. What was I wanted to piggy bank off?
I'm trying to remember.
That's what I mean by muddy in the waters. Let's get a timeline.
Yeah, I muddied the waters a little bit.
Let's get a timeline, because you just mentioned Al-Idrisi and then you jumped to Al.
Yeah, because I wanted to reply to you quickly. But now the piggy bank of Gideon, it all went out my head. But Gideon said something that I wanted to piggy bank off. But yeah, man, there is evidence of Israelites and early accounts. Oh yeah, this is what it was, the culture. So within the Arab accounts as well, regarding the people of ancient Ghana, which Al-Idrisi documented the Jews living in the Niger River, which is the territory of ancient Ghana. So in another account, it speaks of them practicing something like, if somebody's been caught in an action, and to find that person guilty, they would mix some things and things of the earth, and you have to drink it. And if you're guilty, it will affect, I don't know, it won't affect you. But if you're innocent, you'll vomit straight away. But if you're not innocent, you won't vomit. This is in the Arab accounts. What's funny is that when they're mentioning this, they're mentioning it as, I'm paraphrasing. So they said the Ghanaians to practice so-and-so. So they're not alien with that practice. You know what I'm saying? And that practice we find in the Torah. So that's, I'm waving the chicken around the head. Like, there's so many things that we can start talking about. New Yam Festival, like so many, that the culture's there, but what you're looking for, I think you're looking for Judaism. I don't know if you find that.
And what's interesting, biggest Titan, exactly what you just mentioned. They're the Bambara people.
Yeah.
And they actually take that. They call it Benge. Yeah. And it was this one man. He thought his wife was committing adultery. And what they do, we can see it's not as quote unquote raw as it used to be. So they said they used to give it to people, but they started to give it to the chicken. And if the chicken would die, it's basically the same. And what's funny is that there's a book by I forgot the name of the author. It's called Travels to the Interior of Africa. And this is
I think I've got that source. Is that like an 19th century source?
Yeah. And he traveled into the interior of Africa. And he actually spoke of the same thing. But again, like I say, as time went on, things would get more they're not as cruel. They would look more watered down. But in the book, the guy he actually spoke of, he seen the woman was beheaded. And they call it the law of jealousy. So we still see things being practiced in West Africa. That's totally, we see verbatim in Torah. Not only that, like if we had Europeans, and I say Europeans because they had all of the scholarly endeavors. If we had the Europeans in Africa looking for these type of things, they would have been found them.
No, but you know where it is, Gideon? Listen. Before the World War II and before 1960, what I'm talking about is common knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Connecting the ancient Ghanaians with the Jews was common knowledge. But after World War II, and I think like 10 years after, hey, that thing started dying out, bro. That thing started dying out. So what we're saying, the scholars them know, but they're hiding because like as the technology comes and things, you know, update, you know, so it only gets better, you know what I'm saying? So they know this is in the early accounts, like even down to what's his name, Titus, 1st century. He documents the Jews as being Ethiopian in origin. That's what he was hearing around his community, that they're Ethiopian in origin. You know what I'm saying? We've got the account of Mar Zutra, when he says that the Jews went into Afriki. But what people have to understand is when he says that they went into Afriki, the context of his time is not Africa in general. He's talking about North Africa, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, you know, them regions there. And that's where man's ancestors originate from. You know what I'm saying? That's where my forefathers originate from. I can go that. I can trace my heritage all the way back to the mountains of Judea confidently. And I'm not doing it out of belief. I could be wrong, but I'm going off knowledge and information and data. I'm not going off belief. I believe in God. I believe in the prophets, the words, the scriptures, the Torah, all the scriptures. I'm Muslim, you know what I mean? So I believe in my God of my forefathers. You know what I'm saying? So there is a connection. We got DNA as well. You know what I'm saying? There's DNA. Obviously, brother Omar and the other brothers are correct as well. People are playing with DNA. That's a fact. But I've got sources to say that even a simple L2A, something, I'm going off my head. I got the book upstairs. It talks about that DNA strain being found in Syria, Tel Halul. You know what I'm saying? So we can find African DNA within the Levant. It's not hard to find, or we can make connections. These things are not hard to find. You know what I mean? So when people are asking DNA, sometimes it makes me laugh, innit? But yeah,
a lot of people like to focus on the North African migration, but what's very important, I think the bulk of the transatlantic slave trade, I think the bulk of us came from the east to west migration. Ben Eden.
That's no. They did via the Ptolemy Soter when he 3rd century when he took the Jews from Elephantine, Aswan, and all them areas and placed them in Cyrenaica and other places. That's what the sources says, and other places in Libya. We've got the account from Eldad Hadani that the Jews lived in Havila. Rabbi Benjamin of Tudela identifies Havila in Zawiya, which is in Libya next to the Fezzan. We've already got accounts of Jews living around the Fezzan. You know what I'm saying? Mixing with the Garamantes. Yeah. So,
and also
yeah.
What I came to find out is that, you know, the Ethiopians that people like to talk about, those were the Ethiopians that we see today, you know, the colloquially speaking, like quote unquote Ethiopian. Those, the ones we see today, their progenitors actually kind of started in the 7th century with the Habasha kingdom.
Yeah,
but
they're from like their origins go back to like Arabia. They're not originally Kushites. The original Kushites are the Sudani people, the dark.
And even spiritually speaking, because how we know that the Israelites or rather the Ethiopians were converted to Christianity from the Israelite religion is that we see that the Ethiopians, unlike any other Christian religion, they don't eat pork. They still
they're one of the original stocks. So you know what, Gideon? Yeah, I was of the opinion, yeah, that they was the original stock. But as I go into that and study the situation more, yeah, it's coming like, you know, like the Fulani image, that Fulani look.
Check it out. So within
I would say the ancient Israelites looked more like a Fulani than them. But I was originally of the opinion that the Habashi was the original look, but they've got a lot of Arab traits and
that's
the
Habasha kingdom. So those Israelites that converted to Christianity, they were Israelites, but they were quote unquote sellout Israelites because
they
they were
mixed with
other,
Arab as well. That's why they got that look.
Israelites in that region that they were fighting. And the Israelites that they were fighting in that kingdom, they turned and made their own dynasty, and it was called the Gideon dynasty. Listen what I'm about to say.
Yeah. I'm with you. That's why, That's why we see when I check. You see with me, I'm
Gideon dynasty. When you see this Gideon dynasty, we see the Falasha Jews that come from that. We also see that, and it's like you said about the Falashas. We see a people that are written in historical records from like the 17th, 18th centuries. They call them the Falada people.
Yeah.
And all the Falada people are is just the Falasha people, the Ethiopians that were made in Ethiopia. And when we look at Falada people that's in West Africa, they migrate back home to the Blue Nile.
Yeah. This is what I was trying to say. So you see, I'm not gonna generalize because you see the Fulani, you've got different type of Fulani branch, but the Fulani branch that is 1,000,000% of Israelite heritage would be the Toronke. The Toronke.
Speaking about the
that's hands down.
The quote unquote Jews, they practice what? Holocaust, right? Which is the laws. When you look at the Fulani people, they practice something called Pulaka. And that's called the pathways. The same virtues and the same temperature.
Yeah.
So all these things we can see, and when you anthropologically put it together, you see a continuation of Israelites moving from east to west.
And you know, and you see that method, that's the method I apply, because you see me, I'm not of the persuasion that all West Africans are Israelites. I go by dynasty. So, for example, the Gideon dynasty, the Solomonic dynasty, the Zar dynasty, which is Ghana Empire, like what you just spoke about, dynasty. You know what I'm saying? So you see, when I apply these methods, I come to a nice conclusion. So, are you of the opinion? I've this ethnic group I'm about to talk about. I've got them in my family.
Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me.
Are you of the opinion
that the Yoruba... I gotta step away from my computer for a second. If y'all can hold it down, Ben. If y'all be here for a minute, I just gotta go somewhere. I don't know if A1 is still monitoring, but y'all welcome to keep going, and I'll be in here. I just won't be able to add or show anything for just a little bit, but y'all welcome to keep discoursing.
I got you, Oli. I'm here.
Yeah. So what I was saying, Gideon, I'm not of the opinion that all people put on the slave ships are of Israelite. So for example, this ethnic group I'm gonna name, I've got them in my family, so don't see it as I'm attacking them, especially where I'm from. Don't see it as I'm attacking them. But regarding the people like the Yoruba, for example, I know the Igbo connect, but the Yoruba, when I thoroughly study who they are, they go back to Nimrod. So you see all this talk about Ephraim, that narrative comes from a man called Amgoza ibn Bagola, something like that. He was documented as a fraudulent man. He didn't even come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? He claimed to have come from Yoruba land, this and that there was 2,000 Jews that lived in the river under. This account solely comes from one man. This is not an indigenous West African Timbuktu account. So with this understanding, when we take the account of the land and what the people say, we've got accounts from the Yoruba and we've got accounts from the Islamic sources that both say that these people come from the tribe of Nimrod. Now, once we take the tribe of Nimrod out of its biblical context, because the account is that they're the sons of Nimrod, who is the son of Hausakal or something like that. This name is found nowhere in the Bible. So that means that this name potentially exists outside the Bible. When we double check, it does, because we find this name on the walls of Egypt as Namat, and kings of Cush and Libyan kings had this as a title. Sometimes it was called Nimlot or Limrot or Nimrod. You know what I mean? The paternal ancestor, the patriarch of the Yorubas is a man called Lamrudu. So with this understanding, and the Yorubas got heavily Egyptian like culture and things going on. For example, I hear a lot of people speak about one of their king's title called Baale, and they will try to equate it to the Hebrew title, the Jewish title Bali, like husband or lord or something like that. What people need to understand is the Hebrew word is not a compound. The Yoruba is. The Yoruba Baale is a compound of two words, Ba or Oba and Ale. What's funny is that word Ale has Semitic origins. Ale is found in the Bible and the Quran. In the Quran is Ahli, which is house or people. In the Bible is tent, and that word can also mean land and soil. Oba is a title we find in Egypt, which is a captain, A-B-A or A-B. It's a captain. So with this understanding, Baale, or Baale, the Yoruba understanding, is captain of the land. With this, knowing this, it's connecting to the Egyptian culture. And Alafin, we've got something called the Alafin. The Alafin is a compound word. Allah, great, or fin, house. If we translate that right now into Egyptian, what does that come to? Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? And the anthropologists all connect the Yorubas to that kind of stock. So what I want to know is now, this is what I'm trying to say is, where is people connecting the Yoruba to the Israelites? Why?
Well, this is how I look at it. Yoruba, Fulani, Akan, Dao, Nandi, all those people come from a parent lineage. And I say it's three like mega lineages that we find in Africa. I would say it would be the Egyptian, the Carthaginian, and the Israelite. And it could be others also. But I think like we all come from a cluster of that. So
you technically named the whole West Africa. That's what I'm trying to say. How?
I can't X them out from being Israel, but I have heard that Nimrod oral tradition, you know.
Me, what I'm gonna say is, because with me, how I can pinpoint who's who and what, I don't want to go too deep now, but what I can say is, yeah, there's a story which you find our cons. We have is Tano versus Bia. This was regarding on it mimics the story of Jacob. We find this story in ancient Wagadu. We find this story with the Ewe's also. We find this story within the Soninke. You know what I'm saying? So there's stories that one should have that should have a certain context, biblical context to claim. You know what I'm saying? You can't just claim because of prophecy. I get that. That's good. But you could also be false prophesying. Like, trust me, there's levels to falseness. You have to decipher the truth. You know what I'm saying? So just because something may mimic, just because someone may fall into a certain prophetic stage or whatever's happened to them is prophetic, doesn't mean that so-and-so is actually from them people. And what proves what you're from them people is genealogy. I can name you that I've personally documented in my notebook 75 Akan names, Hebrew, Jewish. You can't name me one Yoruba name. One. What? I can name you 75. I can name you 10 prominent. 10 of them prominent, i.e., they were a chief in the Bible, they were a king in the Bible. I can name you that. You can't name me one Yoruba.
Converts, because they can be converts amongst them. Because like
you know, when you got it connected to the stool,
he takes the position of being a convert, and you know a lot of us are, but that doesn't negate the fact, or that doesn't dilute the fact that the original Israelites were black. You know, they
No,
come.
I'm not negating that. What I'm trying to say is, coming from an African culture, yeah, you see, to lose your name is very like hard, not hard, but is if you lose your name is dishonorable. Furthermore, it's not a trait of honor. But you see name in Africa, it's very important, very important. So let's put the prophecies and losing names and trying to sugarcoat it for one's. To be clear, I'm not that indirect at anyone right now. I'm just talking. I swear on everything. So yeah, I got love for you, Gideon. I see what you're doing, but I'm not indirect when I'm speaking, by the way. But what do you call it? So
I just think I'm banging like Bloods and Crips over there in Africa, man.
No. Yeah, you see, in Africa, bro, we pride in our name, bro. Like, name is like, yo, like, if you don't know your father's name, it's peak. You know what I'm saying? So I can name so many names amongst my folks, them, yeah, that we can find in the Bible, yeah. You can't name one. So for the Yoruba, so for example, a quick one, yeah. You've got Anan, yeah. We find him as a captain. That's a stool king's name in the Akan culture. That was a captain in Judah. I don't want to go too deep. Yara knows Wagwan. I can't lie to you right now. Yara's the golden boy.
So because because the names
Yara's
are similar,
the golden boy, you know. But
hold on. Hey, Biggest Titan. So because the names are similar,
not because of that.
You want to equate them as being
the nature
Hebrew
of it.
without doing. Hold on, bro. Without doing a linguistic analysis. A mode, like what's the mode of transmission? Like, you want to skip all that because the names sound the same.
Basically, what I'm trying to show you is the person in that we're talking of right now. He was a captain. Listen to the context. That name is a stool name, i.e., I was born as Kofi. Once I become a chief, I take the name Anan. Are you with me?
No, I'm not.
You don't need to agree with me, but do you get listen? You don't need to agree with me, you know, Shaman. But
I'm not with you though. I don't understand what you're saying. I really just don't understand
the context I'm coming from? Do you understand where do you get what's going on? I've connected captain to captain. That's just phase one. I've not gone deep. I'm not doing it. I'm doing it on purpose. You know what I'm saying? But that's phase one. Do you get it? I've connected a captain from the Bible to a captain from my culture. Same phonetics, same, just about same meaning with understanding. So, because Anan has other meanings in Hebrew. So, yeah. So, if we go into it, then you get what I mean, where it all goes back to Egypt, by the way. But that's another day. That's another day. That name. That's another day.
This would be like me equating. So Cyrus the First, right? He's also called Cyrus of Ashan. So this would be similar to me trying to hearing the word Ashan and then say, oh, there's a Ashan in Africa. I can try to make the case.
I don't agree with that. I don't go
but that's
with that
not
narrative.
listen. But that's what you're doing.
There's
that's
a
what
lot
you're
of
doing.
people. No. That's not what I'm
That's
doing.
exactly what you're doing.
No. No. What
because there's
people
no
are doing? Let me
linguistic.
show
There's
you.
no linguistic connection that you can actually show.
I've not just done linguistics. I've showed culture. So from the Bible, my man was a captain.
That's subjective.
From my culture, this is one of the stool names of certain regions in Ghana for the kings. When they become a king, they have the name Anan. Furthermore, you've got the tribe of Anang in Nigeria who connect to us as well. They claim to have Israelite heritage and come from Egypt as well. Ananng, the Anang people. Do your homework. But Anan is a chief name also. There's another name I want to pull out, you know, but I don't want to, you know, sometimes
I'm be honest with you, niggas Titan, it honestly don't matter because you're really just doing surface level reading.
You're just
I've
doing
not just
surface
said
level reading.
Ashan. I've not just said Ashan and guest. I've connected, and there's more connections, like my tribe, totems.
Yeah, but your
You know
connections
what I'm
are
saying?
subjective.
There's totemage that's connected to
That's
Judah.
not really actual data that we can work
There's
from. Your
totemage
connections are
that
subjective.
that
That's all I'm
Anan,
saying.
that captain, he's of a region where their totems would have been the lion, the dog, certain other ones I'm not gonna mention, but that's basic one. We all know Judah, the totem of Judah, Jerusalem, is the lion and the dog.
We don't know that. We
That's a
don't know that.
fact. It is.
We
It's a
see it in
fact,
the
though.
Bible, but that's not. We don't know that's the reality. We don't even know that that type of
Bro, we
format
see
was
the
the reality.
tradition
And
continuation in Habasha, where
okay, let's do it.
that's their,
Okay.
it's
What
the
tradition?
tradition's there, bro.
What tradition? Let's do it. What's tradition?
What's tradition?
Yeah. What tradition is there from what ancient Israel, Judah, all that stuff? What tradition?
Definitely do your homework. They definitely had a
No.
tradition of
Let's do it.
Wait,
Let's
listen,
do it right now.
listen. Wait, let me talk. You asked me something.
Don't tell me
Do
do my
your
homework, man. Let's
homework.
do it right now.
Do your homework. They definitely had a culture of totemage. So a certain town, a region would be named after an animal, and then people will go by that. That will be their logo. If you
That's
don't
great.
know that, it's just
That's great.
pointless. Because I'm
How does
gonna
that
be
equate
educating you, and you're gonna
to
say
Judah
no.
and
So
Israel?
you might as well be a good student and just be quiet. Or if you're gonna say no, I can't be bothered. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Respectfully
Yeah, sure.
speaking.
All right. Anyway, hey Gideon.
Yo,
Yeah. I think
actually,
you was about to ask me a
are
question.
you familiar with Damat in Africa, in East Africa?
Yeah. East Africa. That would be the pre-Oxumite people.
Yeah. Now you know those were ruled by Israelites too, right?
Yeah. The Gideonite people, the Gideonites, dynasty, all that kind of folk name.
Yeah.
So because this name sound the same. Okay, I got you. Y'all doing the name play thing. I got
No,
you.
it's not nameplate. It comes with
It is.
tradition.
It's
Yeah,
obviously name play.
didn't say what the evidence was. I was just saying, are you aware of that? Are you aware of Damat, first of all?
Yeah.
Me
Definitely.
personally, no, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, it's an ancient kingdom in East Africa, and yeah, it was definitely ruled by Israelites, and a lot of source material we see, it makes a lot of connections from the past to the present, meaning we can make connections from ancient sources we see, and we can correlate them with not so ancient sources. Like we see a source from 1000 AD, then we see a source from 1400 AD. We can connect those, and that's what's
Now,
done.
and to piggyback off you, there's a Khan proverb that says a proverb that don't match another proverb. Like, I'm paraphrasing this proverb, sorry. So the proverb that don't match the proverb, you don't connect. So, i.e., if you don't connect one source if the one source don't connect with the other one, you don't make the connection. So Gideon's correct, bro.
Yeah, you can make the connection from the kingdom of Damat all
This
the
is
way.
why we got Sankofa. This is why we got terms like Sankofa. Like, what the hell? Like, people want to use these terms. Well,
Yeah.
I bet the person who's objecting right now, I bet he wants to champion Sankofa, but don't know the proverbs and wisdoms to it. I showed that item earlier on of the Sankofa bird on the Egyptian pyramid. That image, that item I showed you comes with proverbs. If you don't know the proverb, you can't be showing the item. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know proverbs in the olden days, you'll get fined. And if you, depending on who you are, you might even get put to death. Yeah.
Hey, biggest Titan. This isn't my lane. Like, I don't concern myself with the Israel and West African arguments, but I am firmly sure that you're making this up.
I'm not making it up. I'm on point, man.
No,
I'm on
you
point,
clearly,
man.
you are
I'm
clearly
on
making
point,
this
man.
up.
Hey, listen, I'm on point. Just know that I'm on point.
Yeah. No, I you know how I know you're making it up?
Being more of a Near East, that's kind of like where your wheelhouse is at, I guess. What did you think about that debate with Isaiah and Pitbull? Do you think that the Bible comes from polytheistic origins? Do you think that?
All right, hold on. Let me break down
Say that again.
down the question. Hello.
Yeah.
All right, no, I don't because the question is weird. I can't rock with it. That's what I'm saying. Does the Bible come from polytheistic origins? It's just, you get what I'm saying. Getting is like, first we gotta break down. Okay, what is the Bible, right? And then what does polytheistic origins mean? Like what about the Bible has, like, maybe that's a better question, but just that question by itself, I don't really know how to take it. So, but I say this is my point. I can tell you my point. My point is that scholars use and understand the Bible as a particular source of history, not necessarily as a history. And we can use the Bible to help us understand a lot of, like, many missing pieces in the historical data. But what has became the overwhelming reality is that archaeologically, social sciences, study of empire, we can see the reality of what ancient Israel and Judah was, and it doesn't necessarily works if we are strictly using the text to describe the history, because there's much difference. There's a lot of difference, so much so to where when we're talking about the text, we're really just talking about the environment and the world that these people are describing, who's composing the text, rather than portraying the accurate history of the past, or even of culture, or and ethnicity. That's my point. So I'm saying that because I hold to ancient Israel and Judah being polytheistic. It's just their culture. This is really just their culture. What we see later as, I don't call it monotheistic polemics, because it's not really monotheism yet. We don't really even get monotheism in the ancient world, really. And Dr. Paula Fredrickson, she kind of makes that point really particular. But what we see in the biblical text is later ideas from a later generation of people, from particular people, elites, who are in control of the narrative, right? They are polemicizing polytheism. They are against polytheism, and subsequently, it's the actual nature, the actual culture of their ancestors. But people change, time change, and ideas and ideologies change, even within a group or within a community, and that's my point. So yeah, that's why we disagree sometimes.
So basically, you look at the Israelite people as being a people, but not necessarily how it's written in the text.
Yeah, that's cool. You can say that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, due to the fact that the secular evidence, is from very little to minimal, maybe can say substantial at best.
What's substantial? What's very little? What you mean by very little?
Well, I mean, it's just how you look at it. Defines that point to the Israelite people. It's definitely not enough to tell a story of Israel without the Bible. You know what I'm saying? But what ancient nation isn't like that? Every ancient nation from Egypt to Samaria is based on a lot of summation based on the evidence by Egyptologists or.
That's a good point. What Gideon said. Who's the person that's interacting first of all? What's the person's name? Ben Eaton.
What's up, man?
Yeah. Is that Ben Eaton that's talking there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you see, for example, the Phoenicians, where do we get like the account, or you see like their stories, even down to their myths, where do we solely get these accounts from? Themselves, from their own book, the Sanchantuan or whatever it's called. It's from a book.
That's not his book. That's not technically a Phoenician
that's where
book.
we get all these Phoenician myth, like that's the primary. Not that it was stuck in the
No,
book.
no. See, that's the misconception. Senkulu Waithon's Phoenician history is really misused. It is a Greek. It is a heavily Greek influenced history of Phoenician history. Even Senkulu Waithon is
It's
legendary
called no.
for
I don't
being.
know
Hold
if
on.
it's got an
It's,
L in the
that's what
word.
it's.
It's Sancho Tutuan or something like that.
But
Something.
he himself is a legendary figure, and you have more Phoenician histories outside of
I'm not
his.
gonna
Like when
come
you
here and
read,
say.
listen, when you read his Phoenician history,
Mhm.
he describes Canaanite religion quite differently from what we recover in the Ugaritic text, and how he describes deities and gods are really in the style of like Greek historiography. So you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Like.
You got to take it with a grain of salt when you
Not really
sourcing it.
though.
And I've seen somebody source it before, and I just don't think they
Not really
understand
though,
the
because
nature of
because
the
because
material.
Porphyry, he
Porphyry,
does
yeah,
exegesis on that work. Yeah,
that's fine.
he mentions instead of L, he replaces it for Israel. He connects Israel with Saturn. Yeah, so Israel, according to his exegesis, is a deity and is connected to Saturn. That's very important there. That two connection there. I've not even started, because the deity you find in the Akan tradition that's connected to the Jacob story, his day is Saturn. We've got a lot of Phoenician traits and cultures amongst my folk. Furthermore, how we say a crab is Greek word. It means sea monster in Greek. Ketos. In tree is koto, or koto, that's a crab. A ketos in Greek is a sea monster. So when you're downplaying the Greek, I ain't really got an issue with the Greek, because furthermore, you would need the Greek to prove your point anyway. If you
I
are
don't
trying to
don't
prove
even
this
think you
Israelite
understand what I
heritage.
said. I don't even think you
No, you
understand what I
said
said.
you said because of the
I
Greek, it's
contextualized your
kind of
source
fake.
that you was trying to source, and I just wanted to clarify that you have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, but
Like,
because
let
it's
me ask you a
Greek, is
question.
that
Senkulu
why?
Waithon doesn't even exist as an actual manuscript. It's recoverable from other people's writings.
No problem. I don't need the source to be
So
recoverable. It's the information, the data that's important to me, and the connections I can make.
that's
You know
why
what I'm
you have to
saying?
take it with a grain. Okay.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Then I fully get what you mean. Still, you're right. Still, you're right. You're right. But to downplay
Since
because
we
of
on the
Greek,
Phoenicians,
but to
let me share
downplay,
something.
because of the Greek, it wouldn't, like, somebody that is like, this goes for everyone as well. Like, if you're trying to claim an Israelite heritage, you can't downplay the Greek. You need to find at least two Greek linguistics in your language. Like, for example, another
Hey,
one.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Yeah. Like for example, another one in my language, time, and in Greek, I think it's a day in Roman, and time in my language are both phonetically close. And that's just, I've not even really gone in, because you see, in my language, there's two words we can find that connect to Greek. So now, am I going to be worried because it's connect to Greek? No. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it's more empowering, because if we're happy to find Egyptian connections, why not Greek? It says the story. It gives a broader
Hey,
picture. You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
biggest Titan. You believe that that Israelites and like Judites went to West Africa and
Yeah,
settled in West Africa? Like,
because they
that's
were
your
in
point.
Libya.
Yeah.
They were in Libya. It's documented.
Have you read Garfield? Like, you know who Garfield is, right?
Of course, he knows me too.
Yeah. I think I seen you on there.
He knows me too. Well, he hates me because this is my
So
method.
why you
Not
do this
everybody
on
does
here?
this
And
method. Everybody does the East Africa. Like, big up my brother Gideon. But yeah, I've got the book. I can show you too. It's on my shelf.
yeah,
Come on.
he kind of ruined
No, he ain't
this
cooking because he
conversation. Is
don't
kind of
talk
over
about the
for a while.
Akan. He don't talk about my people, and that's where he ain't cooking.
I think you do. I think you
No,
do,
he
brother.
don't.
And I think this conversation. I think he honestly have single-handedly destroyed this conversation for over
No,
like 10 years now.
you see what it is with
That's why I
Garfield.
don't really care to have these conversations, because
No,
I already
with
know that
Garfield.
someone has material that has really already discussed this at length.
No,
That's
no,
all.
with Garfield, no, it's been like people's around, even me that's watched, like people online, like it's been all confirmed, even down to what's her name, man, what's her name, Mika, yeah. Garfield
I love Mika.
loves to
Shout out to
run
Mika.
from me. Garfield loves to run from me. It's not that he don't respect my thing. He thinks, because see the method I come with, he's not privy to that. He's not come across that. So
Now,
because he's
I
not come
honestly just
across
think
that,
he think it's nonsense and he don't choose to engage. That sounds
yeah.
more
But
realistic.
watch this now. Watch this now. After the interactions I have with him, study what he does later and how he treats the information and how he tries to put context. He's trying to answer. He's running from me, bro. I don't even want to,
Oh wow.
he runs from me and tries to continue the topic on another day, hoping I don't pop up and then add these little 2 pences to it. That's what's going on. You see that source I talk about, Al-Adrisi? I brought it up to him.
Yeah, it's in his book.
He said, it's not talking about the ancient Gar names. It's talking about the Malinke and the Bambara and another group. Is he an idiot or is he an idiot? The Bambara
So
and
why is he an
Malinke
idiot?
have
So address
origin
the actual
in
data.
ancient Ghana. Huh?
So, but rather than call him an idiot, just address why you disagree with what he said.
No. We've already addressed. No. We've already addressed so many times.
Okay.
I rather flipping laugh and joke with him, and I've beaten him up on this topic already. He ain't
Oh
saying
wow,
nothing.
you beat him up on this topic. Yeah, that's crazy.
He's doing a volume 2. Look. I'm theorizing right now. Reason why he ain't done a video recently is because his part 2's coming out. Yeah.
I
He's
know.
part 2. Yeah, he's got volume 2 coming out. Get ready for it.
Yep,
Yeah.
I know.
You see
Yeah, I know.
all this
I'm
I'm
well
talking
aware.
about. You see all this I'm talking about, yeah? Tsar Dynasty. If he don't address none of that yet, because bro, I can show you right now in the Jews Encyclopedia Diaspora, they document it themselves that according to Timbuktu Annuals, Tsar Dynasty, a Jewish Egyptian, whatever, traveled into the night. Like they've got it documented in their diaspora book, bro. I've got all volumes. So if he don't want to document and object to it and debunk it, but just leave it blank, it says a lot. It says a lot. If he don't address certain things in that volume 2, it says volumes. You know what I'm saying? So we can all be Garfielites and pander to Garfield and be a
Hey,
Garfield
but
fan. You know what I mean?
relax. Don't do that, bro. Listen, you know why I do it? You know why I source? You know why I source Garfield? Because I don't have these conversations. But I know that that there's people who always have these conversations and are really good at having these conversations. Garfield is absolutely
Just
one
know
of them,
that.
and
Just
I'm gonna
know that when I
always reach
step
out to him.
in,
So I don't think
just
he's
know, yeah,
avoiding you, brother. I
9
just don't
times
think
out
he
of
takes you
10,
serious.
ask Garfield. Just know, ask Garfield on a heart to heart. Yeah, every time he's had a convo with me, has he learned something? Ask him. Every time he's had a convo with me, he's learned something new, and that is beneficial. Yeah, and that's why he always lets me on his panel. And when these Israelite topics ain't on, he loves me. I'm his best friend. He'll tell me, yeah, I'm Dagger Squad. He will say on his channel, you're Dagger Squad. But when the Israelite topics are on, it's fuck you, this and that, and get out. You liar. I'm a Khan. I'm more a Khan than you. But he can't say Nyame properly. Nyame. What is Nyame? It's Nyame. You get what I'm saying? So it's things like this, and we can all be Garfielites, in it. We could all do it, in it. But sometimes it's good to be and judge yourself, in it. And big up Mika, man. She see that ninja run from me. Bare times even got out of hand. It got out of hand so much. I think Zion Lex even had to do a show on the Timbuktu stories. This was like a couple months ago. It got out of hand. Garfield just kept running. Don't you know? Don't you know? So Yeah, man. Big him up, though. Big him up, man. I've got that same book, man. I've got that same book, man. Don't worry, man. I've got that.
Yeah. I think Garfield single-handedly kind of destroyed this stuff.
No,
I think y'all
never.
just. I think y'all
Never.
fighting a good fight. Y'all fighting a good fight, but it's futile.
Never,
But
fam.
it's cool.
Garfield is the biggest runner. Biggest. Like,
That's cool. You saying that, bro? But
strengthens me every time he runs. Every time he kicks me off, I feel happy because it's like I've done my job. You know what I mean? Like you see when somebody knows their stuff, they wanna fatality you. They wanna make you learn. Yeah. Garfield don't wanna make me learn. He wants to run. When I bring up the sources, he runs. You know what I mean? He'll say so and so's racist, not knowing that I've got other sources and I'm just tricking him with one source. He's all getting excited over one source. I tricked him. You know what I mean? I trick him all the time. He's thinking he's doing something. He would
it's probably
lie.
not a good conversation if you got to trick someone to make a point.
No. It's all the art of debate, man. Sometimes
Yeah, sure.
people want to know your sources, and sometimes people ain't worthy of the source. So you know what? They can have that one. They don't need that one. Because you see, when I done that, Garfield was moving like he's got the author's books. He's only got 2 of her books. I've got all 5.
Only you stupid, boy.
I've got all 5. This is why my brag is such. I know the conclusion to all of what I was, if you know the topic I'm talking about. He's only limited to certain sources, which I'm privy and I've got. So when he's talking his BS, he's talking from a limited view, not a privy one.
A limited view.
No, limited. He's talking from a limited view, not a privy view.
Okay. And you're talking from a privy view.
1,000,000%. Million.
Okay.
Million. Million. You know what I'm saying? So when he's trying to object, he needs the whole sources. He needs the other sources and the more info. He needs my sources to actually debunk me. And if he ain't got my sources and he's only got one of my sources, he can't really like debate what I'm saying because he hasn't got the full picture.
I'm gonna be honest, brother. I see why he probably don't engage with you.
Of course, he has to run.
Yeah. I can see why he don't engage because it's kind of futile, bro.
I beg your pardon.
It's kind of futile because y'all listen. I'm gonna give you an example. You do the language thing, right? Language. This word sound familiar. This word sound familiar over here.
No. There's context to it. There's context to it. There's context. So let me break down the context. I told you.
Yeah. What's the context?
Anan in the Bible is a captain. Anan in the Khan culture is a king. Anan in the Bible is connected to the totem of the lion.
Okay, how you know that? See, stop right there. How do you know that? You made a claim.
He's from the southern kingdom. He's from Jerusalem. He's from Judah. That's their totem. That's their totem. Their totem also is a dog as well and a snake. Did you know that too?
No, I didn't. How do you know the totem of Judah is a lion?
Their totem also is a leopard. Did you know that too?
I'm asking how you know that Judah is a lion.
You know what I mean? There's many totems the Southern Kingdom had, but their whole one, according to them and according to what we can find, is a lion.
How do you know this? That's my question. Like, what data are you reading to?
I'm reading off many datas, man. Many datas, man. Even in the Islamic tradition, you find Judah being represented as a lion. So it goes in many waters.
Cool.
It goes in many waters. That narrative, you know.
That's cool. But what's the evidence that actually is a thing historically? Like
what totemage?
No, I'm talking about what you just said about Judah.
Because you find it even in the Talmud and in their tradition, you know.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. We got to get to a point where y'all just reading from the text and y'all making claims based on your interpretation.
No, but tradition's important though, because
not the actual history.
No, that is no. You've got rabbis from the time of Jesus, from the time of Jesus to like the Muslim era and that document about the 12 zodiacs. This thing goes to culture now.
That's great.
This thing we find so many places, and it's not solely related to the Bible. Yeah, so they talk about their thing as well, and they identify whatever they identify, which we find the continuation with the Ethiopians. because you can't sleep on the Habesha people. They're the prime. If you want to talk about Judah, yeah, they're the ones you really look at. You know what I mean? And that lion totem is a totem. It's part of this. It's got very. I don't want to go into too much because it's like I'm giving you info for free. You know what I
So
mean?
wait,
But
hold on. No, it's fine. You don't got. Trust me. You don't have to go into any more. That's all I can take. So the lion totem somewhere else in Africa is equated to the lion totem in Judah.
even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he described the Quraysh. Even the scholars are now saying totemage. They're connecting it. Why? Because Quraysh connects to Aram. We find in inscriptions the Qurayshi in South Arabian inscriptions. A Qurayshi was a herdsman, and they're connected to the ram. If you know anything about totemage, like the Benu Kalbi, when they're connected, like it's just long. That's what I'm trying to say. You're ignorant at a certain stage, and I get it. That's why it's like you need to actually double check in what I'm saying, because totemage is a thing around the Eastern Levant, all of that the area. It wasn't alien to them. They knew what I'm talking about.
They knew what you're
This is why
talking
you
about.
got
Can you
Caleb, the
demonstrate?
Calebites. That's why you've got
Can
the
you demonstrate?
Calebites.
Okay. Can you
Calebites,
demonstrate
right?
that they knew this? Can you do it? Can you demonstrate that they knew this?
This is what I'm saying is there. Fine, research it, bro. I don't want to demonstrate. I can't be asked. You're asking too much, bro. And I kind of gotta go soon as well. But it's like just everything I'm saying, just double check it. We're not debating, and we're just dialoguing. If we're
No, we're
debating,
not
I'll
debating.
show
I'm
you.
really just
You know what I
asking
mean?
questions because
Like,
you're just saying a
I've
lot
actually
of
got
different
a
things.
presentation on this. I've got a presentation on this on my phone right now, so I can, you get me. But we're just talking. You know what I mean? So double checking what I'm saying. Double checking it.
No,
If
no,
I'm
yeah,
capping,
yeah,
then go to the scholars, bring
yeah.
up a scholar that said they.
I guess he fell off. Play a commercial till you come back on, I guess.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Right. Are you there, brother? I think you're the only one still on. Yeah.
Play one more commercial.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns that act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Right. I'll put this up here.
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking?
All right. Shoot. Yes, it's just us up here. But to recap, a point that I want to make since I'm up here. All right. So this is just a study of what? How can I say it? What? Ethnicity, culture. What is?
Of what? How can I say it?
Hey, yo, Ben. I'm still here. Hey, yo,
Yeah.
Ben. I'm still here too. If you got any questions for me, but no, it's your floor because you was doing your thing, Ben.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah.
That's if
And
you had
Ben,
any
right?
questions for me. That way, we just keep it interesting. So.
Okay. What you say, Oli?
Right there where you put me up at, it's like 2 or 3 videos up and say Unc West versus
Yeah, I see it.
something other. Yeah, them some videos A1 already had up. Now the top one is the one that was playing
Cool.
before I took over. So if you want
Yeah,
to
I'm about to play this
continue one
now.
of them videos, or you can, what I'm saying, do your thing like Omar said, you and Omar in here. I'm just picking up my wife, so it's
I
gonna be
got you. Yeah, I'm about to play
a
this
little
Unk
bit
joint
before I
since it's
get
right
back
here.
to the studio. But A1, I don't know, he might still be listening, but since you got controls, you got it. But there
Gotcha.
are some videos you can play if the
They like,
yeah, that's the one that was
Oh
but
yeah,
playing
no
before.
no doubt.
how we look at it
All right, yeah,
now,
we can do this.
they're like the color of the. I guess you would call. I guess you're. I don't know, Koreans or Chinese people, whatever the case may be. But there are black people there who were there before those people were there. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
All
They
right, so
they
let me
still
show
exist
you.
today. Like,
Let me show you a quick map, real quick. So
my thing is, if the Eastern Asian people migrated, who's to say which Eastern Asian people have migrated to America? That's all that I'm pointing out. Was it the darker skinned ones, or was it the fairer skinned ones? That's all I'm
yeah,
pointing out.
yeah, all right. So I already explained it here. We know the population that migrated. It would have been people who descended from the ancient North Eurasian. This is what an ancient North Eurasian looks like right there. Like Native Americans only have 35% of this East Asian and 65% of this West Asian, which creates this. If you can't see what this guy looks like, here's a closer image. This is what Native Americans would descend from. And this is the population that would give rise to the Siberian Upper Paleolithic that would eventually migrate into the Americas. People who look like this. This is an ancient North Eurasian.
I love AI.
No, this
But
is a reconstruction, a facial reconstruction,
through AI.
made by a scientist in the actual field who has the bodies.
And these the people that came across the Bering Strait.
The pictures are still made by AI.
So if they came across the Bering Strait, how long did it take them to not be Mongolian or wherever they came from anyway and become Native Americans?
Because
they're not really Native American. They from somewhere else. They came here and settled. And then how long did it take them before they're Native Americans?
All right, so I showed this earlier. I'll say it again. So when it comes to the formation of Native Americans, again, 60% comes from this East Asian core, 40% comes from this ancient North Eurasians. I showed you an ancient North Eurasian earlier. The ancient North Eurasian 40%, and then this East Asian at 60% occurred 25,000 through 20,000 years ago. And then we go down here to ancestral Native Americans. The ancestral Native American genome, again, is a mixture of this 60% East Asian, 40% ancient North Eurasian. And then there's going to be a split 22,000 years ago through 18,000 years ago. You have ancient Beringians. And then you go down here, another split 17,000 years ago through 14,000 years ago. You have North Native American genome and the South Native American genome.
Okay. I think what's confusing me the most is this term Eurasia, because I never understood it in the first place. I'm gonna keep it real with you, because all continents are separated by bodies of water, but somehow this continent is separated by a mountain or whatever, a landmass. So like this is like usually I don't even really understand. That's probably for another debate. Let me say, you know what I mean?
No, we can go into that. That's why I was reading the paper to you earlier. When I read this paper to you earlier, right here. The Persian Plateau served as hub for Homo sapiens after the main outer Africa dispersal. That's why I was reading this to explain like the reason why we use the term Eurasian is because that when humans migrated out of Africa, they were non-African genetically speaking. They had diverged and differentiated from Africans. But let me read a better paper that actually goes into this maybe in a way that that's a little bit more concise and to the point. Here, I'm going to read this paper because it literally goes into the split.
Like I said, I think that Eurasia is really throwing me off because I don't know. Maybe I hate that word because technically Europe doesn't exist. It like really is just is a place made like really literally is one landmass. You feel me?
Yeah, that's the point of the term Eurasia because it's Europe and Asia. It's all one.
That's the thing.
So
it's
if
Eurasia.
they come from Eurasia, that's my whole question. If we know they come from Eurasia, why like they
45,000 years ago, the Europeans, 45,000 years ago, the Europeans probably hadn't even set foot on that landmass.
They did because that's when anatomically modern humans mixed with Neanderthals. It was 45,000.
Okay, so
yeah,
oh my goodness, yeah. Then we go into this Neanderthal, and yeah, you know what? You might be right.
Is it any papers written from the Siberians or the Mongolians who came over here? They didn't write no exploration papers, did they? About
but that's the thing that the Chinese did
for any human population.
I know the Chinese did. I was wondering about the Mongolians and the Siberian people. Did they write any papers about coming down here and wasn't nobody down here and what they seen or anything?
Well, you mean like in scripts or something like.
No, I mean right now we taking your word for it because some explorers came over here and said this is what they seen when they got here. Did them people that came from somewhere else, because we say they Native Americans, but we know that they came from somewhere else. When they was coming from somewhere else, that they wasn't talking about what they were seeing and where they were settling and stuff. They didn't write no.
But
stories.
Africa and Asia have.
All right. I'm
Is
not
there any
getting this
Mongolian?
from stuff that people are saying. I'm getting this from the genetic data that we see within the SNPs and the STRs. SNPs are single nucleotide polymorphisms. STRs are short tandem repeats. We can literally see in the code of humanity, in the genes of people, where they're migrating from and where they're going to, based on haplogroups and based on the autosomal composition, as
are
well as
humans
the divergences.
are humans doing these experiments and studies?
I mean, yeah, humans are
Oh,
the only
okay.
scientists
All
on
right,
this,
go ahead.
on
Go
this
ahead.
earth.
Go ahead.
on this
Go
planet.
ahead. You said it wasn't human. I was just making sure that's who was giving us this information.
And I
Mm,
want to
yeah.
also take into the account the ability for human error. It's called human error for a reason. But still,
Yeah, but people people redo these tests from various different universities, various different scientists, and the information is continuously the same thing. It's like not vastly different from the next university over to the other university, or the next scientist over to the other scientist. Like when people recreate the data, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but you
Over and
must
over
still,
again.
but you must still suppose or still understand that there's a possibility that the powers that be, if they were trying to take over a nation and they came and they conquered a people, and there's a people that's a prisoner of war and they wipe their identity, when they come and start doing studies, they're gonna give you studies that match what they want you to believe.
exactly. It's called
All right,
what is the word that I'm looking for? It's called
but now this is uphill to conspiracy because
I
now you
don't.
have to substantiate.
It's a certain type of research
No
bias.
conspiracy. These are hypothetical
It's a type of research
propositions with
bias.
a whole lot of evidence, because just like you just said, we know that they came from Eurasia. If they come, and we know that they was good enough to come and travel that time and stuff, but you trying to tell me that they don't have papers about their travels, but some other group just came a little bit after them was like, oh, we're going to talk about our travels and stuff, and then they tell me that there's a group of people here who might be prisoners of war, and all of those people who surrounded them from the east, the north, and the west, as well as the Spaniards from the south, then a population of people who have been isolated, encircled, trapped to the middle of their land, where the government comes from the outside in, you can't do nothing about that. They will wipe your identity. Of course, that's what they came to do, so they could take your land. Like, that's why we don't even know who the Jews are over there in Israel right now. Y'all understand the thing that went on over there? That's the same thing that went on over here.
All right, one, writing didn't exist 45,000 years ago, so no one's writing down their
What do you mean?
stories. And two,
What do you
when it
mean?
comes-
Writing
when it comes-
always
and
existed.
two,
What are you talking about?
Nah, just watch the incoherence. Watch the incoherence.
It's a conspiracy because you have to substantiate your claims with proof.
Yeah.
Sanskrit is over 45,000 years old. Like, really?
No, it's not. One, Sanskrit
No, I'm joking. I just threw a number out there. I ain't gonna lie. Sanskrit is old, though.
European language, and two, it's not 45,000 years old.
He said Sanskrit is not a European language. We know that.
Indo-European, part of the Aryan languages.
Well, I just want you to know, I ain't claiming that the current model is impossible. I ain't saying that. I'm saying that it may be incomplete because it was conquest. It was conquests and stuff going on, and we know that with conquest and archives come, the victor is always going to have the labels. He's always going to be able to one that label things, point people out, say this is people that we know. There's a reclassification that went on. We know that politically things have been overwritten just to fit different narratives as well as lifestyles and keep people in places that they are. For us to know this is happening and has happened without a doubt, I can't just throw this out the window when there's evidence. There's families who have evidence that their family has been here for millennia.
I mean, like I said, the archaeology, all right, 4 fields of anthropology. What are they? Archaeology, biological anthropology, cultural anthropology, and linguistic anthropology. All of it lines up with what we understand about modern day Native Americans descending from Siberian upper Paleolithic populations. Like, this is proven over and over again.
Not the Bering
Strait. All the archaeological findings.
Not
because
the
now
Bering
the burden
Strait.
of proof is on you to prove like what you're saying to be true.
Not the Bering Strait.
Yeah, it is. Even from,
so they came from Asia.
stone tools,
These people came from Asia. Can you tell me when they decided to say we're not from Asia no more? And how can they say that? And if
All right,
they
that's
can
a
say
motive.
that, why come the people that's here right now can't say that? Why do we? I need to know how many years, because it seems to me that y'all be flipping, and this shows that the power struggle for us to be misidentified is real. This is what shows it right here.
All right, how? Substantiate that. How does it show it? How does using the
Can you
force
tell
of
me when they
anthropology
decided to
from
say they was
archaeology,
Native
biology,
Americans?
genetics,
When they
and
decided to say we are Native Americans and not okay, well, yeah, when they decided to say they Native Americans and not Eurasians anymore.
I mean, that's kind of a silly term.
When did they decide that they were Eurasians in the first place?
Right.
Wait, we're talking about 20,000 years ago. Like, can we be adults about this? 20,000.
We trying to be adults. Shit.
So
The
all
Catholic
they
Church
know-
ain't the Catholic Church ain't never been adult about it.
Man, you out your mind, bro. We've been adult about it. He just read you a whole bunch of shit from the church.
Yeah, a whole bunch of shit, and we know that they was going through there with swords and shields.
You absolutely right.
So how am I supposed to believe anything that said if I know that they fist to force what they want?
This ain't got nothing to do with force.
It does.
This got everything to do
They
with
say, if you don't believe what I believe, then we will kill you.
God gonna
I
smite
will
you down.
unalive you.
God gonna smite you down. You looking over God, they hit you
No.
across your neck with
Forget
that sword.
about forget
Wham.
it. They say, if God don't smite you down, I'm gonna smite you down first.
But to your point about when they stopped they never called themselves Eurasian because no one called themselves Eurasian back then. That's one. Secondly, we talking about something that happened 20,000 years ago. These people been in this land for 15 to 20,000 years.
And writing is older than 20,000 years.
No, it's not.
No. My bad. I'm thinking 2000.
This is older. Check this out though. When the Han Dynasty was doing business in horses, those horses came from North America. Now a lot of people are gonna say the horses migrated before they started keeping records. How come a people couldn't have migrated before they keep keeping records? Y'all always go back. I'm telling you, they went through extremes to make sure that we can't identify ourselves, guys. And they push this today with the science that they I ain't gonna say they created it and created it simply to cover up things. But that was the prime move when it comes to genetics and biology, because this is what it's always been about. To go somewhere and take somebody's shit and lay claim to it. There is no other answer, especially coming from that when you tell me that these people are from Eurasia, that after the Han Dynasty, my man's what's his name? Genghis Khan drove all the way to the outskirts of Europe with his horses and then came back. This is when the Mongolians start going the other way. And this is when the Europe came from the west, and they end up meeting on the east coast of the American shores. It's funny, like we see this. We see it through the Silk Road knowledge.
I know there was not any literal writing 20,000 years ago, but you had stuff like symbolic notation and stuff like that. So there was some sort of communication of some sort. That's all I'm saying.
All of this is a appeal to conspiracy and appeal to emotion. I would like to see sources and evidence instead of hearing claims. I provided my sources and evidence from a scientific standpoint. Now I like to see for y'all.
I just showed my scientific evidence that the victors of war make the labels and preserve the conquered people's full control.
We don't have to argue that.
One, that's appeal to conspiracy, and two, you
see what they doing over there right now?
You know the minds of all white people.
I do. Look what Donald. I do. That's easy. I told you. Listen. I've had kids with demons and everything. Leave me alone about the white people. Listen. We talking about the Native Americans now. Yeah, I do. I've been in their vaults with their dads. Had showing me antiques and showing me where they exactly from.
What
This
does
is why
the
y'all
white
want to
man?
Don't give me to the white man. Why you trying to get off the natives? I thought. Hold on. There
Well,
you
you're
go.
completely,
There you go. There you go.
somehow they're trying to change things.
Let's just say we don't. Let's just say we don't agree, and we can jump. Let's just say we don't agree, and we can jump to the next topic, right? Because you never get me to believe that the Mongolians and the people from Eurasia are Native Americans when they
I
tell
didn't
you
say
they came from
Mongolians were
Eurasia.
Native Americans. I said it's upper Siberia. It's a Siberian upper Paleolithic populations. That's not a Mongolian.
That's where the Mongolians went to first, and then came down.
No,
This is
no,
them
it's not.
surrounding.
Mongolians
This is
did
them.
not
They
come
are
from
the
Siberia.
same.
What are you talking about? They didn't come from Siberia.
No, the Mongolians went to Siberia before they came to North America.
No, they didn't.
Before they came to our part of the United
No,
States part.
Mongolians
Yes,
are
they
a very
did.
specific ethnic group. They're a very specific contemporary ethnic group.
Yes, I
That's
know.
not what Native Americans.
Yes, they
descend
split. Some of them went to Siberia. Then they
No.
split them. That's how they split them. They came from Mongolia first.
There's no
Just like the
scientific
Eurasians came
evidence.
and they say it was thousands of years. They did the same thing up there. This is the way that y'all decided to surround us and take our identity. You won't fool me.
What do you mean, y'all? You think? All right. So again, that's appeal to conspiracy, appeal to emotion. You think people are just hyper focused on you, and folks couldn't care less about you. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this ain't about me, bruh. I don't be trying to make this
You
about
just
me.
said
Not
that.
Superman or anything.
You said you're
I never
trying
said
to.
this about me. Don't do that. See how people be doing when they boy, be
You know this is recorded,
don't be
right?
disingenuous. Yeah, you know it's recorded, don't you?
All right. So let's
All right,
replay the
so-
recording. Go back
so-
about 5 minutes. Let's
Well,
replay it.
just go back for 5 minutes. I never say it's about me. Why would I say it's about me?
Using me and us and
Get
black
out of here, man. Oh, there you go. There y'all see how they do it. They moved the goalpost quick, didn't they?
The
You
fact of
said
the
I said
matter is,
one
no
thing. The fact
scientific
of the
paper
matter
says
is
that Native
that I'm never
Americans are
going to believe you.
Mongolians.
The fact of the matter is that we know that the Mongolians came from Eurasia, and you guys are saying that they're Native Americans now.
Mongolians are not Native Americans. This is like the 5th time he's saying that. Native Americans descend from Upper Paleolithic.
Those are
Siberians
Mongolians.
from
Those are
20
Mongolians.
20,000 years ago.
Those are Mongolians. They came from Eurasia too.
All right, substantiate that with evidence then. Let's see the evidence substantiated.
All right, let me get my
Are Native Americans Mongolian?
Siberians and Mongolians are interchangeable. Siberia is a huge geographic zone with multiple ancient and modern populations. With lots of modern populations, they're different. Mongolian populations are among those. North Asian mosaic. Modern genetics shows substantial structure and admixtures across Siberia, Mongolic, Tungusic, and North Asian groups. So they're the same people.
No. Just because a people can share similar
Y'all see
DNA
this?
does not make them
Y'all
the
see this?
same
Watch me special
people.
plead. Watch me special plead.
And also, you need to actually show
Wait,
me
what did you just say? If that don't make them the same people, so why y'all trying to make the Americans, the African, the things y'all call African Americans or Black Americans over here? Wait, see what I'm saying? You just
I didn't
arguing for
even
that
see what
total.
you was reading. Show me what you was
You
reading.
arguing
And
for that
two,
totally different thing.
sharing a few segments of DNA does not make you that population. I share segments of European DNA. That does not make me European.
Went against what you just said.
I share European DNA like many African Americans. That does not make African Americans Europeans.
Listen, we talking about the Native Americans.
I know I'm
We're
using
not
an
talking
example.
about
Just
you.
because
No, let's use
Mongolians
them.
and
We
Native
don't need to
Americans
use
may
examples
share
when we can
segments
use
of
them.
DNA does not make them
Why
the
are
same
we trying
people.
to use examples when we got them right here that we can use?
All right, I'll say it like this. Just because Mongolians and Native Americans share segments of DNA, and you probably don't even know what segments it is, but that does not mean that they're the same people. Mongolians typically carry haplogroup O. Native Americans carry haplogroup Q. These are two completely different lineages on the phylogenetic tree. Look up the average Y-DNA of Mongolians versus the average Y-DNA of Native Americans. It's different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's just sloppy haplogroup talk.
See, you see it right there. Mongolians carry haplogroup C2-M217 and O-M122. Native Americans, on the other hand, carry Q-M242, which is at 75% pre-colonial lineages.
But you acting like the Y haplogroup settles the whole ancestry question.
does,
A
because
A
this is about
haplogroup
men.
traces that just trace one direct paternal line only. It don't
Just admit that
summarize
you
all
wrong
of your
about Native
all the
Americans
it
and
don't
Mongolians being the
summarize all
same.
the
Just admit.
ancestry. By
Just
the
admit
time
you was
you go
wrong.
back 10 generations, you'll have up to
Just admit you was wrong.
1,024
Mongolians and Native
geological
Americans are not
ancestors.
the same. They're not paternally the same. Two completely different ethnic groups.
Nah. Haplos Q and C, especially Q.
Yeah, Native Americans carry up to 75%.
Siberia, Beringia, and subsequent diversifications in the Americas. Like all of them is the same peoples, man. You won't never get that by me.
All right, what's the dominant haplogroup?
What I want to know is you never answered my question. What made them able to say that they're not? Will you ever answer that? What made them say that they're not Eurasian anymore? And this is a real question. I'm not asking you trying to trap you. I'm not trying to trap you or anything. I'm asking a real question. Like this is something that since you study stuff like this, what makes a people able to say, okay, we're not this group of people anymore, even though we came from here, we're this group of people. I'm asking you this genuinely. I'm not trying to get you in no trap or nothing. If we know that they came from Eurasia and we know
and genetic differentiation, that's what changes you. Genetic divergence, genetic isolation, and bottlenecks. A group of people are away from another group of people because they diverged. A bottleneck occurred, and they genetically started becoming their own distinct human population. So that's what makes Native Americans split off from, let's say, the ancient East Asian core and become their own thing during various different isolation events, as well as different admixture events, because humans admixed with other humans to create new human populations.
But are
like
they
it shows up here. Like it literally shows up here.
Yeah, I understand that.
And
So
40
do
and ancient. Oh my God.
So do the African Americans over here have the right to do that same thing?
Have the
And why
right
not?
to do that. That hasn't. It's not about a right. It's just about what happens in evolution.
I'm saying, do you think that we evolved enough, or are we still the same people that supposedly came?
African Americans actually are somewhat distinct in the sense that
Not somewhat, either we are or not.
We
Just
on
give us-
average. Wait, hold on. We on average carry 20% European DNA, which is not really seen in like sub-Saharan Africa unless you're in South Africa. But like that's what kind of makes us a little unique, is that 20% European DNA and that 1% Native American DNA. But African Americans typically do plot very similarly to Sahelian African populations, because Sahelian Africans also on average are like 20% West Asian, specifically North African. So at times African Americans can plot towards those Africans.
Yeah, but I'm saying not flock toward the Africans, because the Asians didn't flock back toward the Asians. They just said they Native Americans. When can we say that we are Americans and not those people? And how did this is what I'm trying to say. See when people can, like you said, deviate from what they are.
I mean, at this point, we can intermix the concepts of nationalism into it, or because your question kind of deals with whether you want to be considered something based on your nationality or based on your ethnicity or based on your genetics. Like, here's the thing: like, if you're an American, you have American citizenship, then yeah, you're an American. Nothing wrong with that. But if we're talking about from a genetic standpoint, like if you carry E1B1A, like they're like no shot, you definitely descend from West Africans without a shadow of a doubt. If you carry mitochondrial haplogroup L, you descend from West Africans without a shadow of a doubt. You can be an American and have African ancestry if you have 75%.
So Oli,
West
it's
African
brother
autosomes.
Omar. I don't know.
Most
I don't
of
know
your
if you mind
overwhelming
if
ancestors,
we do
no
a little
doubt.
bit of commentary on this point about the Eurasians.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, Omar. Yeah, we were just watching it, so I mean, feel free to jump in if you want to say something.
Right. So I want to give a clause before I speak. I don't necessarily have a dog in the fight because I really don't agree or disagree with all y'all brothers saying. But this is important for us to know. Now, when people talk about the Mongols and talk about the Bering Strait and talk about a people of a Mongolian heritage, we got to tread very lightly when we speak about these things, because let's just bring up some facts. If we want to talk about the Mongol people and the Mongol Empire, who formulated the Mongol Empire? It was Genghis Khan. So this is what we got to look at. When was the Mongol people? When did Genghis Khan even bring those people into a unified nation? This was 1200 CE. So for us to even say the word of a Mongol people before 1200 CE, the so-called Mongol people, they didn't even exist. So when we talk about this Bering Strait and the land bridge dating back over 15,000 years ago, so-called during the last ice age, 15,000 years ago, and then we look at the Mongol people, that's 1200 CE. So even if we just use a little bit of basic math, even if we go back to 1200 CE, dating back to 15,000 years ago, that would be 11,000 to 13,000 years ago before 1200 CE. So we can't class it. Listen, even if we was to say, so the thing is, I've been hearing Mongol being thrown around so loosely. So here's the point. If we use basic math to say the Mongol people didn't even come into existence until 1200 CE, when Genghis Khan unified those nomadic tribes across Eurasia, so-called. What were they before that? They wasn't Mongols, because that name didn't even exist. So now, let's say if a people crossed the Bering Strait during the last ice age, which is 15,000 years ago over, what did they classify themselves as? It wasn't Mongol. Now, do we know? Nope, we don't know. So tread very lightly when you throw around that word Mongol, because basic math, Mongolian people didn't derive until 1200 CE. We're talking about the Bering Land Strait. Last ice age over 15,000 years ago. Did they call themselves Mongols? If they so-called crossed, I'm entertaining it. So let's say even if they did cross, did they call themselves Mongols at the time? Absolutely not. Because Genghis Khan modernized that term when he united the nomadic tribes that was going across that land at the time in 1200 CE. So like I said, I'm just trying to add some clarity to this subject. Y'all tread lightly when y'all throw around that term Mongol, because those people Mongolians didn't exist around that time, nor were they a united people, which Genghis Khan labeled that term of the nomadic people across those lands, 1200 CE, and the Bering Land Strait was the last ice age of over 15,000 years ago. So I think we need to really think about what we classifying these people is, let alone that. Listen, there's no archaeological evidence that says that they labeled themselves as Mongols 15,000 years ago. That's all I wanted to add to it. But y'all brothers go ahead and cook.
Okay. All right. Let me finish. I'm about to put this back up here. All right.
We're West Africans. You're a West African with American citizenship,
Now,
American nationality.
all right, now check this out. Just like you said, the Siberians and the Mongolians mixed and did things, right? So could this have happened? And is why it seems that all of the African Americans or Black Americans are from Africa, because they mixed when the Africans came over here with the slave trade. They just tried to mix them with the population that was already here, so they could have the same type of outcome that they had up here when they said Siberians and Mongolians mixed.
It wasn't to the same degree. So the thing is, when Africans came over here to the Americas, these Africans were biologically, mostly African. A lot of the men that came over here carried E1B1A. 60% of African American male, 60 to 75% of African American males still carry E1B1A, are still predominantly West African from an autosomal perspective. And then the second biggest haplogroup is R1B, which is European. A lot of us descend from European men. So, and yeah, there was a little bit of admixture with Native Americans, but it wasn't enough to like make us a newly distinct race or something like that. Like, no, we're still predominantly West African.
Peace, everyone. Can I ask a question real quick?
That's Roy Chess saying it. I can hear his voice.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have a question for the speaker. Well, two questions, if you can, because they're related. On that slide that you had about if you can go back to it, if you can, where we migrated out of Africa, and then you said that people stop identifying or classifying as African at some point. Are you saying that over 1,000 years, the evolutionary process made those people different from the Africans?
Yes, and I can actually read that too. It's not just me saying I can actually read it.
No, I'm not just saying you, but I'm saying theoretically, that's what happened. That's why they're different from Africans, right?
But bottlenecks occurred, and genetic isolation occurred, and differentiation occurred.
Okay, so does that imply inbreeding?
I mean, sure. I wouldn't be surprised if some people mix with their cousins, but folks are probably doing that in Africa too. So,
yeah, I mean, but like that would explain why they're different, right?
no,
Like
because in Africa, there's an African tribe called the ostrich feet people, and that's a result of inbreeding, and they're Black African, and they are not genetically like super distinct and different from other Black Africans.
So
except for having those three toes, born with three toes.
So how is it that these people who migrated thousands of years later are different from Africans then, if that's the case?
Because it's not just due to inbreeding. That's why people became genetically isolated, going off into a whole different area. All right, let me actually just read the paper. Pull up my screen really quick, because instead of pontificating me just explain it, we can just read it.
Okay, I mean, I'm trying to understand. Is it the environment that had a factor?
Oh yeah, environment plays a part. As a matter of fact,
okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. Okay.
All right, so can you put my screen? All right, so this is the paper I'm going to be reading: the role of genetic selection and climactic factors, in the dispersal of anatomically modern humans out of Africa. So yeah, we're going to deal with environment, climate, all of that. So here is the section we're going to look at. This is exactly dealing with out of Africa 1,000 years ago, then 8,000 years ago, Beys Eurasians, Main Eurasians, etc. Let's actually read it. Let me zoom in a little bit. All right, so the dispersal of anatomically modern humans out of Africa, a simplified reconstruction of the AMH, anatomically modern humans, moved out of Africa 130,000 to 80,000 years ago into the Arabian Peninsula area, and subsequent rapid expansion across the rest of Eurasia, 54,000 through 51,000 years ago. So this is what's shown right here. About 130,000 to 80,000 years ago, people migrate out of Africa. And then there's going to be another migration with the main Eurasian 54,000 years ago. So anyways, we're back right here. It says based on the Septuagint, hold on, I forgot this. I always forget how to pronounce this. It's weird. Spatiotemporal distribution of the 56 hard sweeps, archaeological and genetic data, in savanna habitats. Archaeological evidence of anatomically modern humans moved into the Arabian Peninsula area during the discrete climactic wet phase from approximately 130,000 to 80,000 years ago. Closely matched the onset of the extended period of genetic isolation of the ancestral out of Africa populations. Let me read that again slower. So it says, during discrete climactic wet phases during 130,000 years ago to 80,000 years ago, during these wet phases, by the way, the Sahara, North Africa, and the Arabian Peninsula, it was not a desert. It was actually green and lush, full of paleo lakes and paleo rivers. So that's why it said, like, during this wet phase, 130,000, 80,000 years ago, all this was green and wet, hence the term wet phase. Anyways, it says closely match the onset of an extended period of genetic isolation from an ancestral out of Africa population. So genetic isolation, that's key. People became genetically isolated because they started moving away from each other, going into these lush green environments, forming their own, like, you know, distinct cultures and communities, and they just got away from each other. And it says
the genes would still be the same though.
Not
don't make no sense. That's why
after a
don't
certain
make no
amount of
sense.
time, no. After a certain amount of time, genes are going to slowly change.
Yeah, it
So
takes
those-
thousands of years, correct? Not hundreds of years.
I
Thousands.
mean, listen. I mean, literally, look right here. It says from around approximately 100,000 through to 55,000 years ago. That's 50,
Still wouldn't
that's
take.
50,000
Still would
years.
take longer than that.
That's 50,000 years. And
Okay,
it says,
okay, let's make that.
which in turn, the Arabian standstill phase. It says right here, during this period, the main and basal Eurasian lineages diverged approximately 80,000 years ago. And it shows right here, there's a divergence 80,000 years ago. Basal Eurasians over here, main Eurasians right here. And it says, and the isolated main Eurasian population experienced a significant phase of genetic selection starting around 80,000 years ago. So genetic selection occurred 80,000 years ago with this main Eurasian population, resulting in at least 31 hard sweeps. This is detected. This is depicted in the potential Arabian Gulf oasis Iranian refugium around 54,000 through to 51,000 years ago, shortly after the major phase of Neanderthal gene flow. So Neanderthals are going to admix with main Eurasians about 54,000 years ago. That's what it shows right here. Neanderthal admixture that occurred 54,000 years ago.
Why are you mentioning? Hold on, stop right there. Why are you mentioning Neanderthals? The other people were not Neanderthals.
Main Eurasians admixture with Neanderthals 54,000 years ago.
So are they not all Neanderthals? There's a different kind of population.
These humans that migrate out of Africa are not Neanderthals. Neanderthals are their own distinct human lineage that diverged, that descend from Homo heidelbergensis.
And where do they come from? Africa?
You go back far enough, all hominids descend from Africans. All these like Homo neanderthalensis, Homo denisovians, Homo erectus. Yeah, they all descend from Africa, but Homo erectus migrated out of Africa like 2 million years ago. So.
Exactly. That was my point. So if the Homo erectus migrated out of Africa 2 million years ago, how would you think that they wouldn't have went to little old America 2 million years ago?
Yeah, they died out and no one descends from them today. They're just gone. They died out. So they're not relevant to us when it comes to the story of Native Americans. They died out completely. Some human lineages,
we still have DNA from Neanderthals because we
Homo erectus didn't die out, or else there wouldn't be Homo sapiens.
Where do you see Homo erectus today? Where do you see them? I haven't seen a Homo erectus walking around Walmart.
I'm saying from the Homo erectus, that's how Homo sapiens came about. So they couldn't have just all died out.
No. The Homo erectus that died out, like the legit Homo erectus population, they did die out. There was divergences that occurred. Like, for instance, from Homo erectus will eventually come Homo heidelbergensis, Homo neanderthalensis, Homo denisovians, but these are not Homo erectus types. These are different hominids that, again, just like with this out of Africa, diverged, differentiated, became genetically isolated, become their own distinct population.
But their offspring become their own group, right?
Yeah, they
Just-
became their own distinct population.
Right, just like the other humans, right? So okay, I'm following.
Yeah, so continuing with this, it says so around 54,000 to 51,000 years ago, shortly after a major phase of Neanderthal gene flow, the main Eurasian lineage rapidly dispersed across Eurasia, arriving in Europe by 54,000 years ago, and as far as Australia by 50,000 years ago. And then it goes into some of like the technical data. I'm not going to read all that. But anyways, so this map kind of shows you what's going on. So out of Africa, 130,000 years ago, then there's a split 80,000 years ago between basal Eurasians and main Eurasians. Then there's going to be an admixture event with main Eurasians 54,000 years ago with a Neanderthal population. And then there's going to be two major splits, the West Asian core, which is going to be your Europeans and et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the ancient East Asian core, which is going to be another split with Oceania, 54,000, 51,000 years ago, and East Asians, roughly around the same time, to be honest, going this direction. So this is like why humans are different. Like there's genetic isolation, differentiation, genetic natural selection, and also admixture with ancient hominids.
Okay, so the people that were allegedly over there with the modern humans, when they saw other human beings there, they were the Neanderthal type. They were not modern humans then, right?
Yeah, they were archaic humans.
Okay, so and then they interbred with them, and then they became more diverse, the offspring.
Yeah, well, they acquired I guess you could say a new package to their DNA.
Okay, so that's the diverse. That's where we get the divergency from, right? Because of all
it doesn't necessarily like people are already differentiating in Africa. There's a lot of papers that seem to point to the fact that it was likely in the Nile Valley that people were already starting to differentiate in Africa itself. And that's evident by the fact that you have the Central African foragers and the Khoisan, who are genetically different populations. That would occur due to isolation and genetic differentiation. So that was already happening in Africa.
Yeah, but that's not making sense if they're from the same areas.
They're
Like
not from the same areas. And also, I think we forget how massive Africa is. You can fit North America, Europe, and India, and another country all in North Africa alone. Like Africa is so massive, people can become genetically isolated from being very, very far away from each other.
You could fit the whole world in Africa and still.
Okay, not the whole world. You can't do that. Not the whole planet. Africa's big, but it ain't that big. But the point is, Africa's so big that yeah, you're going to have people genetically isolated from each other, like the Pygmies and the Khoisan.
So
That's a
where,
massive continent.
so where does the humanoid genes come from? Because it has to have an origin, right? It can't be like it would just all spread out throughout the earth, right? If they came from Africa. So how is it that, you know, even though you're in a
There's a
different
map of Africa, by the way.
Okay, so even if you're in the red part and somebody's from the orange part, how are you different genetically if you came from the same source, same common ancestor, and then you're inbreeding?
I mean, for one, there was other hominids in Africa too. But another thing is that humans were admixing and diverging from each other. There was always, and this is what the STEM paper goes into, people will leave each other and then recombine and leave and recombine and leave. And this would kind of form new groups and stuff. So like, yeah, people just were
But that would be
going their own
culture,
ways.
wouldn't it not be? When you say a whole new genetic or human population was born, it just sounds that would just be called culture. I live here
No,
and
I'm talking about-
and
I'm
I
talking
left.
from a genetic standpoint. Not a cultural standpoint, a genetic standpoint.
So
Like
okay,
these,
when
like
you say
haplogroups
genetics,
are
explain.
mutations.
Yeah, I got a lot to say. Look, bro, we know how genetics work. You know, over time, the millions, not even over time, during each and every person has over a million genetic mutations or whatever the case may be. But as far as the race of somebody, I can't just go and say that I'm a white person because I have no genetic makeup for that. I am who I am. And the race will go to the dominant gene. because black is the dominant gene inside me. I am black. This is why people think this is why white superiority. I'm not trying to make this a race thing, but this is just the facts of the matter. White superiority is based off of this because of the fact that they know that their gene is the inferior gene, which means that they are afraid of racial erasure.
Correct.
So,
Correct. Absolutely correct.
yes. So since their gene is not the dominant gene, my question, and this is where I was trying to get at first when you brought up the first slide, and why I wanted you to go back to the first slide, is if they were African, which we know is the dominant gene, at what point were they no longer African?
So you're saying that
It's just a question.
I hear you.
It's a legitimate question. Tell me if anybody else if anybody else thinks it's an illegitimate question, ask me.
It's actually
question. That's exactly the question I was asking. When do you get the change? If you get the change, shit.
And then how does the change survive so long being that change without the original?
I mean, it's a completely, frankly, ridiculous question because there's no such thing as a black dominant gene.
What are you talking about?
I mean, after all, if black genes were so dominant, then how come Drake's son looks white when he descends from black men?
Big facts.
Because it's not
Why
always,
does this
it's not
boy
always
look
dominant.
white?
Because Drake is a mixed breed. What you mean?
Right.
Dude, he
So,
just
so
used Drake.
apparently Drake's genes aren't dominant either. Here's Drake's dad, a black man, and Drake looks like he's halfway from looking like Zac Efron.
Wait, does that mean that
All of
does
them
that
are
mean
mixed.
Finish cooking now.
All of them are mixed.
How are black genes dominant when we can clearly see white can take over very easily?
no,
Yeah,
but
you're mixed
we
already.
are you denying in history that you're saying that you can't survive, that you could survive
Yes, you
without
can.
the black melanin in you?
You say black genes are dominant as if a black person gets with a white person, they're going to be more black,
If
but
they're
that's
already
clearly not
mixed.
the case.
If the person's already mixed, the white can take over the black. If it's a
So you can't
genuine,
say black
It
genes are
don't matter
dominant.
if they already mixed, bro. It don't matter if they
They-
already
they
mixed.
can't.
If a white and a black person get together, they can have a mixture of kids that's white and black.
yes,
Yes or
but
no? All right
yes,
then. So how is there a dominant gene?
because it's
Exactly.
going to be the
Because
majority.
you know
You see
why?
how you just killed
Even
yourself?
even even
You see
even
how you just
even in
killed
that white.
yourself?
No, I didn't kill myself. Majority doesn't
Hold
mean
on.
100%. It has
Hold
to
on.
be 80%.
Drake's
Jack-
son should look
8 out
like
of the 10 kids are
a
going to be
black
dark
kid.
skinned.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say
Not
this
gonna be
because
white.
I think what they getting at is solely off of skin color and hair color. I guess
No, that's still genes, though.
I'm talking about the full genetic makeup.
Genes, bro.
Hold on. No, that's
real
just.
African boy.
I'm talking about the full genetic makeup. That boy.
Full genetic. You half and half. What is you talking
Okay,
about?
no. Look.
You literally are half
Let me
and
try to
half. Do I
re-explain
need to
it
pull
better.
up 23andMe results of mixed people?
Yeah, you are literally half and half with a genetic makeup. What is you talking about? Now, if you're talking about phenotype and characteristics, which are expressed by your genes, what your genes express, that's what you're talking about. Which
And
we
that,
are pointing
yeah,
out.
and he would be a black. That boy is black, regardless of the color.
Hey,
You gonna
brother
call that a
Omar,
black
hey,
boy? You
hey,
gonna call this a black?
hey, this
Yes,
is
I'm gonna call him
this
a black
work.
boy.
Yeah, because
Showing Drake and his son is absolutely crazy work, yo.
Wow.
Who the hell boiled?
Well, it's crazy, Omar. He making a lot of sense to me, right? That's just my personal opinion. I think that
Yo,
boy
is
could.
that yo Ben? Please, brother. I was starting to root for you, brother. Please don't tell me it was you who pulled that picture of Drake and his son.
No, this ain't me.
Man.
It's the video. It's the video. But I'm saying I'm definitely in agreement with my brother Green Sahara. I think he's making a lot of sense.
So hold on. This picture of Drake. This picture of Drake and his son. Who's trying to say, because you know what, I'm not gonna front all this thing about Denisovians and Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis. This ain't necessarily my speed, but I've been listening to the conversation, and I just want to know who in the hell put up this picture of Drake and his son, man. This.
I don't know, but I think the point of pulling it up was like, I guess would you consider Drake like black? Yeah, right. You would consider Drake black.
Well, yeah, yes, I do, because you know I'm an
And would you
Israelite brother.
consider this young, wonderful little brother black?
Hold on. I'm gonna let you go. The reason why I consider Drake a brother, because I don't go by the seed of the mother. Israelites, we go by the seed of the father. So Drake daddy is black as shit. But so because Drake come from a lineage, no matter how light skinned he is, Drake laid down with a white woman and produced that little boy. But
it's a beautiful little boy.
Yo, I'm trying not to laugh, man. But go ahead, brother. I
apologize,
apologize, man.
What would you consider the beautiful little boy, man?
So as far as me being an Israelite, I would still consider him an Israelite, and that's why when people say, "Oh, black Hebrew Israelites," if you notice on how we talk, we never judge by skin color. We go by the seed of the father, as far as you can trace it, but not chased by endless genealogy. Your spirit got to bear witness, but. Yo, nobody's answering my question. Who's sharing the screen with this little boy though?
I don't know. We're about to find out why. Hold on. I'm about to finish playing.
His feature says exactly
out, man. This is
He's biologically mostly European. How is he black? He's biologically European, by and large.
No, his features show you where he is.
You can see it in his curly hair. You can see just because his hair is blonde, you can see the curls in his hair. You can see different things that don't show up in your average white person who is 100% white.
His daddy
Have you ever
was
heard of a
half,
Jew, bro? Jews
his
can have
mama was
froze too.
full,
Huh?
and he had a baby by a fool.
No,
So that
there are
baby
very
is
few. There are very
more,
few.
that boy baby is way more genes of them than us.
No,
Make that make sense right now.
no,
right now.
The other guy is
White
correct.
people can have curly hair. This is a Jew with curly hair, just like that boy.
I apologize.
And by the way,
I got
Drake is
to
half
interrupt
Jewish,
again.
mind you. So
Who's ever, because I know this is the prior conversation. Who's ever
Hey,
showing this
Omar,
picture?
you good, brother? That's why we here, by the way. Hey,
Who's ever, because I know this is a prior conversation. Who's ever showing this conversation? Shame on you. I just took a sip of some apple juice, and I looked at that picture again, and now I gotta clean my floor. I gotta clean my laptop. I gotta clean my carpet. I just spit everything all over the place, man. Got it all on my arm. Go ahead. I just had to say that. About my bad for interrupting. Go ahead, brother. And you can play. I don't want to look at that no more because I'm sipping on my apple. I just spit it all over the place. Now I got to clean my damn laptop off. I know it's probably gonna get all sticky. It's all on my floor, on my carpet. But I just had to say that, man. Yo, this.
Yeah.
Yo, that dude's cooking though. What's his name?
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, I was going to ask you before I start. Did you have
Yeah. Yeah, the dude that was dropping the info, he's cooking though.
Nah, definitely, man. That boy nice.
Catch his name.
That boy nice.
Hold on, who you? So yo, Ben, I saw you put in a chat. That boy nice.
That boy nice.
Who are you talking about in this conversation?
That Green Sahara. That's
Green Saharan brother. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know his work, man. You know his work. You can tell. But yeah, all right. Let me finish playing this real quick.
Go ahead, Ben. I'm gonna mute out, brother.
Most modern human beings are mixed, though.
But in the in even in that
now you accepting that.
Hold on. Even in that concept that he is half Jew,
this is
you would have to take you have to take. Hold on. You would have to take into account that the Ashkenazi Jews are not. They come from.
How's you going to Russia, bro? What the
Bro,
hell?
I don't care about the religion of the Ashkenazi. That's not the point of the debate. The point is, white people, quote unquote, Eurasian people can have curly hair. That's the point. You're saying
Nah,
that
the point
are
is
black.
they
You're saying
can't.
that these bitches are black.
No.
These Jews are not black, and they have this hair texture.
No, what he's saying is those attributes go to certain genes in white people originally. If they do not mix with other people, they will never have those attributes.
Oh, exactly.
Why
That's a lie.
This is a genetic.
That's not a lie. The only reason why they have it is because they mixed.
No.
If you take those people on a separate place, on a separate continent,
what's that
with
dude
nobody else,
They
won't have those attributes.
With that same logic, Roy Chess, what do we get from them from all the mixing we've been doing from them? Since you say everybody mixed, what do we get from them then? That we can say that they're mixed.
Freckles?
Since you can point out that phenotype,
Freckles.
curly hair or whatever, and you can say, oh, they mixed.
It's
it's
not just phenotype. It's not just
blue eyes.
No,
Blue
chill
yes.
out, bro. Chill out, bro.
Blue eyes is a genetic mutation.
Exactly. That comes from Europeans.
He's correct.
What?
So certain attributes.
Hold on.
That's why there's
So
race
y'all
theory.
telling me it can't be natural blue-eyed
No, it
people?
can't, without mixing. Certain other populations will never get
Boy,
those
y'all better
attributes.
get out all this science.
I just wanted to
boy.
correct something. Josh Tube said, wait. He said the bat said blue eyes is a genetic mutation. And then Josh Tube said that comes from Europeans.
Yes, blue eyes comes from Europeans.
Yeah, we know that's incorrect.
Yes, that's a
That's
lie.
actually
That's a lie.
We know
Yeah, that's incorrect. I mean, but it's cool.
We know that.
I think I know what you mean and I know what you said, but it's not the same thing. What you meant and what you said just ain't lining up. But it's okay.
A genetic mutation happens,
because-
like you said, over thousands. Genetic mutations happen on a normal basis, but over thousands of years, certain genetic mutations.
It's a genetic mutation that comes from black people. It's a genetic mutation that comes from Africans, not
Right.
Europeans.
And then it turns into that.
And then you have Europeans.
Right,
You get
exactly.
Europeans from the genetic mutation that happens to Africans. And I'm really supposed to be falling back and being the unbiased host. I just heard that though.
Right, that's all I'm saying is that these are genetic mutations. White people are a genetic
I know
mutation.
you know
That
what
is
you
why they
mean
do
though.
not
I
have the
think you just
dominant
said it
thing.
wrong. Act like not thinking.
That's why their genes dying out because they are a genetic mutation.
Quit lying.
Hold on, let Joshua talk. Let Joshua clarify though.
So the earliest people to have blue eyes that we know of, we're not talking about the Melanesian people, that they got their own version that's not even the same as European blue eyes. The earliest people that we see with blue eyes is Cheddar Man, is Western hunter-gatherers in fucking Europe. Can y'all show me the earliest people in Zimbabwe somewhere with blue eyes? That's what I would need to see.
Hold on. Time out. Let me answer the question.
That's my fault though.
How many people
that's my
do you
fault,
see
because-
from
hold on,
10,000 or more years ago that have blue eyes?
Hold
They're
on,
dead.
Hold on. I'm the one who's addressing them, and I'm the one who called them out. So let me respond to him real quick.
Okay.
Because when you said Europeans, I assumed you meant white people. So I was wrong in the context of the word. Because Cheddar Bob is a European, but he's black. Like he had dark skin.
Yeah, dark skin.
So
Yeah.
go ahead. So in that sense, you're absolutely correct. And I'm
Yeah, it's a European.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Race. Hold on. That has nothing to do with race. That has nothing to do with race. Having dark skin is not the same thing as race.
So now when we say these country names, we're not specifying on the
OTK. You cutting in and out. Yo, audio is horrible. OTK.
You see what's on the screen? Hey, that's why I fuck with my young Christian, man.
There are black Europeans. I never said. I'm talking about race. I'm not talking about country of origin or country of what I'm talking about race here.
Race is fake. Look
Yeah,
what's
race
on
don't
the
exist.
screen.
No, race is not
Look
fake.
on the screen.
Race is not fake.
Look
That's
what's
what
on the
we're talking
screen, nigga. Look what's on the screen. Because
Race is not fake.
these people are the ancestors of modern white Europeans.
Right.
And this is what they look like.
And I'm telling you that the white European is a genetic mutation that happened over thousands of years.
Do you see what's
correct about that? Does anybody disagree with that?
Did you hear what I just said?
We're all mutations. All of us are mutants. Anyway.
We're accumulating.
Then it's like, no, let me start with the
but
X-Men thing.
he's doing an equivocation because you're saying because they're dark skinned, they're black. That's not what this is.
No. You're saying that. I don't care about your racial categories and your racial fetish. I'm just talking about that these people here are
Hey man, shout out to Joshua, boy.
the first people we see with blue eyes on the planet Earth.
Hey,
And
that was absolutely hilarious. Yo, I don't know if y'all just caught that. A1 meant to say Cheddar Man. He said Cheddar Bob.
Cheddar
From
Bob.
the movie.
I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. I'm gonna start saying that. Start calling him Cheddar Bob.
Yo, hey, man. Y'all, after this, could we taste this? I'm trying to enjoy a nice cold glass of apple juice.
No, this is a fire conversation, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Every time I take a sip, I spit it out. Yo. But go ahead, because like I said, I just want to add a little commentary because like I said, this area ain't my speed, so I'm not finna be like, oh, like I know everything. This ain't my speed.
Yeah, no, I'm just listening, man. I don't.
No,
I don't do this genetic stuff. Yeah.
Is that you, Ben?
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. This ain't my speed either, brother. I'm just listening.
Okay. So right now, I'm just a student listening, but it's absolutely hilarious. I just want to say that. I'm gonna mute back out. My bad, Ben.
No, you good, brother.
How did they get there? Let me tell you how they. Let me ask you how they got there. How they got there?
It's an original gene. Forget the mutation.
Blue eyes developed. There's the gene right there. Look at the gene. OCA2.
And
let me ask you how they got. Let me ask you how Cheddar Man got to where he was in Europe.
He's been there for thousands of years. He's for part of Western hunter gatherers. We have these people.
And his people just was dropped there out of the sky, and they didn't come from nowhere.
Earliest anatomically modern humans to settle Europe was 45,000 years ago. He would have descended from that population more than likely because
Okay.
You saying okay a little aggressive because you know you wrong.
No, he came from a black population who migrated to Europe.
Sure. Black skinned, sure, but he wasn't Yoruba. He wasn't Zulu.
I didn't say he was any of that. Those
as long as we
clans, whatever you want to call them, clans, or whatever you want to call them, tribes. Those men came thousands of years later. So I'm not saying he was any of that.
An African, fine. Okay, he wasn't.
He's saying that they're not black.
He's the
That guy
father
having dark skin doesn't make him non-white.
You stuck on that. You stuck. Nobody else stuck on that. I promise you. What we're saying is the people that y'all call white today, the European people today, these they ancestors.
Yeah, those people. Yeah,
And I'm not denying that.
Yeah, everybody agrees to that. That gene is found in only that population. That's why there's race theory. That's why there is race theory, because no other population has it.
Because of the genetic mutation.
I don't care about the genetic mutation. I don't care about that. I'm not.
How can you not care about genetic mutation? Because genetic mutation happens on a normal basis.
It doesn't have to be.
Those mutations actually occur.
You can see.
It doesn't have to be a genetic mutation. It could be that those people have those genes straight up.
Roy, yes. If you look at this map here, you can see where the lighter skinned people started to develop and how they migrated into Europe. Right there, the Caucasus hunter-gatherers. Yes. Point to the Caucasus hunter-gatherers. You see where I say light, intermediate skin? Yes. You see those little arrows right there that says about 8,500 years ago? They swept into Southern Europe and then they went in and they mixed with these darker people. That's when you start getting people lighter and lighter and lighter.
But they were always white. They were always white. You're saying that they're dark skinned. They're not dark skinned.
They weren't always white.
No, they were always white. It's
They
a
were
race.
not.
It's not a color. You're still talking about
All right,
color.
Roy Chess, I
Race is not
challenge you to a debate. I challenge you to a debate.
Oh snap!
All right, all the way down here, if you look closer to Africa, it says origin of blue eyes 42,000 years ago. Light skin and light skin. This is the earliest that is on here. What are you talking about?
That's not Africa.
What are you talking about?
That's not Africa.
I didn't say Africa. I said closer. I said closer to Africa.
Near East. You see the Near East right there? No, he's talking about in the Near East right here. Look.
Oh, he's talking
No,
about.
no. I'm talking about down.
No, this is. Wait,
Yes.
Yeah, he's talking about the Near East.
Oh.
I said closer to Africa. I didn't. You see?
Yeah,
but these people, we know migration didn't happen only 42,000 years ago. These people came from somewhere.
That's just telling you the age of the gene.
Yeah. It's
Okay, and we know that these people came from somewhere else.
They had to put somewhere on the chart, so they put it right there. They had to give you the dates.
They give you the age of the
And
life.
so I'm telling you that these people came from somewhere. Am I wrong?
I mean, we all come from somewhere. What do you mean?
Okay, I'm just saying they have Africa right under there, but they are not showing where these people had migrated from.
So it's showing you the population. Hold on. It's showing you the population. You see where it says Western hunter-gatherers? We dug up their bones. We looked at their genes. We're, okay, these people had genes that correlate with having blue eyes. Because that's how you get your eye color, your hair color, your skin color, your hair texture. It all comes from your genes. So they said they got the genes responsible for blue eyes. Boom, Western hunter-gatherers. Then they looked at the Caucasus hunter-gatherers. The Caucasus hunter-gatherers live in the Caucasus. They said, damn, they got the genes that's responsible for pale skin. That's how they piecing all this stuff together. And you see where it says 13,000 years ago? This is when they found that population. When you look at West Africa, 19,000 years ago. Not West Africa, West Europe. 19,000 years ago, 14,000 years ago, and 11,700 years ago. These are all markers of time based on bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Based on bodies.
Correct. That's how race theory is formed. Yes. And the DNA.
This ain't got nothing to do with race.
Attributes. Yes, it does. Attributes are race theory comes from biological attributes. And that
No. Hey, Avery, show him a gravitian. A gravitian. This is gonna shut that race shit down. Show him a gravitian.
All right, give me a sec.
How is it gonna shut it down?
Watch.
Okay. What I mean, do you understand when I say race theory? I'm talking about unique traits that a certain.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna
has.
be able to accept this. Here's a gravity. Here's a gravitian. This is a gravitian.
That's a gravitian. Early European.
Some of the earliest.
Okay, that's fine.
What race he belong to? Hold on. What race he belong to?
I wouldn't say he's black.
Oh my!
He's
You ain't gonna say he's black.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
funny.
I'm not
You
black.
say what
That's
he wouldn't,
ridiculous.
but he wouldn't. He asked you what he is.
What?
I would say he's black.
No, he's not black. I would say he's more Indian.
How would he be Indian?
What about this
He could
one right
be
here?
white.
Here's another one. What about
He
this
can
one?
be-
Is he black?
Yes.
He has more black features. Yes.
All right. What about this one right here? Is it a black woman?
Yes.
That one, it's hard to tell because it.
Yes. I'm gonna tell you. Yes. All those people are black.
I can't pinpoint that one.
Everybody that he's showing you are the ancestors of modern Europeans.
Right.
These are early hunter-gatherer groups that have been in Europe for tens of thousands of years.
Tens of thousands of years. Okay. They have been there for tens of thousands of years. From when? From today?
Bro, the first anatomically modern humans to set foot in Europe was 45,000 years ago.
45,000 years ago. You know how many genetic mutations? If 45,000 years, if one generation is 20 years, how many generations have gone through 40,000 years?
A lot.
And made how many genetic mutations?
A lot.
Millions of genetic mutations go through every single baby.
We
Yeah, we know
understand
a
that.
lot.
That's why Native Americans are completely different. When y'all saying, oh, well, they came from Africa, yeah, 40, 50,000 years ago. But as time goes on, populations diverge. They split from each other and develop their own distinct mutations or their own.
And I'm not saying that either. I'm not disagreeing with that. I am saying that at what when I ask you at that about that, and I would say even the European construct itself is a man-made construct. When did the Native Americans say that they were Native Americans? Obviously, the Europeans wanted to distinct themselves from other Europeans for whatever reason, but I mean from other Africans for whatever reason. But they are the ones who came over and said, "This is Asia. This is Africa. This is America. This is what we gonna name this country." So we
don't disagree that they name
most of the countries, most of the continents and countries they named.
We're not arguing about who named it. What we're saying, where these people belong to and where their ancestries go back.
And their ancestry is going to tell you that it comes from Africa.
See, he brought up mutations, but he don't understand what he's saying. I
understand exactly what I'm saying.
Debate. What makes humans distinct? While Chinese people have the epicantic eye fold, right? And they have their own particular lighter skin, right? And while Native Americans have like an Inuit, have their own dark skin, their own traits, right? Their own hair types. It's because these people separated for thousands of years, kept procreating, and had successful generation after generation that developed in other environments.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I never disagree with that. My simple question about Native Americans was, when did they decide they were Native Americans? America was not always called America.
We're not talking about naming conventions. We understand America wasn't called America before.
So my question is, when did they establish themselves as Native Americans? That was my question that you never answered.
It's because it's non sequitur.
Yeah, it's very non sequitur. Who cares?
It has nothing to do with race or genetics.
It's like saying who named the sky. Like, who cares?
Yeah, we're talking about race and genetics here.
All right, and then when I go to race and genetics, all that I'm saying is that these are genetic mutations that came from the black people as they migrated. That's all I'm saying.
That's what everybody's saying.
So why is everybody disagreeing with me?
They're disagreeing with certain parts of what you're saying.
That genetic mutations happen, millions of genetic mutations happen during every birth. Is that you disagreeing with that? Are you disagreeing that even more genetic mutations happen over tens of thousands of years? Are you disagreeing with the fact that
mutations? Nobody disagrees. No one disagreeing with that. You're just arguing that as if someone is disagreeing with that.
You're arguing with yourself, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, so nobody's disagreeing with me. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah. All right, so this is why you guys say that there is no race theory, because
I just heard somebody say, "No, you're wrong," and I just was like, "How am I wrong?" That's all. That's why
you're wrong by classifying Native Americans as Africans. They're not Africans.
No, I'm saying that the Africa is the origin. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying. I'm saying at what point did they establish themselves as a separate people? That is all I'm saying. That was all I was asking.
Again, we're going back to the name nomenclature thing. We don't really care about that.
Right. If that's not what you care about, that's not what you care about. I just was asking. If you're saying that's not the point, that's not the point. Whatever.
Ancestry. So most of these people be considered non-African, not because the white man just hate people and they want to separate. No, it's because once they get to this outside of Africa movement, they become to be very different and distinct from the people that stayed in the continent. That's why they classify one as African and non-African. Native Americans descend from that non-African branch.
Right.
And at the end of the day,
I'm
what I
showing on the
said,
screen,
what I
by the way,
also
right
said
now, on
earlier,
the screen.
still exists, that the race is going to come from the dominant gene that Tazo, which is going at the end of the day, when it all comes back home, the African gene is the dominant gene. It's just that simple. Mutations that happen over thousands of years changed the species in whichever way it changed the species. But the dominant gene, when it gets back to it, black person has sex with anybody in the world, that baby is going to be black.
Okay, so then explain this.
I got your back.
He still has
Are Chinese people children of black people? Watch this. Are Chinese people children of black people?
But of course.
Of course.
So okay. Show him a picture of a modern Chinese person, and I want him to be honest.
Okay, and then after you do that, show the original picture of a Chinese person.
As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, A1, you still there?
You want a Chinese person? I'll give you a
A1,
Chinese.
if I'm not mistaken, when we were on TikTok the last time, you showed us some pictures of some African people with blonde hair and blue eyes, and their skin was black in Africa. Am I mistaken?
And I mean, and that's true, bro. And if you just type in Google, if you look at the original anything, you're gonna see they're black. I'm talking the original anything.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
They're all
Genetic
black.
mutations happen all the time.
Correct. But they
All right, so
originally
what's the
can't
problem?
survive. They can't survive without the original black gene. That's why the white race is dying out.
Exactly.
Right
That's
now.
the only point that I'm trying to get across.
That's why they're dying out right now.
No,
Wait,
see
the
that-
person who disagrees with that, answer my question. Is the white race dying out right now?
No.
Oh.
Okay. Explain to me why, and you disagree.
And by the way, you're you're using white supremacist talking points by saying.
Yeah, they do say that.
Exactly.
But the data don't support it. They say, "Oh, we're being out reproduced, and our birth rate levels are so low. We're going to get replaced." The Great Replacement Theory. That's what's.
Hey, y'all got anything to say before I finish up? I'm enjoying this, so I want to make sure I get y'all.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting still. Ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Ben, it's Omar.
Man, I'm glad they
Let me
caught
mute
him
my
in the
TV.
end
Let me
when
mute
he
my
talk
TV
about
real
the
quick.
black gene.
Lucky, my bad, y'all. Let me mute my TV.
Yeah,
Okay.
they caught him at the end.
I'm-
One
I'm-
second, Omar. When he says the black gene, because there is no such thing as black or white gene. You know, but I didn't even know that was a white supremacist talking point. Because a lot of people use that, the white race is dying out, and birth rate and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they call him out on it still.
Yeah, that was a good one. I'm gonna finish this then.
But no,
The Great Replacement Theory.
No, real quick. I had a question for Ben, and I had a question for evolutionists. Even though I'm finding this comical, let me figure out my words. Okay, let's get to it. So I understand that the pictures that's being shown of these so-called people, is there any record of these people calling themselves a certain name, a certain demographic, a certain tribe, or is this just showing pictures to where now, depending on the picture that these brothers on the panel, and I know this is old, depending on the picture that they're showing, are we asserting new terminology, giving these people names and giving them labels to where they didn't even classify themselves as? And I'm asking this question not to be funny, because like I said, this ain't my angle. I'm just asking the question because I'm a student at this point. So I'm coming from a genuine place. I'll mute out.
Yeah. You want to
Yeah,
go
go ahead.
first, man?
No, you good. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflating going on where they're like, for instance, when they're saying like there's the origin of European and Asiatic people would be black. That's true in a sense that the origin would be melanated people, not black as in the same context as we use black today. They wouldn't be racially black. Race is a new construct, fairly new construct. We wouldn't know what categorization they use for themselves back then. But in terms of look, phenotype, they would look dark skin. But we're talking 40, 50,000 years ago. Earliest, maybe 15, 20,000 years ago. So we're talking really far back in time. And even in modern day, even now, like certain places in Southeast Asia, even in China and Japan, there are population of indigenous people that are more melanated than the class of people that we usually see on the TV and in the papers that represent these people, like Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Philippines. Even these people, even they themselves know that within their countries there are pockets of dark-skinned native people to those countries. Usually they're of a poorer class or of a more tribal, in a more tribal state. So they're not really, they're not the ones you're gonna see on the TV, or the ones you're gonna see coming over here to do business and to live and stuff. They usually remains in their tribe or in their little village, but they're still dark-skinned Asiatic people. As far as Europe, I don't know if there is still dark-skinned Europeans. We know about Southeast Europe, not Southeast Europe, Southern Europe, like certain places in Italy, Greece, certain places in Portugal and Spain. You might have darker-looking European. They might call them swarthy, But as a lot of these brothers said, the origin of these people would have been dark-skinned people. I wouldn't really call them black, because black as we know it today have a different context attached to it, as race and politics and even historical event that quote-unquote black people went through. So to call these people black, even the origin of these people, to call them black, would be very misleading. But in some contexts, they're right. The origin was dark skin. I don't know if that sum it up.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly, man. That's pretty much what I was going to say. I think as far as the point of what they will call themselves, I think we're kind of jumping a little more ahead of time when, like, communities and empires form, and we can get like a written record of what they actually identified as. But like you said, that's much later. We're talking about a period of time that is like far back in human history. It's like early human history, where none of that stuff really actually exists yet. We're just talking about people moving around, genetic changes, all that stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I and using black, like you said, is I feel like it muddies the conversation because of how we understand the term. Like, we know what that term means, and it just doesn't fully represent the nuance when in this, like, in the discussion of like ancient peoples. They don't have the concept. They're not, so it's a different
And you're absolutely right too. Before the written record, we have no idea what they really call themselves. So we kind of assume stuff, but we really don't know before the written record what they really call themselves. So that's a good point.
Yeah, no, that was That was a good sum up, man. That was perfect. Omar, you good? You want to finish this one?
Hey, Ben, before y'all continue the video, I want to make a public apology to you for what I said to you yesterday about you not having integrity. And and no, the reason I'm saying this, Ben, is because guess what? I asked the question. You, an evolutionist, just answered my question to give me clarity. Me, like I said, me not having a foot in his fight and me coming in as a student. And guess what? I have to have integrity my own self to say, you, Ben, an evolutionist, answer my question perfectly, and I just got edification. I have no pushback, and I want to just tell y'all brothers, thank you for answering my question directly and not being biased about it. And I apologize about some things I said about you the other day, Ben. Salakia, brother.
It's all good.
Thank you, and evolutionists for answering my question perfectly. I'm gonna mute back out. I have no pushback. I have no pushback.
Like, there is a huge population of dark-skinned people in the southern hemisphere. From like Sri Lanka, India, Fiji, Samoa. A huge population of dark-skinned people that are sometimes indistinguishable from black people here in Americas, in the West. Even Papua New Guinea and those places. You're looking at those guys. You wouldn't. You could to some degree, but it would be hard to tell the difference. We look just the same.
Yeah.
I just want to bring that up because a lot of times we forget that there is another side of the world that's also black, brown, white, have all of these other racial group in it. Because a lot of time when we hear black or we talk about melanated people, we usually think about Africa and North America, pretty much, But there is a huge population of dark-skinned people, want to call them black people, in the East and the Southern Hemisphere,
Yeah, man, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not, it's a variation of color all around.
Yeah.
And we kind of don't really, and like you said, man, you look at them, they look so much like us. So it you kind of like automatically start to make assumptions without any like genetic data, all that other stuff to kind of help us understand the points, these points. I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. But I'm about to play this.
By the way, is this a black woman?
Very well spoken.
Yes, sir.
Very well spoken, Ben Eaton. Very well spoken, evolutionist. I'm gonna mute back out. I appreciate the response. I'll mute back out. I just want to give y'all brothers y'all flowers.
Yes, sir. Hey, and it's all love, Omar, man. That's what we do, man. I don't got no hard feelings, man. It's love. So I appreciate you. Even yesterday, man. It's all love. Yes, sir.
Funny. Go ahead, continue on, man.
Hey, you're saying that the black genes is dominant? We're all from blacks and Africans. This is a black woman?
A black woman?
You ever see Mariah Carey? Her father is black.
No. I said, is this a black woman?
No, that's
it's
not
possible. I couldn't say, like, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it is or it's not because I'm.
This is how racist bullshit because it can apply to anybody. It can't apply to anybody. You can just
a cherry pick.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding when somebody says a dominant gene. It doesn't mean it's 100%. It could be 80%, 70%.
What's the percentage of this woman? What's the percentage?
I can't tell you. It's very
tell that by looking.
No,
it's like if you want to say hair and if you say hair and skin determines whether a person is black, she is white. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying attributes. So her attributes that we see She's more white than black. She may be mixed with black, but she's definitely white. Category.
And according to the white supremacy theory, if you are one drop black, you are black.
There you go. That's different. That's different from DNA, though.
Y'all, I understand. Like you said, that's the little great replacement theory thing.
All people came from Africa, and that everybody's African because of this dominant black genes. I just want to know: is this a black woman based on what y'all were saying earlier?
No, she's not. She doesn't have dominant.
I am saying.
She doesn't have dominant features, so she's not black.
I am saying if your thing is blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin means that is the dominant gene, then no, she is not black.
The dominant, bro. All right.
Again, dominant gene is
you're
just
talking
a
about blue
percentage
eyes,
now.
blonde hair. All right, explain Drake's son again. Blonde hair. How come the dominant black genes didn't make his hair black?
But hold on. Listen to the. If you are saying blonde hair and blue eyes makes it the dominant gene,
there's no such thing as a dominant gene to begin with. Not really.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Because
there is such thing as a dominant gene.
Genetics is fickle.
There is.
You never know what can happen with genetics.
all right. So A1, if I'm not mistaken, you showed black people in Africa with blonde hair and blue eyes. So why the fuck are you talking about blonde hair, blue eyes is the standard for the race of white people?
Because it is. You just messed up. It is. You just made yourself inconsistent.
No, I didn't make myself inconsistent. I'm not making myself inconsistent. I'm talking about the overall genes. Like you said earlier, 80%. It could be in other genetic markers that makes her black.
But dominant means it's going to be the majority of the attributes are going to be high.
There are other attributes outside of skin color. Outside of hair and eyes, and even skin color.
I know that. Certain things are going to be dominant and over other things. Yes,
and I don't disagree with that.
Yes, we agree, but you just made yourself inconsistent.
No, I said if we are saying no. Understand what I'm saying? I'm saying if this is what you are saying is the dominant marker,
it's not a dominant marker. That's not a dominant marker.
Okay, then.
So the reason why that kid looks like that is because the parents were mixed and they have white ancestry in them. That's why those features are dominant. That's why they're displayed. I shouldn't say dominant because people are.
First of all, do we even know and understand why they came up with the term white in the first place?
Because it's a category in biology where race theory comes from. Because they have to give it a name.
You said race theory started from biology.
Actually, the true name of the race is Caucasoid.
Yes, but it doesn't matter what we call it. That's what we call it today.
Yeah, we call it white today, but Caucasoid is the actual name of the race, and the Caucasoid gene.
It comes from biology. It didn't just come from the sky.
Biologists
made up that term.
If you go back to history, right? Here's a little history behind it. Scientific racial classifications in the 16th and 18th century with European exploration, colonization, and encounters with other peoples, scholars tried to classify humans scientifically. Carl Linnaeus, 1707 and 1778, created one of the first. Carl Linnaeus created one of the first formal classifications of humans based on physical traits and behavior. Okay?
No, not behavior. Not behavior. The behavior came from the anthropologist. That's the Blumenbach guy. And he measured skulls.
What my information tells me. You're talking about behavior from the guy from Africa?
No, from the anthropologist Blumenbach did that when he did, because anthropology studies the human traits and the behavior and culture is part of it.
Okay, but
Cornelius
the
was
whole
a biologist. He doesn't know about.
the
He
whole
doesn't know
point
about
the whole point about the race theory, right? It started as the European attempts to categorize people during exploration and
Why are you
colonization.
saying European? It's science. It's nothing to do with European.
Hold on. Who's the originator of all science, sir?
Does it race matters? Like,
Yeah, no,
It's not
you don't even have to
I
call race.
highly beg to differ that Europeans are the originators of all science. There were ancient people. There were ancient people in Africa, in the Middle East, that were doing science or studying science way before. Wait! I don't want to be rude, but when the Europeans were still in caves, what are you talking about?
You were talking about
Correct.
specific
Absolutely
sciences.
correct.
You're talking about specific science and not all sciences. In particular, biology. Biology studies life forms and then they classify them as species. And
Okay, so who did the first biology? May I ask you, sir?
who did it? I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be
it doesn't
okay,
matter.
but the person. But so when you tried to correct me when I said to you that when you tell me about it's science, that's why it's European. Wait, science doesn't originate from the Europeans. Science originates from Africa. So just because the European scientist ends up saying what he says doesn't make it, because where did he even learn science from?
We're talking about biology, not just science. Biology is
Well, I'm talking about any science. I'm talking about biology, anthropology, sociology, any ology you could come up with started from Africaology. That's what I'm saying.
Africology, my nigga.
No, you
If that's the case, did they name the animals too? Other animals too?
Yeah, taxonomy.
Yeah, the taxonomy. Yeah, that's again Linnaeus. All animals have it. Human beings are animals. So when they did the taxonomy for the birds, the dogs, the cats, humans, how come you're not saying that anything about those things? Only just the humans.
Let me just ask some simple stuff like Bible. Sir Bacon, where is he from? He's the one who created the hypothesis. What we know as a hypothesis.
Francis Bacon, you mean?
Sir Francis Bacon, yeah.
What hypothesis?
He create. You don't know. Which
one are you talking? I don't know which one you're talking about.
No. What we call a hypothesis today.
Educated guesses.
Yeah, he created that.
So they say. I mean, because I know the European tendency to take responsibility for other people's and it's all throughout history to take responsibility for other people's stuff.
You're mixing things. You're mixing things.
No. This is no different.
Yes, it is.
Why are you saying that? Why do you believe that?
Because there's specific.
This is, as you talked about, the anthropology is the behavior of the human being. This is a behavior of the culture of the European. This is pure behavior that they do. When they went over to China, they stole the idea of the toothbrush. They stole the idea of the umbrella. They stole the idea of it was fireworks, but then it ended up turning it into gunpowder. But they came over to Africa and stole a host of different sciences and a host of different
yeah, but why are you saying that?
Ways of living. This is what Europe is known for.
Hold on, debate.
The noodle, even like I know that might seem like a small thing, but people will make you believe that the noodle initiated in Italy when it initiated in China.
All right, so debate.
The European historically is known for stealing the ideas of other countries and taking responsibility for it.
Are you going to keep doing the same thing over and over again? Sir Francis Bacon created the scientific method. At this Einstein was the Baconian method, named after him. So when you say, "Oh, they got science from somebody else," they literally created the science that we have today and all of its
Are
methodology.
you crazy?
All right. So
Who was the first multi-genius?
Where is George? Where is George Mendel from?
I don't know who that is right now.
You don't know who George Mendel is?
I don't know where he's from.
You can just
I don't
say
remember where he's from. Not specifically.
Just say the continent. Y'all keep saying Africa, Africa, Africa. You can guess the continent.
Well, he's a white guy.
He's from fucking Europe. Just
All right,
like
what did he do?
Oh, the continent. Yeah. I was thinking like where exactly he was from. I couldn't remember.
What he did? What's so special about him?
Hereditary. Do you know about things that we inherit?
Yeah.
Yeah, he discovered that. You don't know about him studying plants? And y'all said something earlier.
Photosynthesis, all that stuff.
Y'all use the word dominant gene. Y'all use that word.
Yeah.
That's because of this man talking about dominant and recessive genes.
He was a biologist, yes.
Exactly.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you know who Imhotep is?
Yes, I know who Imhotep is. Imhotep, or however you say his name. Imhotep is how I usually pronounce his name.
Imhotep, right? Do you think whoever's name that you just mentioned is greater than him?
Yes. It's not even
Why
close.
Okay.
You got
I'm listening.
somebody.
So wait. Mind you, the person you're talking about had multiple roles. He was known as the first architect. He was known as the first physician. He was known as the first engineer, priest, and advisor. And the person you're talking about was known as what?
Wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, Imhotep was not the first priest. The first priests are your proto-priests that come around the same time as the Neolithic Revolution. It's not no damn Egyptian later on around 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. So let's just cut that. He's not the first physician either, because you had crew physicians before him. So we can cut that out. What I'm telling you is George Mendel, which was a scientist, right? And he developed laws of inheritance. He opened up an understanding to humans on how things are inherited and passed down from parent to offspring by him studying plants. This is before we had DNA. He was doing this in the 19th century. He lived in the 1800s. And he would study peas and flowers and how they would pass off certain genes to their offsprings. And that's funny that y'all don't know who this man is and y'all using his verbiage by saying dominant gene.
I'm back.
The year, listen to the year that you're talking about, right?
The literal science of biology, the literal science of biology, the literal science of, this is what I'm saying. Okay, science evolves. And that's not something that I'm denying. I'm not denying the evolution of science. I'm saying that science began where it began. And that wasn't in Europe.
Y'all still talking about the dominant gene?
What I'm saying is what we call science today.
You're talking about the evolution of science.
What we call science today, when we say, oh, they're doing or conducting science, that has its root in Western Europe.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Technology as we know it today started where?
That's a broad question.
Yeah, it kind of started all over Eurasia because like gunpowder came from East Asia.
No, I'm talking about modern technology.
Arabs,
But
like
technology
algebra,
is
Arabic.
I think he's talking about computers. I think he's talking about electronic.
Are you talking about computers?
Yes, I said modern technology.
Yeah, but you gotta be specific. That's the
Because technology is anything men use. That's where the word technology.
Okay.
He's talking about computers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I said modern technology. I'm not talking about technology as a whole field. I'm talking about modern technology.
It came from the Western. A lot of modern technological advances comes from the Western world. Like if we're talking about the atomic bomb that came from
Right.
Oppenheimer, was
exactly,
Jewish.
exactly,
A
exactly.
lot of inventions come from like the Western world, like
Okay,
Europeans,
okay,
Jews.
but would you say that we are that of the Americas and Westerns are the creators of technology, of the science of technology?
Western peoples, mainly Europeans and Jews.
No, I'm talking. Hear me out. Hear me out. I said, would you say that the science? Well, okay. So I said what modern technology is, which is like you said, computers, stuff that we, all the stuff modern. Would you say that because we know, like you said, it came from the Western? Would you say that technology as a science started where modern technology is right now, or where modern technology
Weird question.
evolved from now? It was technology all the way out in Egypt.
Well, you just said modern technology. Now you're going to ancient, bro. You keep
Hold on. I said technology as a science technology as a science is ancient. That is the point I'm trying to make.
You said computers, and now you're moving to
Okay.
ancient.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The science is old, but the modern technology is new. You understand what I'm saying? I said that science evolves. That is the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what the origin.
That's all you had to say initially. Then.
Yeah,
I did say that, and nobody acknowledged it.
Well, I was gone, so I don't know. I had to get up and go. But anyways, I want to touch on this dominant gene thing. The dominant gene thing is kind of retarded. I'm not gonna lie. So here's why it's just completely stupid. Share my screen, please. So hold on, wait till the screen comes up. So the reason why the dominant gene thing is just utterly ridiculous is because when it comes to the globe, like a good chunk of the planet is pretty light skinned. Like most humans on the planet is of the tanned to white complexion, and all humans started off dark skinned. Like all of us, no matter who you are, you're European, you're Chinese, you're Jewish, you're Native American, you're whatever. We all start off with dark skin. We all descend from dark skinned ancestors like 10,000 years ago. But today, a lot of these places are light skinned. If black skin was dominant in such a powerful gene, then there will be no light skinned people on the planet today. Light skin originated with a small group of humans that descended from dark skinned people. But clearly, these light skinned people managed to admix with other dark skinned people, pass on their light skinned genes until eventually it got spread all over the place. Like we mentioned earlier, Europe used to be inhabited by people that were dark skinned, people who looked like this, Chatterman. But today, most Europeans look like this. They're clearly white. And so if dark skin genes were so dominant, you wouldn't have all these different European types that are white with blue eyes, blonde hair. The dark skin gene thing is not a dominant thing. Here's actually a world map of different ethnicities. If you look at a world map of different human populations, let's actually zoom in a little bit here. This is Europe. Like all these peoples descend from dark skinned peoples. Like Howard's dark skinned gene, and then we got East Asians over here.
Like, let me ask the question.
Your Central Asians and whatnot. Like most humans are from a tanned to white complexion. And sure, if you get closer to the equator, you got more darker skinned peoples, but away from the equator, you got more lighter skinned peoples. If dark skin is such a dominant thing, you wouldn't have people that look like Europeans or Central Asians.
No, you're using the word dominance in the wrong context. Again, dominance doesn't mean 100%. Dominant means that if I take somebody with a parent with brown eyes and a parent with blue eyes, and they have 10 children, majority of those children will not have blue eyes. That's why they're called the recessive gene. And the brown-eyed people would be the dominant people. So it's not about how many people, like if it's dominating the world. It's the likelihood of you having this gene over that gene, right? So black hair is dominant to blonde hair. That if you met a white woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and you had 10 children, most of your children are not going to have blonde hair and blue eyes. Maybe 2 or 3 of them. It's not even going to be 50%.
If that.
You're
So
talking
that's
about
what it,
hair
that's
color,
what it
not
means.
color. You're talking about
That's
hair
what
color.
it
I'm talking about skin color. I'm talking about skin color because y'all say dark skin, like skin.
Because
Well,
I'm not even talking about
Well, then,
just.
if you're talking
most
about
white.
skin color, then you're not
Skin color
properly understanding genetics and genes.
Right.
If
There
you're
are
just talking
there are
about
other
skin color,
genetic
then
markers such as
exactly
muscular tone and stuff like that are genetic markers
correct. So you're not
that
properly
you are not
understanding what
accounting
you're talking
for.
about. Exactly.
No, y'all said black genes are dominant. Black genes is
Correct.
black
When
skin.
I'm talking about, when I say black genes are dominant, I am going off of what is called race. And those genes that are from the black people are the dominant gene. That's all I'm saying.
All peoples descend from Africans. All peoples were once dark skinned. If the genes were so dominant, then why do we have white people today and East Asians today who are not black?
What are you talking about? You also have East Asians that are black that are suppressed. What are you talking about?
You want to know why? I can easily
Because the white man killed most of them and
look like this.
Yes, there's a thing called conquest that has happened over thousands of years.
How did a small group of light-skinned people take over like most of the globe when it comes to their light?
Oh my goodness, Europe alone is atrocious. I mean, come on.
Did you not hear of them trying to change
They took over half the globe. They took over.
Hold on. He's an evolutionist. So again, like you said, when people migrate over thousands of years, their skin tone changes, their environment changes, their diet changes, their attributes, right?
And he asked the question. I want to address his question about how did a small group of people dominate? They dominated through shared conquest.
They don't even have to do that. The evolution alone.
These people were in the Stone Age when these light-skinned like lives formed. Like, what do you mean by conquest?
Those people on Stone Age, people that you are showing on those pictures.
No one had empires 10,000 years ago. What are you talking about?
What are you talking?
Yeah, but the environment.
What are you talking about? There were empires 10,000 years ago. What are you talking about?
What's the oldest empire? Name it.
I don't know off the top of my head.
See, you can't. You said that they existed, but can't even name it.
Hey yo.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up though. It ain't nothing but a search.
Hold on, man. Let me talk. If you don't got it, let me tell them. Research when the Mali Empire existed. I want you to tell me when that existed.
The Mali Empire is an AD era civilization, not a BC era. AD. It's medieval.
You said that's medieval times?
Yes, Mali was in the medieval era.
So what year do you consider the medieval era? What year?
Like from essentially after the Byzantine Empire up to the Age of Enlightenment.
Give me numbers, please.
All right, so like the 1500s, 1400s, 1300s, that's like the medieval era, the Dark Ages, you know.
And what was the time? What was the time that you gave? You said it was no empires. How many years ago?
10,000.
10,000. It says that the earliest known is. This is circa 2000 BC, 2000.
Exactly. That's not 10,000.
And that's the oldest. First, it says first true empire. That's what it considers. Centered in the Mesopotamia.
Okay,
Modern day Iraq.
That rules out conquest, but
I can't even agree. That's like
the evolution of it, the evolutionary process that you talked about, what made them non-Africans, is the same process that that answers your question, because they had isolation and they had thousands of years to mutate.
But also, this proves that dark-skinned genes or black genes, as y'all say, are not dominant. Because if they were dominant, when they encountered dark-skinned people, they should have turned black.
Wrong. No, you're still using it wrong. I just told you that it has nothing to do with it's gonna always work. It's not 100%. That if you have 10 children, majority of them are gonna have the trait of the dominant attribute. Some of them are gonna have the other trait. right? So again, you're using it as
Dude.
like it's an absolute.
When
It's
these,
not an
light
absolute.
skinned people encounter dark skinned people, because those are the only people to admix with on the planet, they turn those dark skinned people light like them, which goes to prove that
No,
dark
the,
skinned
the
genes are not
environment.
dominant.
No, again, you're missing out on the
Incorrect.
environment. The environment
only
will change the
reason
light
why
skin,
the-
right? The environment changed the light skinned people, didn't it? That's what you said in your
No,
presentation.
it was many factors. Many.
Okay, so so same thing. Why can't those many factors explain the same thing?
First of all, the albino gene happened in Africa. And the only reason why the albinos were able to live is because didn't know what to do with them and we exiled them. We didn't kill them and massacre them. We exiled them. Over time of exiling them and allowing them to live, your people became a community or a people. Okay,
This has
and
nothing
then
to do with
you're not
albinism.
saying-
This has
you-
nothing to do with albinism. The
He's
light
saying
skin
albinism
allele-
is a white? Is that what he's doing?
The gene that Europeans have is called an allele, SLC5A2. This allele is on the double helix the double helix of your DNA. Part of the thiam and the other genes.
He thinks white people came from
this,
albinos.
This has nothing to do with albinism because
So when did that gene show up?
white people have melanin. They do. It's to a low degree, but they have melanin. If they didn't have melanin, if they didn't have
survive
melanin,
without
they
melanin.
would look like albinos. They have white hair,
They
red
wouldn't
eyes,
survive
and
without
pale
melanin.
skin.
Period.
White people have melanin, bro. If they
I
didn't,
know that.
they would all look like Targaryens from Game of Thrones. They would have white hair, red eyes, and pale white skin.
When did that gene pop up in the human history?
It's kind of funny because
I just want to say this about what it says about Egypt.
Here it is. The gene developed about 8,000 to 5,000 years ago.
And how long were
13,000 years ago? 8,000 years ago.
And how long were humans on planet Earth?
About
altogether.
Talking about anatomically modern humans, over 300,000 years.
So that gene showed up only a little bit of time compared to how long the other people's genes were roaming the earth, correct?
I mean, most people stayed in Africa for the 300,000 years. People
Right.
only left like also relatively roughly like 60,000 to 7,000 years ago.
Okay, so that means most knowledge of planet Earth would be where?
What do you mean knowledge? These people are Stone Age humans. These aren't civilization builders. When people were in
No, no,
Africa,
no,
they were using sticks and stones. When people left,
I just want to say right here what it says about Egypt. It says that it evolved into an agricultural society around 10,000 BC. And then it talks about
that's just Egypt alone. He mentions Sumer.
But this is Egypt alone. And Egypt was known as the greatest superpower of his time.
It was not an empire in 10,000 BCE. Though
But what I'm saying is
10,000 BC is the stone. They're using sticks and stones. What are you talking about? They don't have iron. They don't have bronze. They don't have copper. These are sticks and stones.
I gotta ask you a question, because this is the idea that they give of people who were in Africa at the time, of these sticks and stone people, or whatever the case may be. And I hate to use this. Where the heck was you?
What?
What
does that mean? What does that mean?
Because we don't know that. Okay, we can see in what the things that have been done. We can see those. Those are markers of what was been going on back when X was going on. But this sticks and stone thing, like we was these I want to say like primitive.
They weren't geniuses. That's what he's saying. They weren't that smart.
Yeah, and
I mean, we were hunter and gatherers.
We all descend from people who use sticks and stones. You really think that humans just like?
I didn't say they started off. I didn't say they started off like that. But 10,000 years. If you're saying that people were migrating at 42,000 years ago, you don't think any of them came back and said, "This is what we learned"?
No,
Even if you say, hold on, let me finish. Let me learn. If you are saying that these people migrated 40,000 years ago, are you saying that none of them came back and said, we learned something new? You know, this is something we can do to advance. I'm just saying, we don't know these things.
I mean,
these are all of these really are just theories made, and people and theories that these are. I would call them less than theories, to be honest with you, because they can't be falsified, because they can't be repeated. But that's just to go. I don't want to down anybody's theories or anything like that. But I'm just keeping it a whole band with you. This is where I have to differ with you, is where these people try to say that we were these stick gathering, trying to find out how to use fire people that to try to make us look like we were these primitive beings, because that's how they live.
What? All humans use sticks and stones. You think? Yeah,
I'm not saying that they didn't at one point. I'm saying that the evolution of man happened quicker in certain places than others. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh boy.
And you cannot say that this didn't happen. They were obviously very efficient at agriculture. They were fit, and they didn't just throw down their stones and say,
No, I agree.
This is how you grow a whole field of plants.
No, I agree with you. Some people were more advanced, like the pygmies. They are technologically less advanced compared to, let's say, Europeans. Like the average pygmy is technologically less advanced than the average European. Like, sure, okay.
I just wanted to say that for a lot of people, that may hurt their feelings of him saying it like that. That is absolutely true. And it's unfortunate if it hurts, because of, how our society is structured with all this, racial tension. It is objectively true, whether we like it or not. And that's just my opinion. But before I play it, do anyone of you guys want to say something? All right.
Pygmies are a hunter-gatherer population, and most Europeans live in like in metropolitan cities. Okay, all right.
And in Egypt, before the Europeans knew what filtering was, they used to filter water. They used to have very fruitful agricultural, means, or whatever the case may be. And this is way before any European empire, let alone, what I mean? This is when Egypt was on top.
That's not true, because the Romans, who are Europeans, had the aqueduct, which was used to filter water.
The Egyptian Empire, when it was at its peak, was way before the Roman Empire was even, before Julius Caesar was even born.
Okay, sure, but the Egyptians were West Asians. They weren't sub-Saharan Africans, so bring them
I
up.
didn't say that at all. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, that's. I know you didn't say that. I'm just adding that in. Like, yeah, sure, Egypt was advanced, and it was not sub-Saharan Africa. Fine.
You said it was not sub-Saharan Africa, so you're saying Egyptians are not Africans?
Egyptians are biologically West Asian. They're closer to
No,
Middle Easterners than they are.
Let me ask you, where's Egypt? Where's Egypt?
Where is Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the Mediterranean coast.
No, it's on the African Peninsula. Stop playing games.
What is Egypt
Africa?
not near the Mediterranean? Yeah.
Is it in Africa or is it not in Africa?
Oh yeah, it's on the African plate. Sure.
Okay, so it's in Africa then. Yes or no?
Yep.
Yeah, but it's
All
black
right.
people
Okay,
there.
so it's part of
It's black.
Africa.
Yeah, but it's smart people
But it's
there,
not.
and they're not black. Smart people aren't black, so that's why he's correlating
Yeah.
that.
I
Yeah,
didn't say
yeah. That's
but
the thing he's
I
trying
didn't
to.
say smart people aren't
That's what
black.
he's trying to throw out there.
Certainly, we're not Yoruba, Zulu, Pygmy, Khoisan. They weren't none of that.
They were Eastern African.
Not
Or
even
North
that.
African. North African, I meant to say, but
That's the point. Yo, the
it's
white
still
man always
Africa.
tried to
That is the
take
point that I'm
Africa
trying to make.
out of Egypt. I mean, Egypt out of Africa because they got jealous of it. That's why they hit the statues and they cut down the statues. They didn't want you to know.
South of the Sahara. From
Oh yeah, we forgot about those big ass statues that they cut up when the
they
caused the
cut the
overflow of
nose
the
off and
dam.
shit because they don't want you to know what they really are.
Eroded. That's not cut off. They eroded over time.
Yeah, eroded my
They
ass.
cut up they literally cut up the statues and moved them because of the they caused they went over there. They caused the dam to overflow, and then they cut up the statues and moved them.
Damn, it's over. Wait, what are you talking? What?
They
You just
use the
saying
statue's
Where's the
heads
greatest
and the
library
nose
that
for
ever
target
existed?
practice.
Where's the greatest library to ever exist?
Oxford.
Yeah, Oxford's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, only a dickhead would say Oxford.
But I mean, greatest is that's kind of a personal opinion because
I think that's very subjective.
Yeah.
Nah, ain't no subjective.
Oxford had books
know
before
why?
the Mayan. Oxford had books before the Mayan Empire was even.
What?
Oxford had books before the Mayan Empire even existed.
Okay, you ever heard the Library of Alexandria?
The one that burned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it burned. That ain't no good.
You ever heard of the library in Timbuktu?
He said that.
It
He
was set
said,
on fire.
it ain't no good because it burns.
It was set on fire on purpose. It didn't just burn down like some accident.
Real quick, according to our sources, the Library of Alexandria was quite a phenomenal technological and architectural feat at the time. Like some people suggest that it had like automatic doors that was done using like water like ingenuity, water power, and all that stuff. So it's quite remarkable. But go ahead, I'm gonna finish this. Just wanted to add that in.
There you go. And then ask yourself, and then you gotta ask yourself this: if your knowledge was so far superior than the other people's knowledge, why hate and burn their shit down when you have to learn from them in the first place? Everything you learned from them, astronomy, physiology, bio, and every single blood clot thing them learn from us.
I learned mine from Oxford. I learned mine from Oxford.
Y'all have nothing to do
You
with
lying.
ancient Egypt, and of course they're gonna burn down cities and stuff. It's a war. That's what you do.
He
in
said
war.
we
You
have
see
nothing to
what's
do with
going
ancient
on with
Egypt.
Iran and America.
Think-
Iran is
Think about
bombing everything.
So wait.
They're
If
bombing
Africa
cities.
had nothing, if Africa had nothing to do with ancient Egypt, who are the people
I
who
said you
made
have
up?
nothing to do. Y'all on this panel have nothing to do with Egypt. That's what I said.
Why? Okay, so why are you saying I had nothing to do with Egypt? If you saying you have something to do with your Neanderthals and so forth, I'm gonna say I have to do with Egypt. Period.
Yeah,
What's your point?
If you're African American, West African, you have absolutely nothing to do with the ancient Egyptian civilization. The modern day Egyptians, the Coptic people, they're the closest ones to the ancient Egyptians.
The modern people would be the closest people to the ancient Jews. Of course, you would say such a thing like that when how many times was Egypt taken over by people from the original people that was there? So why the hell
matter.
would
You
you
can
say
be invaded
how
and still
many
be there.
how many golden ages have Egypt even had before your people before the Caucasian man ever came in?
It doesn't matter how many. It doesn't matter if your people are conquered. You can still live there. Africa got colonized and broken up into petty states, and the people of Africa are still there today. So just
See,
because
I
we
don't-
conquered
Not
doesn't
all
mean
of
we're not gonna be there.
Africa. Not all
I
of
don't-
Africa was colonized, sir. Not all
Bro,
of Africa
the
was colonized.
scramble for Africa broke up Africa so much. You can literally see maps of the French owning this
I
territory, the
agree.
British owning that territory, the Germans owning
I
this.
agree.
Bro,
And
Africa
and
got
let me
conquered.
ask you, why did that happen? Why did that
And
happen?
the people of Africa are still there today.
Why
So just like
did the
Egypt got conquered,
scramble
just
happen?
like Egypt
Why
got
did the
conquered, the people
why
are still
did
European
the
conquest.
why did the scramble happen, sir?
bro.
European
What attracted
conquest.
you,
You
sir?
missed my
Sir,
whole
what
point.
attracted you to Africa? What attracted them
European
to Africa?
conquest. Knowledge. All
Hold on,
kinds of things
debate.
attracted them to
Hold on,
Africa.
debate. Hold on, debate.
Y'all missed the whole point.
Say that
Knowledge,
again.
silver, gold, resources.
There you go.
We can
There you go.
all the resources in the world are at Africa.
There you go. And what was happening on that land? The people were fucking starving. The people didn't know how to take care of themselves. The people were dying over there, okay? So they needed to come over to that land to survive. Period.
Man,
They needed to
apparently y'all weren't
learn.
using those. Apparently y'all weren't using those resources.
See that? There they
How
go.
come Sub-Saharan Africa
That's that
didn't
Viking.
brand
That's
him?
that Viking right there.
You hear
You
this?
said
Like
apparently
really?
you weren't
You,
using
you,
the
you, are
resources.
you? I have a question for you. I just have a question. Are you black?
Of course
I'm
not.
black. Of course
Huh?
I
Of
am.
course he's
I'm the
of course
realest
he's
black man on this stage, actually.
I got a
Stop
feeling. I got a
lying.
feeling that you just might not be.
I know
right,
more
but
about
that's not
black
the
history. I
point.
know more about
They
black
were
history
starving
than
over
y'all.
there, okay?
You don't know nothing about
They
black
had to
history.
come over here
No,
to
I'm joking.
survive.
I'm joking. That was
I'm the blackest man on this stage, bro.
No,
I'm
you
blacker
ain't.
than
They
all
had
of
to
You
go
a
to that
lie. They
continent to
indoctrinated
survive.
you and gave you an identity to identify us with, but that is not us.
you got some kind of genetic mutation in there that make you identify as white.
See, just shoot.
Funny
As
thing
soon
is,
as
everybody on
time
the
I start
panel got
talking to these
European
people, they
ancestry.
start to say, "Oh, you're actually white."
Everybody on this panel
No,
got
I'm
African ancestry
I'm
too.
joking with you, man. I'm
You
joking
know
with you.
that.
Might have some
He
foreigners
just
on the
made it
panel.
seem like my man debate just made it seem like I bet you got some kind of mutation. What mutation? European? Your ass got European ancestry. The fuck? Debate, you got European ancestry. You got European forefathers and foremothers, and we know that by
Ooh,
your
hold on.
Me?
This guy that says all this, is that the same Bible believing person? The guy who's saying about the Caucasian, we didn't use the resources right. Is that the same Bible believing? Is that the same Christian dude?
That's no, that's OG Vatican right there. You better watch yourself.
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Hold on, let me say
I'm
this.
asking.
You're telling me that I'm European?
Yeah, you descend from European.
I have a question. What makes you come to that conclusion?
You are African Americans.
Oh, so you're saying because I was born in Africa, that means that I am European?
No, I said you're African American.
Yeah, because I was born in America. You're saying that means I'm European.
I'm saying because you belong to the
That's
African.
not my question. It's a yes or no question.
You actually a leading question. I'm not saying because you were born in America that makes you a European. I'm not calling you a European. I'm saying your great grandfather and your great grandmother.
Wrong. I can tell you you're wrong. I can tell you right there that you're wrong.
Are you an African American?
I'm a second generation American. None of my grandparents were from America.
Oh, say where you from then?
Ghana, Nigeria, the
Oh,
Philippines.
no, not of one. These continental
We keep running
immigrants,
the Ghanaians. Okay, check us out. So let's exclude him. Let's take him out the box. Everybody else that's an African American descends from Europeans. The hell are you talking about? Is you want to be a special flower, a Ghanaian flower?
Yeshua, I'm telling you, man, these immigrants, these African immigrants, bro.
I would say more than that. I would say more than Americans. It's Americans.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is, for a fact, we know African Americans. We go down your family line. We're gonna bump into a white man. We're gonna bump into a white woman.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
I mean, that's because most of the worlds were taken over and conquered by them. So that's no guess. That's just we know that who conquered most of the world.
It's not always about conquering. Drewski not too long ago shared a photo of his grandpa who's white, and there's no like malicious situation going on there. He seemed to have loved his grandpa. He's a white man.
So because
I
you
mean,
could bring up,
you don't know what kind of malicious actions happen.
because
Bro,
you
it's
could bring
literally
up
photo
little
news file.
Neither do
scenarios.
you. So don't just make up shit.
Because we could bring up little scenarios here and there, we know how majority of the stuff we're influenced by.
No, a lot of these interracial relationships were consensual and ended up in marriage and having kids.
We know
Crazy
how
family.
majority of it happened. The majority of it was not consensual and all of that good two-shoe nonsense language you want to say. Majority of that shit did not originate like that.
Simple
marrying
fact.
to take people's land, marry your daughter in there, then go chop off the husband's
I don't know why you kind
head.
of hyper focus on Europeans as if Africans also didn't invade each other, rape each other, and take.
All right,
my
so
goodness.
Y'all
Africans
did it
could have
better.
also
Y'all did it better.
Africans could have done that.
Y'all did it
Africans
worse.
could have done
Y'all
that,
did
but
it.
but
Y'all
you know what? There's a difference between chattel slavery and what Africans did. What Africans did was on tribal warfare, meaning if you was an indentured slave, you did an amount of numbers, right? That's why y'all even got the whole indentured servant.
You do
from
understand that the Africans that weren't enslaved were sacrificed to gods, right? They were killed and sacrificed to pagan gods in West Africa. The ones that didn't
not
get thrown on a slave.
not every tribe believed in the same exact thing. So what are you talking about?
The
Do you know how
Benin
many?
did.
Do you know how
The
many
Benin
beliefs?
Empire, you know,
Do you
the
know
Benin
how many
Empire,
beliefs
they killed
existed in
Africa.
Africa?
They
Do you know
sacrificed.
how many religions exist in Africa to this day?
The Benin
Much
Empire.
more
Thousands.
existed to that day.
Thousands.
So what are you talking about, sir? What religion are you talking about if thousands of the
I
things
just said the
even up to
Benin
this day?
Empire, bro. The Benin
The
Empire.
Do you know when that existed? Do you know when that was created and who created that? To say that that's an African empire?
I don't gotta know who created the specific religion. All I know is slaves got sacrificed to gods.
So it wasn't
All right,
nobody.
and
So it
you're
wasn't.
talking about
So it wasn't
one
nobody
specific
left.
point
So
in
you're
time,
talking
but
about
you're
one
saying,
religion like it's all.
but then you act like it's something that happens all the time in Africa, like this is a normal thing.
There's
No,
literally still slavery in Africa to this day, but there's no slavery in Europe or America. So what are you
Incorrect.
talking about?
What do you think the
There are
Epstein
literally
files is
slave
about, sir?
markets in Libya.
Incorrect. What the hell do you think the Epstein files is about?
Oh, wait, so you want to touch on a small group of Americans and one
Is
island
that
still do
slavery or is
slavery.
that
versus
not
on the
slavery?
continent of
Is it
Africa
slavery or not?
where
That's the
there's
only
Is it slavery
question.
or is it
civil
not
wars,
slavery?
Is it
where there's
slavery or
civil
not?
Is it
wars,
slavery or is
That's
it
what.
not
slave
slavery?
markets.
And that's
Is
what
it
Libya
people.
literally has slave
is it
markets. So come on now.
slavery or is it not slavery, sir?
Because you said there's no slavery in America no more. So is it slavery or is it
And
not?
guess
That's
what
what the
happened? Epstein got
question.
arrested. Yeah, he got arrested. So
But do
unlike
you
Africa,
think
you can't
do
get
you
arrested.
think
The
all the
question was not did he
do
get
you think all the
arrested. The question
persecutors
was
got
did it
arrested?
happen?
There's laws over here against slavery. There's no laws in Africa.
So my question is not is there laws that are against it? My question is not did he get arrested? My question is did it happen?
Oh, did what happened?
The
Specifically.
slavery part. It happened.
You said slave. There's no slavery
Oh
that
yeah,
exists.
illegally.
Okay, so
Okay,
my
so
second
so
thing,
show,
I'm
show
gonna
me
go,
the
I'm gonna
legal
go to
slavery.
illegal slavery then.
But
Hold on.
unlike
I'm
You
gonna
didn't
go.
America,
even
I'm gonna go.
say
slavery
nothing no
is
more.
illegal in America and in Europe, but in
The
Africa, it's
only
still
legal
illegal.
slavery in America is when they lock people up in mass incarceration and force them to work for pennies on the dollar.
Hey, don't commit the crime, then don't do the time.
Oh my goodness.
Your
You're
laws
talking
are
about legal
written.
slavery as if it's okay if you do a crime.
Wait, so you
Your
want criminals
laws
to run
are
ar- you want
written
criminals
for the
to run
people
around in our
that
streets
are
and stuff?
of color to be a crime.
You want murderers and rapists to just run around?
I didn't say that.
Well, then we need to throw them in prison.
But they do work. But they do work for pennies on the dollar.
So you feel bad for the murderers and the rapists?
That is
This is a good show, man.
not what I said. I don't.
Who cares if
rapists
a
at all.
murderer
They
or a
could die
rapist
for all I
gets
care.
paid?
I think that rapists should
Who
die.
cares?
I'm not gonna say murderers necessarily because I evolved in my life. So like I mean, I'm just saying, like, but rapists, I do not have a problem with you unaliving them at any point in your career.
I evolved in my life.
What you want me to say? We're having an intellectual debate, and I'm not going to deny who I am.
I'm pouring up to that one.
I'm not going to deny who I am. But well, not who I am, but who I was.
Strike two.
But that's who I was. And I was out of pocket for it. But I got a second chance. I mean, you can call it God, which I would attribute it to, or you can call it luck or whatever you would attribute it to, or destiny, or onlyism if you want to. I just fucking with you, Ollie.
No, I was just thinking, or at the right place at the right time. That's it.
Hey, yo, where you from, yo? He sounds just like Kendrick Lamar, bro.
I'm from Baltimore.
Nah, not you. The other one, the one that got to whisper his when he talked. Hey,
who, me?
Yeah, there you go. He sound like Kendrick.
No, I'm from Oklahoma.
He sound like he's when he talk, he rapping at the same time.
It sounds like there should be no black people in Oklahoma, man.
He's trapping.
What you said about Oklahoma, Roy Chess?
Even when he said "who me," it sounded like he was about to begin a verse. Who me?
Are there black people in Oklahoma?
Who me?
Yeah, it's some black people in Oklahoma.
How? Why?
This was the capital of the United States before we was
Philly.
Before we was
everybody has the capital for some reason.
Taking prisoner of war.
Oklahoma. That doesn't sound like a black state.
It was multiple capitals because Philly was before DC, and before Philly, it was somewhere else.
What about
Virginia?
Chicago? I heard Chicago used to hold it
yes,
down.
Chicago used to be an important spot.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was before that, it was one other one. I can't remember.
Yeah, but why are you still in the sticks though? That's what I'm trying to get at. You know, why don't you move out the sticks? Go to a city.
They got us trapped in here. I mean, I live in Oklahoma City. I'm from Southwest Oklahoma though. But
I'm keeping real. If I had an opportunity to move out the city, boy, I'd take it as soon as I get that money straight. But
the city was too easy for me.
You know what? I'm not even gonna say that because I want to elevate the city for real. I might stay in the city just to elevate the city when I get the money. You know,
just call it the name city, but it's still the sticks.
My father as a civil rights activist, he stayed and tried to elevate the city back in the 60s. Yeah, FBI wasn't wanting that at all. So until Pro said, no, you're not going, nah.
Nah, they want you to get institutes and stuff so that non-profit so they can make sure they still get their money off of it.
It's crazy how they said, my father is, I was looking through the files and I saw my father and my godfather's name in there. And I was like, this is
just because you have dark, just because you could have two dark-skinned people with white ancestry, and their kid can come out light-skinned. That's
no,
why.
sir. I'm not talking about white ancestry. I'm talking about two black people born in Shaka Zulu's land, where they ain't no, where even born in Ethiopia, where there wasn't no colonization. Two black people, period, can produce a blue-eyed, blonde-haired person. That's natural.
No, they can't.
Hear me out. What I'm saying is that these are genetic mutations that come from the original gene.
No,
therefore, the dominant gene is not the mutation. the dominant gene is the original gene.
Yeah, but you're not using the right terminology.
What? Genetic
Whether you're
mutation?
gonna- do you agree or disagree with it? Whether it's the right terminology or not?
I disagree.
I agree.
Why do you disagree?
Because again, it would take away a lot of the race theory. Like if you're saying that mutations and stuff like that, race theory doesn't go by mutation. It states that original races had certain attributes from the get-go. There was no mutation.
But as I said, science evolved when you find out about different things about science, such as migration patterns.
That's nonsense.
That the fact that mutations happen over
mutations are not
thousands.
Hold on. Let me. Yeah, he going somewhere else. Hold on. I had you where I wanted you. Hold on. I had you where I wanted you. So you're saying I need you to. First of all, you need to understand. Google it. Ask Google or whoever you go to, ChatGPT, Gemini, whoever you go to. Pose the question: can two melanated people with no European, or if you want to get in high tech, put in the exact gene that you consider the European gene to come from, if they don't even have that gene, ask if they
I don't know if
produce.
these people when this is before I got locked up. This is before I got locked up. When instead of the little circle for buffering was an hourglass. I saw on the internet that there was 2 black people who had twins, and one of them were white and one of them were black.
Okay.
Yeah, because
They come from this mutation from the black gene.
No. Wait. That's why I said it the way I said it, because he's gonna always say the reason why that happens is because they had white in their ancestry. So I'm gonna shut that whole shit down. With a gene that you think that white comes from, I want you to even be specific in your question. Put that gene is not even in the ancestry bloodline, and then pose the question: can these 2 people, these 2 humans, without this gene, produce a baby that is blonde hair and blue eyes?
And I'm going to tell you, yeah. I'm going to tell you, yeah. I'm going to be real with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat. Oh, race theory says this. I'm going to be real with you and say that yes, they can. Race is part of a genetic mutation, and the reason why the black gene is the most dominant is because it is the original.
Amun, I agree. What saith the brother? Did you type in the question, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
And what have you found it?
Okay. I should share my screen, I guess.
Oh, you could do that too. But
you can do that, and you're gonna find out that what I said is right.
I know. When I speak, I ain't speaking opinions here. I'm speaking facts.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can share it. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna work on sharing it.
No problem. You got me nervous. Let me
But
double
while
check.
you're working on that, I'm I know that this don't have nothing to do with the prompt, but I'm gonna say this while he's working on that. Ollie, I find your philosophy intriguing, even though I don't fully agree with it, but I find it intriguing. And I'm working on a site that an app that's is going to be called It's Just a Theory. And so it's going to be able for people to be able to put their philosophical theories, scientific theories, and so on. You know what I mean? And I actually want your theory to be one of the theories that's on it because I find it very intriguing. When I finish, I'll let you know. You feel me?
Can you see my screen?
Oh yeah, he I guess he got there somehow. But okay. But you heard what I said, right, Alan?
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I see it. And you see that I'm right.
Doesn't
Yeah, I
like
can see
just,
what you mean, cousin.
so you see what I asked it, right?
Can two black parents with zero white ancestry produce a child with blonde hair and blue eyes? Yet it is possible for two black parents with no known Europeans or white ancestry to have a child. Okay.
With blonde hair, blue eyes. While rare, this can occur through several distinct biological and genetic mechanisms. Genetic mutation, recessive and hidden DNA. Okay.
All right, so the hidden DNA would mean what?
I tried telling y'all that black dominant gene thing is retarded.
Wait. What? Point out what you trying to say?
Eye and hair color
A
are
black
polygenic.
couple can literally have a kid with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Meaning they're influenced by multiple
It says
genes.
eye and hair color are polygenic, meaning they are influenced by multiple genes rather than a single one. It is possible for parents to carry hidden recessive. What does that say? I can't even read. My eyes bad. And then for lighter pigmentation that have been passed down for many generations without being expressed. When
You ain't
both
saying
parents
nothing.
pass on these specific recessive variants, they can manifest in their child.
Okay,
New
so stop right
genetic
there.
mutations.
Stop right there.
Genetic mutations.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Yeah, stop right there. That means hidden recessive alleles that have been passed down, which means they're not pure raced.
What is the definition of alleles?
Okay, but
Sir?
don't
That's
stop
a
there
form of-
because
that's a form of
there's
DNA.
other. You can't stop there when there's other information that is right after it. New
Right,
genetic
but you gotta
mutations.
understand. You gotta
No, but
understand
where
before
the
you
new
continue
genetic
on.
mutations coming from?
This
What is
other
the
thing, new genetic mutations, independent evolution.
Hold on.
You
The
understand this?
recessive- You have to get past the recessive traits first.
But if there's new genetic mutations from those,
You only have recessive traits when you mix.
no, not necessarily. You can have
Yes,
recessive traits from the mutations that have happened in the past.
Where
And the independent evolution from the past.
Where are the mutations coming from? The environment, the diet.
Variations in the gene that control melanin pigment production can occur spontaneously. For example, a mutation in the HERC2 gene can reduce melanin in the iris, resulting in blue eyes, even if the parents have dark eyes. So that is a mutation. Like I said before, independent evolution.
Good
Blonde
point.
hair has evolved independently in different populations. A notable example is found in the Solomon Islands and parts of Melanesia, where indigenous people who are dark-skinned often have natural blonde hair due to a unique mutation in the TYRP gene, a TYRP1 gene that is not found in Europeans. Okay,
Pass around the
so
collection plate.
the genetic mutation, albinism, we're not even going to go through that because we already established that is not race.
No, none of this is race. If
That's
what you're
recessive too.
If what you're
Yes,
reading,
it is recessive. As a matter of fact, we can go on that because it's a recessive gene. It's still a recessive gene.
Right.
So these genetic mutations that happen
that means there's
can
no
be
race.
recessive. And they can be recessive traits in hidden DNA from earlier, but they come from genetic mutations. So the recessive traits in hidden DNA come from earlier mutations.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be race then. So you're not getting it.
So that means nobody. So theoretically, hold on. So theoretically, what you're saying is nobody is white. Nobody is mongoloid. Or we're gonna use the Latin word. Nobody is mongoloid. Nobody is
right. You have to create an absolute. Right. You have to get rid of all races and just run it black to see right would it ever happen. That's impossible to do that kind of experiment.
Yeah, so if this is correct,
Can't create
there
an
would be no
absolute right.
race.
It just can't be
There
done.
would be no race. The guy is
Right. You would
correct,
have to erase the different other group
right? Because that means anybody could have it.
and then
So
run
there
the
would
test
be no
and
race.
right.
So
So
this, but the AI is biased in this way, where it's going to say race talk is controversial, so it's going to give you this.
and black genetic information is superior. While we can get it's not impossible that a white can beat the brakes off a black person, just highly unlikely. So that shows it
So
more
this
than likely what's going to
answer,
happen.
this
It's
answer is
superior
biased.
in that regard, right?
This answer is biased because what this is saying is that there is no race. That if anybody could have any of these traits, then the Asian could turn black, then the Asian could turn white.
No,
and the
it didn't say that. It didn't say
No.
that. It's not saying
No,
that.
no, 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 no,
It's
no.
not saying that the
Mutation is
superior
mutation,
gene will come from. It's not saying that the
No, no, no,
superior
no, no,
gene
no,
will
no.
come from the recessive gene. It is saying that the recessive gene, can
you're
come from the
missing the
superior
point.
gene.
Right,
You're
issue
missing the
fact.
point. You're missing the point. That means if I take any race, they can have a mutation.
No, they can't. They can't regress.
Yes, they can.
They can't regress.
No,
the
incorrect.
original gene can progress, but
No.
the
Other
That
races
means
can have
any race-
mutations, right?
Any race could have a mutation. That's what
Right.
this is saying.
It is not
means
saying
there
that
is
white.
originally saying-
So ask it: can two white people have
There you
a
go.
black
There
a
you
black
go.
child?
There you go. There you
Try
go.
that. Try that.
Set him
Do
up
the-
right
do the
there.
exact
Like
opposite.
yo, he acting like he don't understand, bro. Like yo, you gonna learn today. You gonna learn
You
tonight.
still can't violate the dominant recessive relationship, but the recessive can have its own unique mutations. That's
I'm
fine.
not saying that it can't
Yeah, that's
have a
fine.
new
Yeah, that's fine.
mutation.
Right. It is
But
being
it won't be,
right.
it won't be
Facts.
the mutation. The new
Two
mutation
white
will not
humans
be
cannot produce
the
two white
Facts.
humans cannot produce a black baby.
Facts.
It won't happen.
But they'll
Period.
still have mutations in another regard. It'd be in other
Okay, I
regard.
never said that. I never
Facts.
denied
Facts.
that.
That don't matter.
Facts.
So
And
so what he was just trying to say before we asked that question was bullshit, and we gonna prove it by asking the question. That's why I say he gonna learn today.
Ask the question.
I'm asking. Hold
We
on, I'm
already,
trying
he looking up the answer already. We ain't even gotta
No, I'm-
ask the question. He looking up the answer.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking up the answer. I'm trying to find the right word. Right words.
Can two white people
I told
produce
you
a
what the
black-
right.
Can two white Caucasian genes produce a black melanated baby?
I mean, you can Google it. It's something probably going to pop up, in the whole world. I mean,
And
I've
they're
seen
not
it.
gonna. It's not
but I'm
gonna
not going
say
to
they
believe
have
it.
zero African ancestry because we all know that everybody comes from Africa.
I've seen some in the
even in-
Inquirer,
That in
some of those
itself-
tabloid
that in-
magazines.
that in itself is already. It's
I
already.
listened to you, brother, and I thought about what you said. Even in that, I don't even think they gonna have that
I
printed
think I've
out.
seen it in the Inquirer one time.
Really?
I think so. It was about last year, or something like that. It was on TV on some show. I said two like Nordics with a purple black
The
baby.
dominance
Oh, man.
of darker pigmentation.
Oh, shit.
But you're taking this as fact. I mean, I don't know if this is all fact. Right?
Man, it's fact. That's a fact. It's a fact and a fact and a fact. Hey, yo, if they could produce babies that look like us, you think that they would still be talking to us? You think that they would even try to imitate us if they could produce us? Why would you imitate us? Why would you spend hours trying to tan for how many? If you could just produce us? Obviously, they fucking can't produce us. That's why they gotta imitate.
Right.
Duh.
In my opinion. I mean,
Imitation comes from the non-ability of duplication.
There you go.
right.
Okay, so let me ask it why.
This is a
If
great
you
conversation.
could look like us, you wouldn't try to imitate us. You would just straight produce your
You
version
produce
of
your
us.
own sequence of events
Exactly.
via original thought. They're not
There you
capable of
go.
original thought. Okay, guys.
There you go. Just like they're not
It's as
capable
simple
of
as that,
original.
right.
Then that is the point where I was pointing out
It's like
that
an organic AI
it is
or human
culturally
artificial.
they are not capable of original thought. That is what I was telling you about.
It's like a
the fact
version of
that
organic AI.
culturally
Right.
it is.
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Don't get me started.
Hold on, let me look it up.
We're going to the occult. This motherfucker.
It's actually via
It can
mutation.
happen via mutation. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying just to say it, but again, that's if the AI is right.
AI shit. That motherfucker's not a capable original thought. I
Right,
don't care what Elon Musk
I
said.
use the same process in both directions. That's why I said what I said. That you would have to eliminate the process going this way. So it actually can happen. Why can't
No,
white
it doesn't
people
say that.
have a
It says,
it does say
breaking
that.
it-
Look,
It says
You know
black to
why?
white.
You know,
It does not say
me-
white to black. Hold on, let me see. White to black. Building an ink machine, white to black. To go from white to
wrong.
black, a mutation would have to suddenly switch on high
Read
level
the
melanin
definition.
production
It's wrong.
in a way that
That's
doesn't
not how
exist
it will
in
work.
the parents. What's up? Oh, I
Read the
apologize.
definition. How can black not exist in the parents when all things started from Africa? How can melanated not exist in the person when all things started from melanation?
because of the environment mutation. What do you mean?
Hold on.
If
From
mutations
which
can
part-
occur,
Give me some.
mutations can occur, then you can get rid of the race theory.
Which part
That's
of
why race
Earth?
theory can't have mutation in it.
So which part of Earth are you
What
not
did you
gonna
do?
get no? Which part of Earth are you not gonna get no melanin? And then you just kept on reproducing your genes with no melanin?
No, all people have melanin, even white people.
They have a recessive form of melanin called
Yeah,
pheomelanin.
all people have melanin.
Sulfur-based, cysteine amino acid based.
All
Right.
people have melanin, but if you're introducing
Considered the
if you're-
immature version of
if
melanin.
you're
of our
introducing
melanin.
evolution into human beings' existence, then you can get rid of race theory
No
altogether.
absolutes. Right. They have
Right?
different
I
types.
mean,
Right.
you know,
It's
if you're
it just says
introducing
a single
mutation,
mutation isn't enough to change a child's entire appearance to black. You would need multiple simultaneous mutations across many different genes to create
are you
that
reading
which
my screen or are you reading something
that
else?
much pigment, which is
You read-
systemically almost impossible.
What are you reading
Oh,
from?
I see. I see
I'm
what he's
reading number
at the bottom.
2.
He's
Oh
reading-
yeah, I see what he's saying now. Which is genetically impossible. Message.
genetically impossible, but mutation wise, it can be possible.
No,
Like
no, no.
Yeah,
It
okay.
just said right there. It
But
says
mutation.
you would need multiple simultaneous mutations across
Yes.
many different genes to create that much pigment, which is statistically almost impossible.
Frankenstein black person come out of a white person.
No, that means,
What are you talking about?
That should get into GMO.
No,
Shit.
if
White
you're
people
using,
cannot produce black people.
if you're using genetics alone, mutation here means
What are you
outside
talking
of
about if
genetics.
you use genetics alone?
You can't
What are you
get the
talking about
finite.
now?
You
What
can't
are
get
you
the
using? Are we
infinite from
using
the
scientific?
That means
What
environment.
are you using?
That
Stem
means
cells or
environment.
something?
Right,
No,
right.
that means what the other guy
We got
said.
the Roy Chess in full effect. Go ahead, brother.
That means what the other guy said.
Where
The
are we
diet
going
plays
with
a
this?
part. The diet plays a part. The environment plays a part.
Oh my goodness!
Whether they introduce,
That's my brother.
whether they populate with Neanderthals plays a part. All that stuff that was said
Oh my
earlier.
goodness!
applies
Now,
here
You
too.
really
now,
would
now
have to
you're
be
just going
Victor.
everywhere with it, bro.
You really would have to be
Bro.
Victor creating Frankenstein. That's what
Let me
plays
tell
a
you
part.
something, bro. You're not lying to us. You lying to yourself, bro.
There you go.
No, wait. I don't believe this. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying it's possible.
No,
It's not.
no,
All
it's
right, well,
not.
Well,
It
I mean,
is.
well, let him stick
It
with
is.
all the 99 possibilities, but we already know what it really exists and what most likely happened. None of those
He's
goddamn
99.99999%
possibilities,
impossible.
right.
He's going with the
Said 99.999.
0.0001%
Close to the
possibility.
absolute as you can get, Roy Jackson. That's pretty close.
1%.
Shit.
I'm rocking with the 1%.
You can't
No,
get
I
the
don't.
Less
genetic,
than
you can't get
1%.
the genetic infinite out
I
of the
don't. I don't.
finite, genetic
You know, I
finite.
don't believe this, right? I'm just asking a hypothetical. I don't believe this.
Okay.
Hey, notice the person that really did believe it
I was about to say.
is silent. Your leader has left you abandoned to fight by yourself. What happened to your leader?
Did he leave? He left the
Shit. He's quite silent if he's here. What
happened to your leader?
Hey,
He can't even take
back in my
his leader.
days, you know what we would call those people? The fork tongue that left you by yourself.
The fork tongue. I like that.
Ah, that left you by yourself.
Who's gone? Who
Yeah,
dipped
I
out?
told you from the beginning that I ain't agree with that. But did he bounce?
Who
Oh
left?
no, somebody else bounced.
Fork tongue bounce. Originally, he was speaking for
Just
that
admit when
shit.
you're wrong. You can be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's how you learn.
There you go. That part.
Who called him fork tongue?
Fork tongue. Where he at?
I'm just telling you, yo, it's all right to be wrong. That's how you learn.
This is that 1%.
And so this started all about from the some of the ADOS and FBAs claiming that there's some Aboriginal and Indian lineage in the amongst the other lineages with the white and the red native and the African. They were kind of trying to refute that.
I think so. I came in late.
I mean, the white colony, the white explorers were very descriptive in their terms and what they've seen when they arrived over here. Spanish
Yes.
and the English. They said these motherfuckers were black, likened to Ethiopians. Coarse hair, same coarse hair. Even white European artists were saying this. I mean, I heard the genetic argument. I was just in the background, kind of listening to everything while I was at the gym. We have to understand that a lot of the markers is hard to test for Aboriginal Indians. Particularly to some of the Creeks and some of the other types of some Navajo and so forth, given the origins of those names. When the Europeans came over, they called some Indians who were chilling out near the Creeks. So they don't have a genetic marker. You see what I'm saying? So they'll show up as, like my brother was showing, the genetic information. They come up Asian. Correct, true. But they're not really Asian. They're Asian, you know what I'm saying? But they're really were Creek Indians, but they won't show Creek Indians in the test. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of that in the. That's why the native, so-called red natives, and the black Aboriginals, right, don't really rely on genetic tests like that. They use their artifacts and
you have
government
to
issued
remember-
paperwork and so forth. And like some, cultural aspects related to the land and maps and so forth and all these things that establish their qualification for government reparations that they receive and what we're trying to receive too. Shit.
And when you take into effect that there were the ones what is the name of the ones that were in Haiti that they totally murdered. I mean, well, the island of Hispaniola.
You're talking about probably Tainos.
Arawak
They had a lot of
Indians.
Maroons down there too. Yeah, in South America as well. They were all
Yes.
nappy headed and shit. Some of them had some kind of semi-fine hair, but they were pitch black. A lot of them were described as very dark. They said quote unquote not. And we can go down and just pull some names off Google if we just have to. I can do that.
The
real quick,
Arawak Indians is the ones that I was specifically thinking of. They killed them off totally.
Right. Yeah. A lot of them were black, mainly up the East Coast. Some of the initial early, we're talking 1600s, when these guys were first coming over here. They were just saying, they see these motherfuckers on the East Coast road. You got the history of Rhode Island, Virginia, North Carolina. I mean, we can go state up to state.
Haiti,
Particularly on the
all
East
of
Coast,
the
they were all
Caribbean.
like this black as hell. They liken them to Ethiopians. They said, quote unquote, they're not unlike Ethiopians. Not saying that they can't. They say they went on to say not that they come from Africa per se. They're native to the land, but they do look like the Ethiopian. And they call them dark, complete with the dark coarse hair, woolly dark. I think they said coarse hair, and some later, some of the explorers and artists, also European artists. There's some books I was trying to remember. You guys were talking. I was trying to remember that damn book. It's a book. It's a couple books that really go into this shit, man. I can't remember right off. So it made me kind of step my game up after hearing this conversation. I'm gonna have to go find that damn book in my notes somewhere. That
Sadiq,
really-
my brother, you should have been here earlier. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say.
I was in and out. I heard what you guys. I was cracking up in the background. I was like, damn, man. It's a book that give all the European settlers and all the different explorers and what they all record and what they all take back to the European to explain what they seen here. It's a book that it's a compendium with just that information. They got all these pictures, all these jet black nappy head Indians over here, and they weren't red. They weren't the red
What
variety.
happened in Haiti happened twice. I'm gonna tell you this happened twice. What happened in Haiti happened twice on the island of Hispaniola. When Christopher Columbus landed on the island of Hispaniola the first time, he left some of his crewmates or whatever to, I guess, take care of these people and enslave them and make them work for them. when he came back years later, they were all dead. And the Arawat Indians had took their land back.
Okay.
And then the repeating of it happened when the French settlers had took over what is now Haiti, and Haiti decided to the Haitian Revolution. A lot of people don't know about what the Arawat Indians did when they took over, when they took their land back, and they only know about the Haitian Revolution. But this is the second time that it happened. That's all I'm saying.
For sure.
Leave
I
it at
hate
that.
those. I hated the man. The Maroons down there, man. But it was kind of different, man. They went down there, beginning to work with them Euros, bro, down there in Haiti and down there in down in Mexico and stuff like that. They began to collaborate with them. The Maroons here stateside, we never collaborated. Made no deals with them, with the European here in the States. Yeah, you know, I mean. Yeah, the black guy here, he's mixed with the native black or the aboriginal black and the I think there was some I heard some absolutes being thrown around. Like, I think what's triggered the genetic argument was that there was some kind of assumption that the ADOS or the FBA was asserting that we're assuming absolute native ancestry. I heard that specifically. They said, you're not just pure Native American. And they went to just going in to try to draw a genetic rift between the American black guy and the African American as it is against the red Native. And they went to outlining a prolific examination of the Native genetic timeline. And I was just in the back like, dude, that's not necessarily the argument. But it was an interesting presentation. I enjoyed it thoroughly. But
I mean, in my opinion, that I mean, there is a thing that if you can prove that you have black ancestry, African ancestry, then you are considered part of the African diaspora. According to Africa, white people don't acknowledge black people as part of the European diaspora. You feel me?
That white people don't consider black people as part of the European diaspora. Yeah, hell no.
Hell no.
That's just white at all.
They don't consider anybody outside of pure white as part of the European diaspora.
There was some conversation along those lines here today. The American black was
the African considers considers the African diaspora as the sixth region of Africa. So you have North Africa, South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and then you have the African diaspora.
Okay, right.
Asians are not as exclusive as the Europeans, but they're more exclusive than the Africans are. If you have African ancestry, you are considered part of Africa.
And I mean, I agree. You know, at the end of the day, I don't believe in my other part of my moniker. There's no separation, not absolute separation anyway. If it does appear that way, it would be only in seeming.
This is a court, like
we just have our own ethnogenesis here in the States. You know what I'm saying? We just have an ethnogenesis here. We're not absolutely separated, in my opinion. I think there was some argument that the American black or whatever don't have any African ancestry. I was hearing all kinds of stuff earlier. Hey, but what do you guys think about Ghana, man, applying for reparations recently? With the
And a lot of people don't know this, but the government, a lot of people don't know this, but I was talking to a brother that was in the military that had dealt with a lot of classified information. And he told me that like black people don't know this, but the reparations were never for us. They were for the white people who were not willing to give up the slavery.
Okay. I mean, that's a whole different subject. Like that, I don't even know where we going with that. That's like
I'm telling you, that's how America works. They never wanted us to have shit.
Well, true. Yeah, we figured that out big time here stateside. You know, especially as they passed out to all of these guys, even illegals. You only had to be a citizen to get paid before us. But it's interesting that Ghana. How I think about what I think about that, man, guys. I mean,
I just want to know what you brothers think about the brother
Shit.
Ibrahim Traore.
I want to touch. I'm gonna go into that. I want to touch that Ghana. I want to touch Ghana's demand for reparations. I think they're a little complicit to a major degree in shipping the guys over here. There was even some argument and battles and so forth with the euro between some of these Africans and African continental Africans back in the day. And I think I think Trump and company and some other white nations got together with the U.S. to say, you know what? I know you, out of all the countries in Africa, I know you not asking all the black people looking for reparations, and you ask, nigga, no, okay, no. They shot them down in fairly short order. Many people kind of thought it was just okay. They're not going to want to give us anything, whatever. I could entertain that, but I think that we're in cahoots and made through these agreements and so forth. That's beginning to come out here now with the delineation movement, kind of ruffling up the feathers and kicking up dust here now in this regard. The reparations is in the air. It's in the global air. And so right now, it's a few things. I can go into one other direction too. Notice Ghana was her funding was repealed over the last year or two, 100 some odd billion.
Correct.
Was it 100? And so they kind of, somebody said they kind of dry, got a little, the mouth is a little dry. You know what I'm saying? A little
I know what's
dry.
going on though.
And so there was wars fighting back and forth because some Euros wanted to get niggas for free. They wanted to break all the treaties and agreements. And so the Ghana said, man, you're going to pay for these niggas. But I'll just stop there. I'll just leave it there.
I actually think that information is leverage, and because Ghana, Nigeria, the people who gave up the slaves have this information, that they're going to try to use it as leverage to, they probably don't even want the reparations. They probably just want to be separate from the European Global Bank. And this is the way that they're going to use it as the information as leverage.
Interesting. Okay.
Because as I mentioned, Ibrahim Traore, who they are trying to kill, and then you have, we know what happened to Muammar Gaddafi when he said that he was going to, separate himself.
Right.
We know that they assassinated him. We know that.
Right.
And now you got a brother that wants to lean towards Pan-Africanism and a African currency. And you see what happened with Christmas. They bombed. They're trying to say that they bombed this mob. They bombed these people because they are trying to protect the Christians. But at the same time, they're saying that these extremists had bombed a mosque. So if they bombed a mosque, how are you protecting Christians? Who bombed why would you bomb? Why would you bomb right on the border of the Salal states if you aren't trying to set up so that you can go in there?
Was this the Salal state? Is it neighboring one of the additional African countries that Traore is forming? I think a 4 or 5 nation. Okay.
Yes.
Oh no, really? Really?
Yes. Niger is right on the border of Nigeria.
Right. Interesting.
Right there where they bombed it.
Wow. Oh, they're trying to fuck it. They're trying to call that. Yeah, them Euros is involved trying to break that shit up. They got to be involved.
If Africa unites and makes a African currency that is free from the World Bank and the Western banks, then that means that the dollar, the franc, the pound, all of these will lose value because they no longer have stake in the African gold, all of the resources that Africa has.
Right. And it'll kind of I would say also too, once they finish complete stage 1 in that regard, then it sets them up nicely for stage 2 to increase their African collective bargaining power as they approach Russia and some of the other non-U.S. friendly powers.
Exactly. That's why Russia is helping the Salal states in China.
Right.
These are 2 countries that hate America.
Right.
In the Western world.
Interesting. Man, that's wild, man. That's crazy. What do you think, Traore? Man, what do you?
But you know what the same what happened with Muammar Gaddafi. They said, oh, he's a danger to his people, and he's a dictator. So so NATO is going to invade. But when you look at it, when Muammar Gaddafi was the leader, everybody had free healthcare, everybody had free education, everybody was fed, everybody had housing. They were living better over there than America is living over here.
Yeah, they would pay for your education even if you had to go abroad or your
Yes,
medical
free
treatment abroad.
education.
They pay for your rent. They pay all your stuff while you're in a foreign country. Yeah.
So
true model nation.
so if you telling me that I just got hold on.
Hey, A1, are you there? Someone's trying to get up.
I think I noticed I think he dipped off. I didn't see him. I don't see him.
No, I don't see him either.
I don't know. Man.
Still listening.
Anyway,
I'm gonna shoot him a DM real quick.
The brother Ibrahim Traore is trying to do the same thing. And like I said, Muammar Gaddafi, he was making sure his people was taken care of. They were living better than if 1 in 4 people in America is starving, then that means what? This is damn near a third world country compared to Libya back then. And they will tell you, was it better when Gaddafi was in control, or was it better now? They left a vacuum there so that nobody could come back and say, hold on. This is not better. And then they did something real strategic. They killed his sons before they killed him. Right. Because if his sons were alive when he died, then all of his money, everything would have went to his sons.
I think they left one alive, if I'm not mistaken. They killed one after.
I think they killed him like right after they killed him. No, they made sure all of his sons were dead.
Right.
And this is something that is known in European, like for example, in the FBI, the CIA, and MI6, stuff like that. They are known for when they come after a person, they do not just go after that person, but they also go after the next generations so that that person's accomplishments cannot be accomplished through that next generation. This is a historical fact. Just stating. That's all. I'm just stating the facts.
Hey, A1, somebody's trying to get up on the panel.
I was texting him on both sides. Yeah, I sent him directly on his phone and on the DM. I guess he'll answer. If he. Yeah, it's a lot going on, man. Trans is getting their IDs repossessed. Trump ordered them to turn their licenses in and shit. Shit, immigrant truck drivers getting their driver's license suspended and shit. Trump ordered that shit. All kinds of stuff going on, man. Some immigrant.
They're gonna make everybody famous in a minute, yo. Trust me, yo.
Or what, bro? You still believe that's a rhesus monkey?
Is that who is that? That sounds like a Baltimore nigga.
Yeah, you know who this is.
What's up, yo?
What it do?
What up with you, man? Hey, man, stop. Hey, look up the theory of the mind, yo. Look that up, yo.
Hey, you better leave my brother alone over there too, bro.
I'm gonna beat that nigga. He done. No, you can't even help him. He's done. He's done. He's done. He's done. Can't out slick the slicker. Can't help him, yo.
I said, what's up, bro? I said, what you need me to do, bro? What's up? You need some backup?
You can't do it. He y'all divided. Y'all fucked up. That's what you did. Divided up. Where you at? Get him. You can't help him. He on the island now.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. You still locked in, bro.
I'm gonna tell you something slick. This how I know y'all not locked in, because y'all say so much pseudo shit. Y'all supposed to be arguing over there, correcting yourself. Y'all don't do that.
Mute out, Banu.
That's why y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble.
Hey, listen.
It is, yo.
Bigo, you don't know how we get down on Bigo, bro.
I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna come over there. I swear I'm gonna come over there.
I don't think you're ready for Bigo, bro.
I'm gonna come over to Bigo and clean up the class, yo. Trust me, yo.
Can you mute out?
Y'all know the way it's nice and clean. That y'all got moderators. You ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for this.
Man, I'm gonna come over there and clean up the division, yo. Tell me.
Dude, you messing up the audio. Can you mute out?
Hey, humble, trust me, yo. You better say your man. You better throw him a life racket, yo. He full blown pseudo, yo. He jumping out he tripping.
You know, I talked to him earlier. Look, we was over on Bigo. I was like, get that nigga out, Shay. Like, yeah, man, get this nigga.
They can't get me, yo. The racism fucking y'all up. You ain't gonna be able to do it. Y'all can't see it. You can't see the racism fucking y'all up like it fucked the white people up. It pushing the scientific racism, yo. You ain't gonna be able to see it. Trust me.
Hey, who was that lady that was up there with you?
That's Juju.
Oh, yo, she's smart, bro. She cool.
Everybody's smart. I don't hang around nothing but smart people. That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas don't fight enough. I can tell. Y'all say too much wild ass shit out y'all mouth to be. See, y'all don't correct each other, yo. Y'all don't.
Hey,
I swear.
No. First off, I got another bone to pick with you, huh? How y'all get on my man Suntan Source for using Wiki and Facebook, and then y'all using Wiki and Facebook? That's crazy. Man.
Who you? First of all, nigga, I'm a professional. At least in my mind, nigga. I'm never using no Facebook for no damn source. The hell does that sound like? That sound crazy.
That's true. You ain't never go to Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. Yeah, the nigga I debated with did that, which was crazy. That's why I don't even know why Wishmacommon got behind it. Crazy as shit.
He did come. Wow, y'all are some funny niggas, bro.
Yeah, we had fun.
I said, yo, I know why she was to take it there, bro. I know he is.
He took it there. Yeah, he took it there. He tried to. And how they say, yo, don't out punch a puncher, yo. You supposed to box a puncher, yo. He trying to out punch a puncher. He tripping.
My man Unc say, I'm the lion in this castle. I say, okay, Unc.
Yeah. He ain't been through enough wars yet, yo. I done fought them all, yo. Yeah, he don't know how to concede points, none of that. You gotta know when the nigga got you. Just get out of that, concede, you got him, and move forward. Nope, he just won't come full steam ahead. I'm a sidestepper.
That's
right.
That's gonna be a good one.
I'm getting him. He's fighting about a damn trying to fight a topic with ain't got no readily available sources because most of them in Spanish. So you gotta get some shit translated to really get the whole gist of it.
Y'all got y'all results for y'all debate?
With who? What are you talking about?
You and Sanchez. Y'all got y'all results? Y'all know who won?
Man, the nigga stole the debate, first of all. So the nigga, it don't really matter at this point. He's an illegal nigga.
Illegal nigga.
Yeah, he taped this shit and put it on the thing. That was crazy. I was like, who did that? The fuck wrong with you, yo? It's crazy. Talking over it, trying to talk about how he did this. Nigga, why you feel that way? You shouldn't even feel that way. If you think you won, you don't need to steal a debate and talk over it.
Yeah, I don't like that shit when niggas do that shit either, bro. That shit be
crazy.
Yeah, it's shit for real, for real.
Yeah, I'm never doing that. Let the tape say what it say, yo. It's all good. Let it say what it say.
A1 said he coming down here this summer too, bro. Me, you, and A1 outside. We riding on them Hebrew niggas.
I owe them niggas from way back in the day.
Yeah, that ain't gonna never happen. You been trying to get that, but you that ain't nothing happening. And watch it, Humble, because I'm right here, whoa. We get scrapping right now.
Oh man, watch what you say. It's gonna be on YouTube. Watch
Look,
what you
last fight
say.
I had, I got jumped, so it don't matter.
I can't believe you run into there with your chest out with no weapons. It's crazy as shit, yo. You got the
At least a shield or something.
he got the spirit of the Lord on him and shit. He tripping.
The Holy Ghost got him.
What you get in?
Yo, you like them damn Christians in the crusade, yo. They ran up on the Muslims, and got beat to half to death.
You be downtown with the Hebrew Israelites, the IUIC niggas?
No, he don't be nowhere near.
Come on, man. You should know I ain't that dumb. I mean, that crazy, bro. Nah, no, indeed, no. I might as well be out there. Nah.
You ain't doing none of that. You think they silly, don't you? See?
Shit, that's what we gonna go ride down on, nigga. We gonna most definitely gonna go
You
get
gotta
all
take the
of
camera. You gotta take the camera.
Come on, you know I'm bringing.
Send some footage to A1 and saw Netta.
Yeah, nah, I'm a Hebrew that deals strictly with history, man. I ain't on and Humble, you more in line with the camps because you said King James was black.
He ain't say that. He ain't say that stupid shit.
Nah, he did.
He did not.
No, that was God energy. I think that was God energy. I'm tripping.
God energy gone.
I ain't say, listen, that nigga, nah. But you said, hey, I can come on your platform up.
Yeah, what you mean, nigga? I'm the boss. Nigga, you got me fucked up, don't you?
No, man. I don't want.
Why you think that I'm a Baltimore nigga? If I sold dope at the highest level, they let niggas tell me what block to go to, then why I'ma let a nigga on YouTube do it? You got me fucked up, Humble. I'm the same nigga in the street as I am on this motherfucker, yo. I'm not listening to other niggas about other niggas. I'm gonna get my own assessment about anything, bro. Come on, bro. You tripping.
Okay, I got you.
You got me being a corny nigga now. Yo, I ain't corny, yo.
Hey, listen.
Real nigga. Look, I'm a real nigga and I respect real niggas. Now, how about that?
Don't say, I'm recording. Don't. Everybody know I'm recording. Don't say too much now. Don't say nothing you don't want. You know, this is the back. I'm just making sure everybody knows and is aware. I don't want nobody.
Oh, no, we good.
I'm just I'm looking out for everybody. That's all. I'm just looking out for
So, Humble, what beef, what scholastic beef you got with the Hebrews, man?
Cause they pseudo.
That's my scholastic beef I got with the Hebrews.
Let's say that again.
Cause they not scholastic. That's the beef.
The fact that y'all ain't got no scholarship.
So you think there's no evidence showing that the Israelites, the original Israelites, was black people?
There's
No, they was not. That's the lie.
Evidence on
a lie.
But there's no evidence that Abraham was real either. There's no Abraham. There's no evidence of. There's no evidence of none of that shit. Yo,
he ain't gonna argue that point. He ain't gonna argue that.
Tell me that there's evidence that the earth came before the sun.
Look, so I'll grant you the eponymous ancestry thing. Okay, we're not gonna argue about that. We're not gonna argue about Moses, Tutankhamun, Amen, and second. We're not gonna do all of it. Let's go where history is documented at. So, are you saying there was no Israelites in Jerusalem in 70 AD?
Yeah, it was. Everybody know that.
All right. So, are you
when
saying
y'all African Americans? That's what. When y'all African Americans.
Right.
Shit.
So what you say about that, Humble?
Oh, say it again. What you say? My bad. I'm not.
So are you saying there were no Israelites in Jerusalem in 70 AD?
No. What? 70 AD? I'm saying there was no. Here's what I am saying. There was no Israelites in Jerusalem in 2000 BCE. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not. We don't have to go back that far. The history, the latest that ancient history has us is 70 AD, and that's verifiable.
Hold on a second. The issue with you conceding to my statement is the fact that if there's no Israelites in BCE, because that's when Abraham was supposed to be around, right? Then there's no Israelites nowhere. Everything else falls apart. We can't find John 2000, if we can't find Abraham in 2000 BCE, nothing after Abraham is.
Well, that's a little bit before his time. He was more like 1948, 1948. But this what I'm
He
saying.
used the word humble. He used the word though, yo. You gotta understand the word he used on you, yo. If you don't understand that word, he gonna beat you on that subject. It's a particular word he used, yo.
Humble.
Toximus ancestor, yo. We gotta look it up.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I could, and he must didn't hear what I also said. I said I will grant him that, meaning we're not